Welcome everybody to another LOOT.BET Season 8 matchup. Today we've got AGF facing up against HAVU. That's going to be our first game of the day, of course in that 1-to-1 bracket. So really all to play for. It's not like either team here by winning are going to get that spot into the playoffs straight away. It's not like they're going to be out of the tournament straight away. So still a lifeline for both of these sides, but still an important game nonetheless. Of course, going into it, HAVU, they are statistically the favourites, but we all know that AGF are capable of so much. They've been doing incredibly in recent matches, even taking down giants such as North. So as we really get into this one, I'm excited to see what they can do. As we take a look at the other side of this bracket, of course, they're all the teams that are currently going 1-to-1. Taking a look at these rosters, we've got some pretty big talent on each side. In fact, one sort of technical lone player on each side. Of course, you have X7 that came over from ENTS, massively talented player for that HAVU side, does a hell of a lot of the fragging. And Christo over on AGF, of course, he's on loan from North, and he brings a lot of the firepower to that Danish team.
Funnily enough, X7 isn't actually playing today. We have actually got Jampy, but that's not a downgrade in firepower whatsoever. You're removing one Finnish star and adding another. Of course, with the RMR event, DreamHack Open being played right now over in Europe, we know that Jampy, he's unable to play it. So he is here on loan from LOOT.BET, and obviously 7, he's out of the roster temporarily, but that's just a temporary change-up.
Well, that's very interesting. Jampy, we all know that name. Very talented player. So let's see what he can bring into this HAVU side. That's going to be a big booster. Both of these teams been playing a lot of CS recently with all the online CS that's been going on. And HAVU apparently have had a pretty decent win rate with it, playing at a pretty high caliber of opponents as well. But statistically, these stats look pretty even.
Yeah, these statistics are pretty even right there. I think that this is probably the more one-sided series of the day with HAVU firm favourites. AGF, though, we know from watching their previous matches, it's all about that upset potential. Beating North in a best-of-3, taking Nordavind, taking actually a map against them. That was Inferno, and they don't get to play it here today. Those map pools, they kind of add up really damn well. It feels like AGF massively overperform on Inferno and then go kind of quiet anywhere else. Because HAVU's map pool is so strong, they can divert and diverge to this Train, Mirage, and Nuke, which I think they're favoured on.
Absolutely. You see Inferno being HAVU's permaban, so as soon as they get that out, they're pretty much happy to play anything else. And they're going to be very confident going on to all of these maps. Train, a map that they're very confident with. Of course, it is only across 4 games in the last 3 months, but still taking down some giants with wins there. Mirage, of course, their own pick, and then Nuke being the third and final map, which is one that actually often HAVU pick into. So this is going to be a really close one. I really don't know who's going to take this one at this point.
I think that AGF definitely have upset potential here today, but I think that we kind of have to favour HAVU in this one just because of that firepower with X7 supposedly like in the roster. In fact, that is replacing Jampy. That is just for today. Obviously, with LOOT.BET going on right now, we're seeing Jampy more and more in this roster. But you were absolutely right, Jay, when you said it originally. It will be X7 today, but that is a bit of a change-up considering that's the standard roster. But remember, that is a change-up considering what's happening over in DreamHack at the same time. I'm excited to get into Train, though. I think this map might actually have some flair to it. I would put HAVU strong favourites going into this first. I think that we have to see the pace going on throughout this series.
That's really the dangerous factor. You put HAVU as strong favourites going into this first, but this isn't even their map pick. So if they take it, they're more than likely able to take Mirage, and then it's a 2-0 series. For their sake, let's keep our fingers crossed, but I'm not sure if AGF are going to give it that easy.
Yeah, no, I don't either. A lot of their series that they've previously played when they have been massive underdogs, those sort of 1.1 to 7 like odds, They've been incredibly close as well, going to triple overtimes at times. And of course, already taking a win here in LOOT.BET Season 7. Both of these teams are 1-1 scoreline there. We saw the schedule and the leaderboard right at the start of this broadcast. And this is very important. If you go down 1-2, you then have to win back-to-back best-of-3s to even get into those playoffs. Statistically, they're against a team with a similar, identical scorecard to you. So you would be... it would be theoretically an easier match, but that doesn't always happen with so many upsets taking place left, right, and center. I must say, this season of LOOT.BET, not massive surprises, I must say. I'd say that LOOT.BET Season 7, we saw a lot of those invite teams get knocked out originally, right off the bat in those quarterfinals. So, interesting stuff.
Absolutely. You certainly don't want to be 1-2 down, even though you are against other teams in that similar kind of bracket. This LOOT.BET season is so stacked full of fantastic teams that there's certainly a chance that they'd be ending up against an Espada, maybe a Team Secret, maybe who else is sitting in that current bracket right now? I think Vizsla Krakow might be in that 1-1 bracket too. It's like not the best position to be in. You really have to fight your way out and play some difficult teams to get out of it.
Yeah, you look at those teams and they do have a lot of firepower, a lot of dark horse upset potential, and I think this series as well is exactly that, exactly the case. HAVU, they seem to have a bit of a problem closing out these series as well, I must say. They, a lot of the time, come into a lot of these matches very fiery, very flary, those big 7-1, 8-1 leads, and then that's where things start to slow down. Here against AGF, we know that their mental resilience is so damn good. We saw that massive win against North last season that we've been talking about consistently. But yeah, an exciting matchup, and I'm looking to break into the action here. A long warm-up, but all 10 players connected. I'm sure we'll be getting into this one in the next couple of moments.
I hope so too, as actually the way that obviously this works, the format in LOOT.BET is you pick the bands and the picks, and you go into your 3 maps, but you still play the knife round in all of them. So it means you can alter which sides to start off on. Now, on Train, there is one of those few maps that it actually really matters. If you can win that knife round and start off on the CT side, then you have a huge advantage going into the first half. And, well, whichever team takes it will certainly be happy. If HAVU can win the knife and start off on the CT side and have a good start with it as well, then AGF potentially have some problems.
Yeah, they certainly might have. It makes those nuke and train picks a lot more scary if you're a favorite team, right? If you start on that T side, you know the AGF really know how to play that defensive half. It could be locked down before you even really get into this series. I think AGF are going to have to come into this one hot. We haven't seen that knife round as of yet, but I'm sure we'll be breaking into that action in the next couple of moments now. Just as they warm up, they're getting fired up, and we're ready to go here for LOOT.BET Season 8.
We absolutely are as we kick things off in the knife round. And interestingly, I talked before about the fact that HAVU only have 4 matches on record on Train in the last 3 months. Now, sometimes you see those 4 matches dispersed over the 3 months, and that doesn't really mean a whole lot. Sometimes you see them from a couple of months ago, and that means even less. But actually, 3 of those 4 have been within the last week or 2. So it means that it's a map that they were previously banning. Maybe they've put a lot of practice into it. They're now floating it as a potential third. Always happy to play it against another team, and they seem to be doing quite well with it.
Yeah, and HAVU just haven't really been playing a lot of Counter-Strike. That's the one thing to add. This is one of their first tournaments in a little while, I think, since those Fun Spot qualifiers that we covered, Josh. And, well, AGF, they do take this knife round here. I think a lot of firepower on their side as well. I want to see what they can do. Of course, all eyes on Christo with that AWP on loan from North here today. He's been on this AGF roster for quite some time. Now, as we get into the action, it will be AGF starting on that CT side.
That's really where the difference maker can be, isn't it? If Christo can fire off with this AWP, especially playing over towards that A site, maybe an Ivy, it can add complication.
Yeah, you've got X7 here as well, who's just like such a fiery player. I think that the HAVU T side is going to be incredibly scary. And if AGF don't take those 9, 10, 11 rounds to start things off on that CT side, then you start to get a little bit scared for them. That counter-terrorist half is where you need to be amassing most of your rounds there. We saw those LOOT.BET statistics, 56% favored. I think that classically, it's actually slightly more. In a series like this, I think that both of these teams are going to be proficient on this T side, especially HAVU. I'm excited that we get to see this matchup first, where the question mark for AGF is how many rounds can they post on that counter-terrorist side, because we know that terrorist side is probably going to be between the 4, 5, 6 mark. Probably not much more against a team like HAVU. They've got such consistent players and playing with a full roster today.
Well, in the morning games like this, sometimes it really does just come down to who wakes up on the right side of the bed. Kicking off in this pistol round, it's Netric with the kit, but he falls instantly, and Zori's actually good for 2. This P250 firing off from long range, and the headshots are coming through, and they're not stopping. 3 bullets, 3 headshots. Unlucky and Frostlev, all on their lonesome, have to try and make this one back.
We always talk about those AWPs, Josh, being so good in these pistol rounds, and Zori showing us exactly why. 3 frags, ends the round in its tracks, and Lucky, he's just being dissipated on the B bomb site. X7's able to eliminate him, and HAVU, they start the series off strong.
That is a very, very nice start. It's looking like we are going into a potential timeout right off of the back of it. But looking at these LOOT.BET odds, HAVU still the firm favourites, even in their opponent's map pick. So there's really a lot to be said here.
Yeah, there certainly is. And while getting into the action now, it will be the AK-47s breached out. First couple of MAC-10s for HAVU as AGF want to contend with this one early. 3 Kevlar. It's the full force.
Let's see what they can do with it. Lucky with this Mag 7. Netric with a scout in hand as well. Not spotting out Zori early on. In fact, maybe they spotted him, but they didn't fire off the shot. So HAVU still with the full HP to work with. Tons of control, tons of time as they head towards B. Right now, AGF. They've got quite aggressive towards these B halls. This could cause HAVU some problems. As TMB pushes into a main, they should have all of the information right now that HAVU have to be either back towards Showers or over towards Ivy. In fact, at the moment, it's neither. They're playing a very, very passive line. A couple of players up in Showers. Maybe this is going to be an A hit as they drop down Pop Dog.
1-0, and, well, this is where things start to get scary. As, of course, HAVU want to chip through. Nice shot with the MAC-10, and contending with the flank as Lucky only finds one in retort. Zori Slowy back towards the B bomb site. Now a slight advantage. Bomb can go down. TMB on the flank, and Netric's already been spotted. Skank can't connect, and he's being held at bay by Zori. Confident enough to go for these shots, and now spotting out the flank as well. Smoking it off. TMB, he's going to rail right on through, but giving away all of those sound cues right now, and he's only got 9 points of health to work with.
Has to fall away and save this AK. No other option. He knows if he charges through, he will fall. A single bullet will eliminate him. And TMB, he's done well this round. He's found himself a couple of kills. He's retrieved himself a rifle. But he can't do any more than that. Slowy was the playmaker for this one in HAVU. 3 kills from him with the MAC-10, opening things up towards B and securing the round. He's actually down to 1 point of health as it comes to a close. And he's still hunting for this AK. He wants to rack up some more cash with this MAC-10 and justify upgrading.
Certainly, it's all down to these opening kills, Josh. You see that MAC-10 just chipping away through the smoke. Slowly doing so much work here, getting aggressive as well. You've got to be hyper-aggressive if you've got those SMGs in hand. And at the 2-0 scoreline, I don't see HAVU letting up this pressure against the full eco of AGF. Nothing really carried into this one. Only that single pistol held. And of course, that MAC-10 just fighting so much damage right there. That's such a bank builder. 5,500 already for Slowy. And he doesn't want to upgrade, of course, going into round 3. This is just going to be a fast tear onto the A-bomb site. Through Pop Dog, AK-47's likely to open up. Zori's got this angle held at range. And he's about to have many, many AGF targets.
As they charge right through, this pistol line of defense isn't going to cause all too many problems. This is quite dangerous that HAVU have taken an early lead such as this. We often talk about the fact that 6 to 7 rounds for a T-side on train is certainly too many, and HAVU are nearly halfway there. Not taking any casualties here in the third, as TMB, all on his lonesome with the USP, surely falls in due time, and there we go.
3-0, very simple stuff there from HAVU as the Finns, they get the job done once more. They'll contend with the rifles in this one as Christo early AWP. It will be the double up setup from AGF, wanting to save a little bit of bank early to get out these snipers. And we'll see M4s all round for the rest. Just a lack of a smoke on TMB and HAVU. They've got everything to work with here, not putting down these MAC-10s for a second. Let's see if they speed things up once again against the double snipers.
This double up setup can certainly be a game changer here on train. It adds a whole new dynamic to the way this A-bomb site's played. And TMB with the AWP gets tagged up, but does find himself the shot onto Doto. That's going to give them this man advantage early on and keep HAVU at an arm's length. They don't want to push through main right now if they know that that Ivy pincer's eliminated, and there's of course a smoke in A main, so they really can't afford to make that kind of gamble. X7 over towards B then, feeling around to get some information, see if anyone's playing aggressively. Unlucky is the only man defending this B site. He has called in a rotation from Christo. He's now got the range on the back of the site with this AWP as they default into a 3-2 setup. They know right now that HAVU could have potentially gone round to this B site. They're just confirming it. Christo firing through for 2 shots. A little bit of a whiff from X7 there. And that's going to be a very clean round for AGF.
And this is where things start to continue. AGF only the 1 round, but looking for a little bit more here with the double up setup retained, building a little bit of bank. And, well, 10 seconds left before we get into this round. HAVU back with the MAC-10s, Josh. This is a little unconventional, but with the money not built up as of round number 5, I think they might have had to go for this just to get those extra bits of utility out. Obviously, AGF, they're a team that brings a lot of firepower into the server right now. So with this sniper rifle at the ready, MAC-10 can't contend, and Christo's good enough for 2. Wants to back way through the smoke, gestured rear, and then finds another one. 3 fast kills, and Zori next in line for a beating.
That's so important that your AWP maintains composure when he's in a situation like that. Being charged down by the MAC-10s can often be so intimidating. A one-and-done position most of the time. But to fire through, keep peeking, hitting all the shots, taking down 4 members is absolutely sensational. That's going to be 2 there on the board for AGF, as HAVU have no option but to go into an eco. No Kevlar invested, a couple of pistols and a little bit of utility as they head towards A early.
Oh, and that nade stack paying dividends there for Zori. That's lovely onto Frozlev. One of the rifles eliminated, and AGF wanting to contend with this with at least the 1 SMG in hand. That becomes a bit of a liability. Not really against the unarmored opponents. Likely 3-3 regardless, even and despite HAVU finding that first kill. They might head over to the B bomb site where TMB's ready and waiting. AWP in hand. And at the 80-second mark, HAVU, they're about to come through into this one.
Just with the pistols, I thought they were going to get super aggressive towards A and push through off the bat. But instead, they take their time, use the flashes to take control, and head over towards B. It is going to be TMB and Lucky holding the line. As TMB hears the footsteps, he is actually going to fall away, leave it all down to his teammates to try and work with. He's spraying through, can't seem to find the kills, does finally punch through for 2. TMB switch to the pistol, is doing all the work, and connects, not quite with that AWP, but Doto falls in due time. HAVU have done quite nicely to find 3 kills there. Unfortunately, no bomb plant, as actually that B defense was so solid. The 3 kills found makes it expensive for their opponents, and they've got to buy into this next one either way. So they're not too phased. Zori with that AWP, every other man with an AK and utility to work with. And this is where they need to try and bounce back and put some more early rounds on the board.
This is where Zori's AWP, the first time that we've seen it, needs to come to avail. He's got the single Molotov in play. And with the M4s at the ready over on A, this is a standard defense for AGF. Just rotating that second AWP over. They obviously want to rely on this secondary sniper rifle, and this might be their tactic to post a massive CT side here. If they can take into the double digits, I think they stand a real chance of taking this first map and making this series nice and competitive. We talked about AGF, the Danes being the massive underdogs earlier on in this series. And that could change incredibly quickly if they get up to those 10, 11 rounds, as we mentioned.
A nice opening kill coming through. That gives Netric a little bit more wiggle room to work with. c0n wants to trade this one, but knows that if he drops, he'll probably fall to his death. So just has to try and spam away through this wood. Hope he gets lucky. Maybe just try to keep Netric at an arm's length. HAVU, they need to try and take some more control. They're playing very, very passive in the brown halls, and no one from AGF's contending them. 30 seconds left on this clock. They need to start to make a move.
This is where things get really more difficult. Slowy, that heaviest fragger on the HAVU side as of round 7, getting taken down early. Certainly puts them at a deficit at the 20-second mark. Flashes through and pop dog control now salvaged for HAVU. But they need to speed this one up. This might force the rotate over, but no Sanku's given or granted. How are they going to get this bomb down here? Lucky's holding the corner. It's that head glitch angle. Saw's able to contend and compete. They've only got 5 seconds left, and Saw, he's so far behind, finally tapping those digits in. Last possible second plant, and now AGF, one-man advantage. HP deficit for HAVU. They need to come back into this one. And with Netric up close and personal, the AWP surely can't contend. Netric finds it. Just 7 remains. And at the 20-second mark of this bomb, it's all over for HAVU.
AGF looking a whole lot stronger in these last 4. HAVU came out really strong with that pistol, a couple of follow-ups. I thought that they would just be able to take this half by the reins, but instead AGF have come back swinging, and keeping 4 alive in this buy-up works wonders for their economy moving forward.
Yeah, and this is where things continue then on this CT side. That double AWP setup retained. Back into the action and just the pistols for the Finns in this one. Round number 8, one they want to contend with. 4 sets of Kevlar to do so as well against the double AWPs of AGF. Bit of Ivy control for the first time. HAVU, they've been defaulting towards main brown halls, this time changing things up ever so slightly. Yes, this is where the AWP needs to fire in, and TMB's not quick enough to catch the cross. Wasn't zoomed through. And the nade into... I don't think that's going to find any damage there, but that shot certainly does. Fully blind. TMB gets a freebie. And this is where the turnaround moment may come into effect. At the 50-second mark, HAVU just persisting towards this A bomb site. 40 seconds on the clock, and the AK-47 chipping, chiming on through, at least for the first. X7, quick couple of kills with the AK-47, and Saw finding it really hard to contend right now. Another convincing round for AGF.
As we get into the 9th, this is HAVU's chance back in. Their ticket to close this gap early before it gets out of hand. And c0n, well, creeping up over towards B. This time Lucky has actually got aggressive. And as that B anchor, this is a dangerous game to be playing. He's got a nice off angle if they do push through ramp. But if they decide to go for a double-pronged attack, he could get punished. Right now, that doesn't seem to be the game plan. HAVU set up for smokes on A, and this is where the execute's going to come through as they start to rain over. Oh, net trick. Nice start there, though. Brings Slowy down. Slowy's able to trade, though, as Doto finds another. 3 versus 3. Hawk firing through. TMB's been fantastic with it, but he's only good for 1. 1-for-1 trades coming back and forth, and as the nade rains over, c0ntact surely can't do this one. 2 versus 1 situation. The bomb down in no man's land. He's got a hell of a task on his hands. It's not going to happen. Lucky comes in from behind, and that is all said and done. Double AWP setup retained then for AGF as they double up the scoreline, 6-3 now. And HAVU are actually going for another full force buy in this. They're not saving to have the AWPs and the utility as a privilege. Instead, they want to charge through with the Galils, couple of AKs, Zori just down to a Deagle. Very early on. AGF just got such an advantage. Christo has not been missing a single shot with this AWP. And as long as that continues, HAVU have problems. Very nice flick onto Zori. Gives them this man advantage once again. There is a refrag through, though. The Saw finds net trick. Another comes through. And a 3 versus 3 once again. Just these Galils at this kind of range against the AWPs are just really, really problematic. As Saw's creeping into this site with only 20 points of health, he has to be careful. And Lucky, oh, he's completely oblivious to it. He's just spotted the back of the leg. And surely there's no way for Saw here. Lucky just trying not to make any noise, creeping up from behind. Saw's wraparound isn't going to pay any dividends unless he makes a move that maybe Lucky isn't expecting. I'm not too sure at this point. Wrapping all the way around the back. Surely this is relayed to Christo. It absolutely is. He's been said, right, there's a chance that Saw's coming up from behind. You have to be careful. And this is where his attention's now diverted. Spotted him out. That's the info relayed. And he can work with this one. Once again, a very, very swift round from AGF. 7-3. They keep 3 players alive. They still hold on to this double AWP setup as well. It feels like Christo hasn't died in ages. You can really say the same for Lucky too. 13k apiece at the start of this round. Christo was about $1,000 away from that max cash bonus. Here in the 11th, HAVU, they finally have no money to work with. They're not going to force into this one. Surely, they have gone for the Tech 9s in Kevlar. But that is all.
So this is the round that we just watched. It's back in the meantime. We've obviously got the Tech 9s in play, 7-3.
I wonder what's going to happen here, Squid.
This is a massive surprise for everybody, I'm sure.
Indeed it is. A 4 versus 4 situation. Lucky on this bomb site once again. And if they actually push through, then they can certainly do some damage.
I mean, let's actually break down the setup right now, because HAVU have had real problems in these first sort of 10-11 rounds. They took that Pisto trio, and I said at the very start of this series that it's all down to AGF actually finding that really big CT side. And fortunately, they're starting to build up these rounds. Obviously, like up to 7 already, and in this round as well. Just very competitive stuff. You see, as soon as they lose TMB towards one side of the map, it's Frozlev to then gain forward, move through, gain that advantage, and he just seems to be just such a constant threat. He's so difficult to contend with in all of these scenarios and situations. And, well, once again, it's just HAVU kind of like locked out at the door. It's such a tough, tricky take, of course, on this T side. And I don't know if we're seeing the right HAVU today, the same HAVU to before.
You're right to touch upon it. HAVU are just looking really uncomfortable here on train. Very disjointed, not hitting all of their shots as well. And it is going to be another round where AGF just really take it with ease. They keep 3 players alive. They still keep this double up setup floating and going. In fact, yeah, okay, they do. It was just on the floor. I got confused there. Drop back over to c0ntact. They've got loads of money to work with, and these odds have really shifted.
Yeah, Better's are fickle at the best of times. CT side lead here, and Better's not really feeling like HAVU have much of a chance to get back into this one. Of course, 8-3, scoreline likely to snowball, and with all that cash built up, that becomes real problematic right now. It means that HAVU, if they are going to take 2, 3, 4 more rounds this half, they have to win multiple buy rounds, and that's something they haven't been equipped to deal with thus far this half. And with only 4 left in play, this is probably going to be buys for almost the rest of the half of the Danes.
It absolutely should be. 8-3 isn't a massively dominant CT scoreline for any CT side, in fact, on train. But at this rate, they've just been playing so confidently, and HAVU haven't really shown up since the pistol or the follow-up. So no real surprise that the bettors are certainly swaying on AGF to take this one home. They just need to make sure that they continue playing at the pace and aggression that they have been.
Yeah, minute mark, B bomb site under contest, and aggressive initially. It's lucky to fall. Christo's now out in the open, but supported by the smoke grenade, his attention diverted both angles. That Molotov's going to save him temporarily, but as this push comes through, how many frags can he find right now? He's got the support of Frozlev, but needs to come in clutch. Flashbang in, doesn't get traded. Christo finds the first, and there's the second as well. He's such a star right now. Frozlev falls in the meantime. Bomb does as well. That goes down, applies the time pressure, and it's all through to Christo from above to try and do the damage. That's his third, finally traded by Zori, as there's much more work to do for HAVU to take their 4th on the board. Zori from the back lines, trying to hold it down to evens. That AWP in play, and they're going to aggress here right through the corner of that smoke. He's surely gonna fall, and Doto's only got 12 HP to work with. Josh, the fuse coming in, and surely he can't get the job done. In from ramp, does find the shot, but Netric nails it instead. The defuse just before.
That's really unfortunate. The bomb was pretty far gone there. If he'd have denied that one, maybe it would have come through. But instead, it just gets completely shut down. And once again, AGF just taking another round. Maybe that one wasn't as easy, but keeping 2 alive, putting their 9th on the board, and looking at this sniper comparison, Christo is fragging right now.
He certainly is. 9 rounds for AGF. They've not let anything go apart from that initial pistol trilogy from HAVU early in this map. The AK-47's ready and waiting for this A-bomb site take. And AGF, they've got the 4-man defense posted.
They're not doing all too much damage, but they know that Zori's here. They saw him cross. They've thrown the Molotov as well, as they know he's not pushed up any further. And there we go. They just deal with him. As soon as that smoke dissipates, Netric fires through. Saw already down to 1 point of health as well. So this is just a really rough round right from the get-go.
And how do HAVU contest with this? A player down, Saw 1 HP, Doto not much more, and they are going to fall. 7 finds 1 in the meantime, and this firepower we were talking about from the HAVU side just haven't materialized. 10 rounds AGF, that's that needed scoreline found.
It's a very, very favourable scoreline, and as they go into the final 2 of the half, they've, of course, got more time to play with. They're not going to be up against a whole lot here. I was actually expecting HAVU to perhaps bite the eco, or not quite the eco, but Tech-9s and such. Instead, they actually invest into it. 3 rifles, only the Tech-9 on Saw, a Mac-10 on Slowy, and if they can't pull this off, it's going to be a similar buy in the next as well. It could be 12-3 here for AGF if they play their cards right.
Yeah, certainly should be as well if this pace continues. This is where HAVU have to burst through, and it's X7 to find the first headshot. Smokes down, gives him a lot of space onto the A site. Back onto the bomb train as he needs to contend with these crossfires. He is the key man here, and Christo's got no idea. X7 still roaming, finally falls. Doesn't check for the heaven angle, and it's these AWPs doing everything right now. That double AWP setup that AGF diverted to in the initial rifle round, they're still tearing.
AGF just have such a strong read on the situation. You see right there, TMB, he's holding for main, and then he thinks, do you know what? I think they can come behind me now. So spins around and gets that kill just in the nick of time. 11-3. And as I said before, not a lot of money for HAVU right now. No C4 as well means that it is going to be a similar buy to the last. The Deagle and Mac 10 plaguing this buy, and very, very limited utility to work with.
Yeah, not much to work with. Likely the 12th here from AGF. That would be a flawless scoreline, considering they went 3-0 down right off the bat. A tale of two cities here on train. This HAVU would then be forced to post a monster CT side, which against AGF, that's easier said than done. This first map could be done and dusted all too quickly in this best of 3. We thought with Inferno out of the question, it would be a case of even trading, maybe the 2-0 for HAVU, but that looks to be a pretty distant possibility. And HAVU's main advantages of taking the early rounds in this series just really hasn't materialized once again.
I talk about the fact that sometimes in these matches it just comes down to who woke up on the right side of the bed. AGF certainly have. They are firing through on all cylinders, hitting every single shot. And the same just can't be said for HAVU. As I said before, they're really struggling here on train, not playing their best Counter-Strike. And I'm just really surprised, especially considering this next map is also a comfort map for AGF. They've got to start being scared at this point.
Yeah, they certainly should be. This is a dodgy, scary scoreline, and Doto trying to deal the damage in the 3 versus 2 scenario. The AK-47 ready and waiting. And Frozlev's able to find another one. The low HP player now puts Doto in a terrible, tumultuous situation at the 20-second mark. Bomb not on his back, moving on in, and the AK-47's ready to contend, and it's Christo instead to end the half 12-3.
That is incredibly one-sided, and I'm not sure if HAVU have got it in the tank to pull it right back. Sometimes I would say, okay, yeah, heading over to this CT side of train, it makes sense. They might be able to do the work, but so many of these players just not firing through. Doto on 2 kills, Saw on 4, not doing much better. It's just not there. There's just this huge firepower disparity right now, and AGF, especially if they win the pistol, should just be able to close here.
Yeah, they certainly could do. I think that pistol round is the difference maker. If HAVU win another one, maybe they start to bring this back. That should be 12-6, and then a rifle round. You start to see the 12-8, 12-10 come through, and then you've got a competitive scoreline. But a long road back to even get to this point, and it all starts with a pistol, of course. Saw on utility duty. It's AGF picking up some nades of their own. Double flash Frozlev as they head towards this B bomb site, maybe executing onto the A split, right down Pop Dog. These pistols firing in, and it's Christo with the first and the second. All of the headshots found. P250 traded up as he wants to go for even more damage beyond the smokes. 90 seconds remaining, bags of time to work with, and Christo, he's been incredibly confident, right over the top for 4. What a stunning pistol round here as he rips HAVU's defense apart. Just Zori versus 3 right now as this retake looks impossible.
Christo is a one-man army, and that was absolutely sensational to watch. Unfortunately, not the ace, as TMB will come up behind and seal the deal, put a bullet in Zori's head, and confirm 13 for AGF. Look at this once again. Okay, the first one's a little bit messy. Switches out to the P2000. Bang, 1 bullet. Spots out the man in connector. Jumps on top. Bang, and then look at this flick. Boop. Beautiful stuff. And now they are very, very close to the finish line and should be able to close with no mistakes.
Yeah, that should certainly be the difference maker here. 13-3. Looks all said and done, and HAVU going for the force buy in a response. Zori, Slowy, both with the scouts. Doto with that lovely Nova. We love to see it. Need to get off this 3-round mark right now, but with Christo hitting everything in this series, he's got a 4.4 KD. That is just sensational, isn't it?
Absolutely, showing that he's just making easy work of these HAVU players right now. 4 versus 4 situation as the C4 does go down. Something that you don't see all too often. Of course, the CT is just trapped behind the smoke, but lucky, able to fire through for 1 more. They trade evenly, but the rifle advantage in AGF's favor. And X7 all by himself. Brings things into a 1-on-1. Doesn't know Nectric's position, though. Seems to think he's behind the bomb train. This is where things get complicated and valuable times lost. There's no kit in hand. He puts a smoke on the bomb and maybe just goes for the defuse here. But if he does so, there's surely no way he can take it. Nectric goes for the swing, gets the headshot through, and that's 14 for AGF.
Yeah, no kit in play. If Netric just stands there, waits for maybe 5 seconds in, the round is truly over. I really do think that X7 needed to get on that bomb right there just to have a chance of winning the round. You saw the clock ticking down in AGF 14.
HAVU, they can't really afford to go for an eco here. They have to just continue to force. If they let up at all, AGF just get onto match point and quite likely close. No time for mistakes as the Mag 7, the MP9 and Scout have to try and win this one single-handedly. And once again, they're against the Rifles that are showing no signs of letting up.
And this is where we might just close this map out early. 1 minute 30. And HAVU, they'll be force buying until the finish at this point. Maybe even a 16-3 on the board for AGF. That would be quite a statement to start off our next day in the Swiss system here in LOOT.BET Season 8.
Oh, it absolutely would. You said before this one that we haven't had as many upsets this season as the last. This is your upset. You talked about the fact that AGF were a team that certainly had that potential, and I'm so excited to see it.
And it seems to be constantly the same guys. Every single season of LOOT.BET, it's AGF really surprising me. At what point do we just say, right, they are just a higher level team? I think it's the consistency that really does start to stunt them. Christo doesn't always put up these results. I would say he's the heaviest fragging player over the last, couple of months. But then you've got Frozlev in the equation as well. You've got these two really fiery players. And this series has been an absolute example of that. Closing in and, of course, looking for 15 here. What a result this would be for AGF. Galil's closing through at the 20-second mark. Of course, that bomb now needs to go down. And the frag's found. HAVU held it at arm's length. And this looks clinical.
So far, probably the most convincing game of the tournament. Slowy is able to get himself one back, but this is very much looking like lock and key for AGF. A 4 versus 2, they've got this bomb down, and only the Scout now remaining as he's locked behind this smoke, and more than likely just goes for the save. This is going to be match point now for AGF. And what's this? 12 chances to close? I don't see them losing this one.
No, I don't either. AK-47 at the rear, and it's the Galil to finish instead. 12 chances to take train. And HAVU, again, don't have much money to play with. It'll be maybe a couple of FAMASes coming through. We'll see the SMGs, those scouts one more time for HAVU, as they need to just prevent AGF from getting onto this finishing line. I mean, what do HAVU have to think about here? They have to take the scoreline right out of their minds. These sort of comebacks on train are possible, certainly not probable, and this might be literally the fastest map in LOOT.BET Season 8.
It's all about playing it round by round. If they can make these scouts fire through, then they win themselves one. It gives them a lifeline, and they can just play it from there. At this point, though, Zori, just with this scout, trying to feel around for some info towards Ivy, that head not poking out by a millimeter. And as the smoke starts to fade, maybe we see our first engagement. He does spot out a man, but doesn't choose to take the fight.
Molotov's in, and the AK's soon to follow. Nice little purple rifle about to cause a calamity on the A bomb site for the final time, perhaps. So much map control. TMB with a headshot. This one might be all said and done as Saw gets cut to pieces. And at the minute mark, what the hell can HAVU do about this one? This map has been an absolute horror story. It's been a tragedy. And 7 in Slowy, the last players alive to try and get the job done. Nice shots come through. Bomb dropped. And AGF actually outmaneuvered here, but with not much HP left to play with, I think the firepower of Christo alone might be enough to finish off this series. There is a headshot. Another AK fired in, and HAVU might be able to stay alive for a couple more seconds unless TMB can finish this series off solo. Slowy, 7, both low on health. He's got 20 seconds to work with and 30 bullets to rattle off. Slowy, perfect angle, and up on top of the oil train, trying to isolate the execute, and it won't happen. HAVU 4.
HAVU played that situation pretty perfectly, which is rather surprising. You talk about the fact that they'd outmaneuvered their opponents. They somehow managed to clutch up a 5 versus 2. Slowy and 7, keeping that lifeline alive here for HAVU. Of course, they need quite a lot more than that. 11 in a row will do the trick to take this one to OT. But AGF, they're forcing right back into this one.
Yes, certainly the case. Of course, right now, 11 now needed. This is where the comeback can kind of start to come across the tracks. But remember, AGF can finish this off at any second, and it's Frozlev to open up the fragging on the A-bomb site. Toto didn't know what hit him. He is 2 kills, 19 deaths. What a just bad performance. It's just a horrendous performance here on Train, to be perfectly honest with you. 2 kills in 20 rounds.
That's what makes me lose confidence for Mirage, though. That sort of scoreline just shows that he's just not turned up to this series whatsoever. Regardless of what map you're on, if you're a pro Counter-Strike player, you've got to be getting more than 2 frags. And even these little mistakes like that smoke missing and putting them in a really disadvantageous position, it's just these mistakes that can't be made in a series like this.
Certainly the case. 11 rounds needed, and this could be the second on a long road back. Steep hill, AGF could finish things off right now. They could quite literally finish the Finns. 40 seconds, slowly just watching towards Ivy. He'll be the main man of contest as the bomb wraps through. The Deagle cannot connect, and the secondary shot misses as well. The AK-47 only connects with 1 headshot, and HAVU, they've been totally outpositioned here. AGF, the whole A bomb side up for grabs. They have to move in before this rotate comes through, and I think they might actually be a little too late for that one. The Molotov's in for HAVU, and the angle firmly posted. A traded frag once again. The MAC-10 can't connect, and with the bomb down, 10 seconds left, Saw has to try and close this one out, and against the AK, he finds the final bullet, 1 HP to keep HAVU in this map.
Oh my, it's just coming so close. That couldn't have been closer. Saw on a single point of health surviving keeps HAVU alive for another round. AGF, this is finally going to be the eco, so HAVU have an opportunity to string together another. Are they going to do this? I'm not going to get excited just yet, but I don't know. They've stepped up a little bit.
This is the CT side of Train. We've got to kind of keep that in mind. It's not a nuke. We usually see 70-30 percentages, but HAVU, these Finnish teams, seem to always put up quite a monstrous counter-terrorist side on this particular map. And with their full 5 in the roster, if they can fire on all cylinders here, and if that momentum can really start to swing in their favor, then, yeah, this could be a massive performance. Bomb easily defused, those pistols dispatched of.
Would have been quite a statement if they could have finished it off with the Glocks, but instead they just get 1 kill, the C4 plant. That's not bad for an eco. In fact, that's pretty good. Gives them some extra cash going into the next, and means that they can go for that AWP if they want it. Rifles on the rest for utility, and that's certainly what we'll be seeing. This is where AGF want to close before this one starts to get dangerous. Of course, if they continue to lose these rounds, HAVU will just start to pull back further and further, and then the scoreline starts to get close. As we go into the 22nd, a couple of MP9s in hand for HAVU, and that's where the gap in their defenses lie. They could have gone for an upgrade, but instead they stick with these SMGs, and that means they haven't got the range to work with. Net trick, opening things up with the first, but it is instantly traded by Zori.
Yeah, but with Christo connecting towards the other side of the map, that's Ivy eliminated, and the smoke grenade is going to isolate this CT spawn, give AGF a pathway to B, and with Lucky, they could actually pull in a split if needed. TMB finds another one as well. Oh no, I think this is all over. Zori, a 1 versus 4 here as he's stuck inside the connector over towards the B bomb site. He has got the most expensive, or one of the most expensive weapons in the game, but I don't think it's going to be enough to bring this one back here. AGF bomb down, 4 players in the afterplants, and this seems to be over right now. Zori does have a defuse kit available, but AGF would have to make a gargantuan, humongous mistake if they're not going to get to the 16th round, and Zori's about to walk into this crosshair right now. Orp not good to contend with this crossfire, and as he misses a shot, that's AGF taking 16. What a performance here on Train. Could have been even more dominant, remember, Josh?
Absolutely, we were expecting HAVU to take that one, and somehow they just got absolutely dominated. I'm quite concerned for them as we move over to Mirage, which will be our second map of the series. It's HAVU's pick, but AGF have woken up hot and heavy. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back very shortly.
get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy, I overdose. Cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time. But baby, then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you. With you. I am committed cause I know it's you I want. Hope I never see you go home. Oh, come along. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Welcome back, everybody. We've just seen an absolute whitewash of a first map from AGF over on Train. Of course, it was their map pick, but I don't know. Mirage, it's HAVU's territory, but a comfortable one for AGF as well. And, I mean, this is really touch and go, because what can you say for this? AGF, they have so much momentum built up. They was just firing on all cylinders. Christo was a one-man army, finding every single frag, winning every single gunfight in the last. And I just don't know what HAVU can bring into this one. They are kicking things off in this CT side. Doesn't matter all them the preference. Going into this pistol, it is actually going to be the Kevlar on 3 of these men on the AGF side. In fact, 4. Netric goes for that smoke and flash combo. But this means that they haven't got the P250s to work with. They haven't got the full utility to go for an execute. And it's looking like they are going to go for some early mid control. Slowly the utility man for this CT side. And Doto, I'm not sure what his plan was there, but somehow connects either way. Able to find those first 2 as Saw punches in for another. And that bomb now dropped in mid. They have to try and retrieve this one. And the CTs are just charging through, winning every single gun.
Such a change pace there. They won the pistol on the first half of the first map. That was their T pistol, but now the CT side, which was a bit of a liability. We didn't get to see too much of it at the end. And that 1-0 start there for HAVU. AGF now looks to change it back.
Interesting to see HAVU still pretty firm favourites going into this one. As I said before, of course, it is their map pick, so you do expect them to. But after a really on Train, to be honest, I expected a lot more out of them. I don't think that they're going to be all too comfortable coming into Mirage. They have found that initial round, and that will give them a little bit of a booster, a leg up perhaps. But that's really what we saw on Train as well. They had a really convincing pistol round. They took 3 in a row, and then they just seemed to drop off the face of the earth. Didn't find another round until their opponents were on 15. Here in the second, it is just the pistol Kevlar buy from AGF. A full investment from everyone except Christo, who's saving for that AWP in the buy-up in 2 rounds' time. The TMB, he has been spotted out. Fires off a couple of shots, can't connect. He is going to fall to Slowy. That gives HAVU this early man advantage, some control over towards the B apartments. And if they push any further, they'll realise that there's no AGF members to be seen and that they're actually stacked up outside A with this C4. As they want to try and push through and take control. Very little utility there. In fact, a single smoke grenade to rain over, and I think their best bet is to use it in the post plant. So they absolutely need to hit all the shots here with these deagles, and if they can't, then they have problems on their hands. Saw firing through with another kill with that MP9, just adding complications to this whole attack.
Nothing really to be done. Netric comes in with 1, and now Doto the next to receive a challenge. All these head glitch angles, they're so hard to contest and contend with. But Netric does fire through for another one, and that's HAVU second.
Pretty confident second, of course, keeps those weapons floating, keeps the money in the bank. And as they go into the third, there shouldn't have to be many reinvestments. So HAVU, they're in a pretty comfortable position right now, and yeah, they're just going to be against a full eco here in round number 3, so they should just be able to dispose of this one with ease.
Yeah, AGF, not really a chance. Getting a bomb down is the absolute jackpot here, giving them a little bit of extra cash going into the next, perhaps. But what is the game plan to try and do that? Of course, challenging Zori beside mid is going to be of the utmost difficulty, even with the run boost in full effect. He can just back off with the incendiary to bail him out of a world of trouble there. Glocks, Glocks, Glocks. They can be scary, but not this time. Contended with quite nicely towards the middle of the map as HAVU don't incur any damage.
That's a really swift round. Zori, of course, just spotting out that information, radioing it all to his teammates, and they can just deal with it with absolute ease. No problems whatsoever. AGF, with those Glocks, as you say, they're very scary once they get up close. But as at a distance, they're just easy to contend with, especially with the range of that FAMA.
And this is where things start to get a little more difficult for AGF. Obviously not as confident on this second map. With Train being the first, that was their pick. I expected HAVU to take it, in fact. But unfortunately for them, they come out second best, and well, by quite a margin as well. TMB tagged early. Netric eats the nade.
Not the best of starts here for AGF in their buy round. They've taken a lot of preliminary damage from these grenades and not dealt a single point of it themselves. Zori posted on a nice angle with this AWP. Might be able to find this man. It's TMB lingering in the apartments. Oh, I think he just spotted the barrel straight through the wall. That's the man advantage for them to work with. And AGF, they started to rotate that bomb over. They wanted to try and get onto B, but with TMB falling, they know that they no longer have control. There's a chance that X7 or Zori could push up, and therefore they have to try and seek an avenue elsewhere.
We didn't really get to see Zori's full firepower there on train. As soon as he got to the CT side, the map was pretty much over 16-6. This time, we will finally get to see that sniper rifle come to avail. 4 rifles remain for AGF as they draw HAVU to evens. Orp rotating through from Christo. That's a close and personal shot. Doto drops. HAVU now, how are they going to get back into this one? Maybe they decide to actually bail away from A, and Zori, he's got 6k in the reserve, but wants to double dip with the AWP. He's the only man to have found a frag for HAVU thus far this round. And well, at the 30-second mark, I think he's just going to try and go for an exit.
Certainly, as the flash goes over, he almost certainly drops. Maybe stays alive a little bit longer to tell the tale. But with 5 seconds left on this bomb, he certainly can't get this defuse in. He hasn't been able to find any man. AGF, well, the last place they expected him to be was hiding in plain sight. And they are able to put their first down. Christo's ability to use this AWP at close range is absolutely incredible. And he just pulls it off time and time again.
And this is where AGF really need to rattle and roll these rounds back in their favour. 1 round certainly not enough to contend with the 3 of HAVU. The AWP back in the hands of Zori, of course. That's a primary investment that HAVU always need to make on this CT side. The full buy, not much cash in the coffers. And Zori, unfortunately, misses that first shot. He's forced back into the connector as Netric sweeps away the first. That's Slowy to drop. TMB incurs a lot of damage in translation, but very even trading. TMB still very low. And at the 90-second mark, let's see what HAVU can do.
3 versus 3. TMB is on only 2 points of health, of course. But AGF have got a nice setup over towards this B site. Netric coming in from short, if he can make a play, then it changes the tables. But instead, he drops straight to X7. Man advantage now in HAVU's favour, and TMB still on low HP. Gets eliminated by that grenade. Leaves it all down to Christo. Incredibly capable. He's the man I'd want last alive on my side if he was in a 1v3. But it's not going to happen today. Saw finishes him off, and that's going to be 4 for HAVU.
Certainly will be, and this is where that CT scoreline starts to get slightly more scary. There's the reset. AGF, they've got enough money in the reserve to go for this investment going into round number 6. The AWP back in the hands of Christo. He actually has enough to drop away a follow-up AK, and he absolutely will. So, full utility. This will be quite the stonking buy. Just lucky with the Deagle, and actually doesn't want to invest in 20 utility. He does late in the round after the buy time. So, no smoke, no mollies for him. Wanting to keep $1,000 in the reserve as Frozlev sweeps away the first shot. Remember, he's the entry fragger here for AGF, but that one given away.
It's a much better start from AGF. The pace continuing to go up a notch, and as they want to try and contend CT as well. This smoke's going to go down. Oh, that's unfortunate. Saw peeking out just at the wrong moment there. That's actually going to make the smoke land out of place, but it goes for an ill-advised peek, and that's going to be Christo doing.
TMB's got the angle behind this smoke, fully contended and contested. They know exactly what this HAVU configuration looks like, and this should be the first shot found. TMB does, swings in for the second, but it's Slowy to perhaps save this AWP now. He needs to give this over to Zori in the next, and with 10 seconds left to tick, he's going to backtrack and try and save the sniper.
Netric dropping there in CT and placing that smoke in the wrong position ends up being a bit of a blessing in disguise. Of course, running to smoke off CT, dropped it as he was, had it in his hand, so it just kind of dropped randomly, and it left some nice gaps in it. Meant that HAVU had to try and play around it, and AGF were just able to use it as a one-way. Real nice avenue to get that second round on the board, and close this gap early on. Not a lot of money here for the HAVU camp, so it's going to be an investment, but a couple of rifles here and there is going to be all. Not a lot of utility, pistols to back it up. There was actually an AWP on the floor for Slowy, so it's a fairly decent buy for HAVU. But if AGF can break it, they'll break the bank and level out this scoreline early.
Yeah, Christo back with the AWP. It's Slowy as the opposing AWPer here for HAVU. Not throwing that over to Zori. That's a change-up. I don't know what the mindset is behind. I really do fancy Zori as that AWP, that solo star on the HAVU side, but instead it's 3 frags found, Lucky able to only contend back with 1. There's Christo with a nice shot, and the AWP still placed towards the CT spawn. Does spot out that antenna, and as the smoke goes away, that really does isolate him into A, and I don't think he's going to check for the second Underdark. It's Zori to close it out. That was actually his first kill of the round as well, so he stays completely silent, and let's see what they can do with the double AWPs.
Well, getting into the 8th, it's just a full eco here for AGF. Frostlev has spotted out the man on the boost, and he can't overstay as well. Saw knows he needs to drop and fall away. But the range of these rifles, just against these Glocks and a single Deagle in the hand of Netric, shouldn't be able to get too much done. And Saw is just stat padding. He's farming the frags here in mid, found himself 2, switched to the USP for more, playing it as if it's a pistol round, but realizes that maybe that's not the best move. Takes a backtrack, reloads that M4, and goes in for more in a few seconds' time.
Yeah, he knows that his chances are far superior with the rifle in hand. And well, that's exactly why. A quad kill to finish things off. No cash farm from X7's MP9, but that's not really going to matter. HAVU's still building that bank. A flawless round, no damage incurred, and AGF just held away on mid. I really do wonder why they're going towards mid in all of these eco rounds. You'd usually want to go either towards Palace or the B apartments, but maybe spotting out some sort of weakness, I don't really know. As soon as HAVU actually spot this aggression on mid, they are always going to collapse, and you see that, well, Slowy, he's doing that every single time.
You're right to pick up on it. It doesn't make a great deal of sense. Of course, on an eco round, your goal is really to get a bomb plant, maybe get 1 or 2 frags, and instead, they've just been crumbling in mid. This time, Doto gets super aggressive in the Palace. It drops Frostlev early, and this is not what you want, opening in the first 20 seconds of your buy round. This is a really important one for AGF to take, and in losing that first man, their chances decrease massively, especially with another one falling. It's a nice shot from Zori, good read that actually that window boost can come through, and he's able to rotate off of it.
And AGF just stuck in the connector right now, held it at arm's length, and only Electric able to open up. This allows C0n this fairly powerful angle behind the ticket booth. He does get smoked away, but there's a massive gap in that one. He's got so much space to work with if he needs it. He's aware that this could entirely be a bait. It isn't. He's able to sweep away the shot. That's actually the spray away, but nobody going to connect onto that one. I'm sure he would have peppered through very minimal damage regardless. It should be a simple scenario for HAVU right now. AWP ready and waiting. They know exactly where Netric is playing from inside the connector. With Lucky only finding 1 in response, taking loads of damage as a response. Slowy, a headshot. And that should end the round in its tracks. Lucky has 3 HP, and it's the jumping shot from X7 to finish off the 7th.
Felt a little bit bizarre. That bomb was pretty far gone. They hold that up for another 3 seconds, and that's their round. But instead, they do go for those peaks, and that flank coming in from short was just... Well, it took a little while, but obviously fired through eventually. A close round from AGF, much closer than the last couple. Look at the headshot from Slowy. He is lightning fast to the punch there with that AWP. And no surprise, he's actually picking up this double sniper. When we saw the sniper comparison on Train, I was a little bit surprised that we saw Slowy's name come up. But I don't know, it makes sense. He seems to be picking it up more at the moment.
Yeah, certainly the case. 7-2 as well. The first pause coming through for AGF. Funnily enough, we saw Nothing like this from HAVU in the first map. Of course, that was the 16-6 victory for AGF, a complete change of pace coming into the second. But HAVU never broke the pace. We didn't see a single pause, not even once. Not this tactical, not to try and discuss this. 7-2 regardless, AGF, they will be beaten to the punch right now.
Maybe HAVU need to go back to just banning Train. I think that was a real weak point. We saw HAVU at the worst I've seen them in a very, very long time.
Yeah, no, that's difficult as well, because I wonder if it would have been a similar scoreline if AGF had picked up Inferno instead. It's a really kind of touch-and-go moment in the city. When you see that veto and you think, right, HAVU, they don't play a ton of Train, of course. Like, it's decent in the finish scene, so of course they would have got that practice on it, but they didn't really come into that map massively hot. Here on Mirage, they're hitting their shots. This CT side looks incredibly robust. We didn't really get to see what that CT side was really made of, though, Josh, did we? Because it was almost over as of the first rifle round.
Exactly, yeah. They pick up a couple, but yeah, they were far too close to the finish line, so it made it very, very difficult. Right now, they are hitting every single shot, and Zori fires in for 2 instantly. Of course, they're just against the pistols right now, and AGF, well, early on, they tried their luck towards B, losing those 2 men as start to slow things down, and X7, he can just spray away through this smoke. As he runs out of bullets, I thought maybe they'd overwhelm him. That's exactly what they go for. Waterfall down, but he's reloaded, and he's good for 2 more. Zori picks up the last, and that's going to be 8 on the board for HAVU.
And just showing the power of X7 there, if you're playing at home, if you're wanting to be a better player, just look at how X7 plays, because his fundamentals is so perfect. As soon as he runs out of ammo, of course, those Sankyus, he changes his angle, completely sneaking all the way in, and AGF have no idea where that AK-47 is poised. So maybe if you're a gold nova out there and you want to know, right, how do I improve? Why do I suck on the CT side? Look at players like X7 with amazing fundamentals.
Round number 11, an important one for AGF now, and oh, Zori, that is a paper-thin angle, and he's somehow fired through. Looking as well, he's spotted out the second. Maybe he can find another shot here. If they pick into this, it'd be rather foolish. Unfortunately, changes the angle just at the wrong moment and can't connect, but a man advantage nonetheless, and AGF, they're just struggling.
X7 actually throws in the Molotov there, and unfortunately, if that piece of utility hadn't been fired in, X7 would have then had a bit of util in his pocket for any potential afterplant retake scenario, and Zori would have found that second shot. He does nail it regardless, as HAVU, they are keeping control of this map right now. Slowly, it's all of the snipers pitching in. Just a 5 versus 2 for AGF to try and carry through, and Frozlev, it might be too little too late from the ramp.
This has certainly been a bizarre series so far. This is going to be 9-2 for HAVU. A very, very one-sided affair here on Mirage, as it was on Train. Netric all on his own in a 1v4. He's got some time on the clock, and maybe if he comes in from connector, he goes unchecked and can get himself 1 or 2. Spreading away through that wood does some damage. Oh, look at that headshot. That's absolutely crispy. Fires in for more, does do loads of damage onto Slow. He can finish him off with the Glock. So a 2 versus 1 situation, very doable, but his position known, 20 seconds on the clock.
Zori just with the backtrack as well angle. 9-2 there on the board for HAVU. Feels like as soon as AGF come out on top of any of these engagements, it's somebody from HAVU. It's this teamwork, this communication, this coordination from playing together for so long, which is really paying dividends here on Mirage. What a big CT side. That seemed to be the pace, the trend, the storyline of this series. It's the battle of the counter-terrorist halves.
Netric showing us there that a lack of skill isn't the problem. Certainly just the way that they're playing Mirage right now. They seem to be going for mid-control in a lot of these rounds unsuccessfully. I just want to see like a solid execute. I want to see them set up towards A and go for a proper take. And it seems like they're trying to spread around the map for too much. They're trying to get this default in, trying to gain some information, trying to gain some control, and it's just not working. This time, TMB's actually managed to wriggle his way through, and he's in the CT spawn. This could cause complications as long as his teammates can stay alive.
Mirage often is a very default execute heavy map. You can get right outside of both bomb sites with the skyboxes, but look at this positional advantage from TMB. He's right in the back line, and Zori, surely not long for this world. He steps in front, finds one for his troubles, but Zori, that slalom man, still alive. He just won't die right now on Mirage. He's got an 18 KD, and he's looking for even more. A double kill already as AGF close in. Still a minute to play with, and that bomb finally needs to go down. 50 seconds, finally bomb dropped. And Frozlev contending for connector control, but Zori's doing even more right now. He just won't give up on this A bomb site. He's been such a monster here on Mirage, and looking to put HAVU on 10 rounds in the retake. Frozlev, he's got the more powerful angle of the two, and he's able to take down Slowy, isolating this into a 2 versus 2. Zori right over the top, knows that connector is being controlled, and with Christo, that contender AWP, he's got the Galil instead to try and do the damage. Zori won. How does he find this second? He can't. It's Christo to finish. Zori, apparently, he's not invincible, but he's certainly sensational.
Absolutely. An important third for AGF to pick up, but it came very, very close. And you're right to pick up on Zori just being incredible this game. A KD of 20 is not something you see very often. TMB, unfortunately, he had such a powerful position. The lurk was fantastic. And whilst he was able to find one and get the information on the second, he didn't get as much as he should have been able to there.
No, absolutely not. Right now, 20 kills, 2 deaths. We'll see how he ends at the end of the half, but that is just such a disgustingly monstrous scoreline here. A couple of traded frags from AGF as I feel like they need to close this half out with 5 or 6. We know they've had big CT sides, but I don't think they can replicate what we saw on Train here on this second map of the day. They seem just a little more uncomfortable. AGF, a lot of their series have gone 2-1, as they do need that third map, that difference maker, going the absolute distance. Christo with one in the meantime. Bomb down AGF. There should be a fourth.
Certainly one of the win conditions for the second half is actually AGF pulling back the next 3, taking it 9-6, and then trying to carry across that momentum. If they can do so, they've certainly got a good chance at pulling this one back. But HAVU right now have just looked like the significantly stronger side on Mirage. And Zori, a man that we wasn't saying his name all too much on Train, is just doing sensational work and making this so difficult for AGF to get onto any site ever. He's been a brick wall with that AWP.
Yeah, there's a couple of factors in Counter-Strike that's very hard to contend with. Massive speed, just like aggression on the T side, when it feels like you just can't hold up a defense. The other factor is just a great AWP player. They can really separate themselves away from the pack, and this is quite a cruel comparison. Obviously, comparing anybody to Zori in this server would look slightly embarrassing. Netric also, obviously, for AGF, he hasn't even really been the AWP, so Bit of a weak comparison there. It's usually down to Christo a lot of the time on the sniper duty. This time, TMB.
Can't quite connect that shot. The Molotov gets extinguished instantly as well. This is actually looking like a bit of a one-way for Saw. Maybe he can capitalize on this as AGF do continue to push through. Christo has to be very, very careful here. But just expending this utility into connector, he's not taking any chances. And Saw gets Molotov out. The angle goes for the shot, can't connect it.
Great shot from Christo, and Lucky able to follow it up. That's the change of pace from AGF. What was looking like a lockdown defense now seems slightly penetrable. The Molotov in, that'll force Zori into the flames. A cremation on the A-bomb site. This HAVU prevented from 10, and AGF do it again. This rollback of rounds might actually give them a couple of chances on the CT side here, Josh.
Absolutely. This second wave of energy is exactly what they needed. Right now, going into the 15th, they're contesting for a 9-6 half. They have to face up against another full buy, something you mentioned a few rounds back, that HAVU had actually built a sufficient bank to buy into every single round until the end. And now in the 15th, they're all down to the $0 mark. They don't want to waste anything. They want to make sure they've got the best of buys coming into this final of the half. So, limited utility, but all the firepower to work with as they want to put 10 on the board. And in doing so, it massively increases their chances.
Palace control, this should be the burst, aided by Christo. He's the second man through. As soon as that peek he receives from the jungle area, wants to trade any of those frags early, it would be with a free fire. Dark not checked. Doto able to spray away the first, not the second. Lucky opens up, doubles down on the damage. Stairs now under control in contest as the Molotovs just pour in. Look at that fire parade beside the connector. And how the hell we get back into this one? It might be with the headshot. Slowy and Saw, both the S's pitching through. 70 seconds left to be played, and AGF really don't have a lot of HP to get this one done. Plenty of time, though, as the jump up comes through. Slowy able to contend and contest as Christo. One bullet would take him down, but the AWP, definitely a deadly factor, knows exactly where Slowy's playing from, and one bullet's going to end the half.
That's really unfortunate that Lucky's gone for a peek in that scenario. He had loads of time on the clock, and he just needed to wait for Christo to help him out. But instead, goes for the peek a little bit prematurely, and it allows HAVU on to 10. A very, very strong half. AGF have done well to recover it right at the end, though. You see that little string of 3 rounds in a row means that this scoreline is very, very much doable. We saw a 12-3 the other way around on Train. So I think that AGF have definitely got a chance if they can take this pistol, but it needs to come off of the back of that. Otherwise, we are just going to see HAVU sweep this one under the rug.
It certainly does, and HAVU have been very competitive in those T-side pistols. On Mirage, taking more than the majority of them. As we get into the second half, that is going to be the key turning point of this map, I feel. AGF certainly looks like to be deprived of that 2-0 scoreline, and we might be going to nuke as a decider.
Shortly getting into this second half, as I say before, the pistol round will really be the decider. If HAVU can take it, they draw also closer to that finish line and should be able to tip it over the edge. If AGF do, then they've got a bit of a climb. They have to close out 5 just to level up this scoreline, and then a further 6 to finish things off. So definitely a tall order, but one that's certainly doable. It all just comes off of the back of that pistol. If they can win it, it changes the whole pace of this one.
Yeah, and taking a big break of pace actually before the second half as well. A more extended pause. I guess this, I don't know who this would have been. AGF usually seem to just be ready and waiting to get into the server. I imagine HAVU, with such a successful first half, would be ready and raring to go, get into this action. Of course, a bit of a break of momentum at the end of the half. That chain of 3 definitely gives AGF a chance. This was looking like a potential 13-3, 12-2 scoreline. Or a 13-2, 12-3 scoreline, I should say. It would be nice if we could get a 13, I don't know.
13-3. That'd mean there's more rounds of Counter-Strike. That'd be 32-round game. We love Counter-Strike. We love more of it.
Well, we might get more this series. LOOT.BET has been full of big bamboozling 3 mappers with overtime galore. Today, Josh, might not be much different.
Well, as we get things kicked off in the pistol, it's 3 sets of Kevlar for the HAVU guys. Saw and Zori, the ones with the utility to work with PT50 in his hand as well, as they get aggressive towards mid early. Christo spotted him out, but he needs to find the frags.
And with the USPS at the ready, that is the first. X7 drops, and nobody to contend or to contest over towards the middle of the map. Christo is able to double dip, this time into the T-pit. Doto instantly eliminated, and that pistol looks poignant. Finally finding that second, and now the P250 needs to come to avail. He will. It's on the hands of Zori. Massive triple kill for him on the T-pistol of Train, and needs to do it all over again into the B-bomb site. Bomb going on through, and Zori able to find 2. Much more to do here. He doubles down with the damage. Not contested as of the minute mark, and it's only Slowy in a 1 versus 2 scenario as he has to hold away the B-bomb site. Solo hold, TMB prevents it.
That's such a fantastic round. Christo just showcasing how talented he really is. 2 beautiful headshots to open things up. And it's actually just a joy to watch. In pistol rounds like this, where you see these headshots come through. Lightning fast snap there. And then, well, we do actually miss it, but a very nice follow-up headshot on ramp as well, just to open things up for his side.
Yeah, very flashy kills as well, I've got to say. Christo, certainly a man to watch out for in this series. We saw him firing off on Train and maybe once again on Mirage.
HAVU right here, still the firm favourites coming into this one, despite the fact that AGF have taken the pistol. With no kept bomb plant as well, they are just going to go for a full eco in the second. Christo abusing that one-way smoke means that they are actually a man ahead here early on in the 17. They got punching in for a lot of damage. Maybe the C4 goes down here. Oh my, the nade perfect denies it. That's fantastic from TMB.
And if that utility is going to be a storyline for AGF throughout this half, that's certainly something to watch out for. If you're more uncomfortable on a map, that utility damage will be notably and statistically much less. A weaker team on Inferno, to be honest, won't be doing that same banana nade damage as an Astralis or even an AGF, who usually very effective with that util. HAVU just the rifles in this one. The AWP deprived, as AGF, they can't afford one either.
Quite a lot deprived here when you look at the fact there's only one Molotov in play, no HEs, not a single piece of utility on SAW. They're really relying on the gunfights going their way. And right now, they're going for this mid-A split, trying to feel around for some information. They know what's up, they've heard some sound cues, but nothing spotted as of yet. And the danger man right now is this setup over towards Rapids. Frostlev unlucky that they fall straight off the bat, and this isn't going well for AGF.
No, that's not a standard configuration whatsoever on the A-bomb site, and it gets instantly punished from HAVU. You see that they're massively aware that that could have been a possibility, and finding 2 kills for those troubles, and maybe even forced into this retake scenario now, AGF, considering Dota just 3 HP to his name. Unfortunately, no HEs this time. The Molotovs depriving all of this positional control. Maybe it's time to save the rifles, perhaps.
No kit in hand for TMB. They fancy just bringing these into the next. It does make sense. Frostlev's got some money behind him, and they might be able to drop as well off the back of it. They're not going to have any loss bonus built up because this is the second half, of course, and they've won every round so far. And with Netric falling, this isn't good at all for AGF. This is going to be 11 for HAVU, more than likely 12.
Yeah, really not much to work with here, AGF, going into the next. And there's a chance that TMB might fall here. The AK-47 dispatches of him as well. And AGF, all of the rifles rinsed.
Trailing by 4 and probably a full eco going into this one with maybe a couple of pistols here and there. Frostlev will probably hold on to his cash. And yeah, maybe they go for a couple of deagles. Maybe not. Maybe they just go for this full eco. Make sure they have as much as they can going into that full investment.
Straight into the A-bomb site, and AGF really don't have any more than just the pistol, no body armor to contend with this one. Best case scenario here, they do maybe a tiny tickle of damage. Maybe they find just 1 kill, but that seems to also be null and void. 12-7 should be a guarantee. I didn't even spot TMB towards the top of mid. That's actually massive. Gives him a little bit of money. The AK-47 to work with, and HAVU now forced into a hunt. The opportunity for even more damage here. Netric does unfortunately miss the shot. That would have been a second rifle for his troubles, and would have certainly slowed this hunt down into the B apartments. TMB holding ground, needs to be hyper aware that Slowy could be coming through behind. Knows this angle, TMB's got it under wraps, but finally contended with. But that's a successful round from AGF. 2 kills, keep the money low. Here are the reinvestments. HAVU need 4 to finish.
Cheeky play from TMB there as well to get that knife kill. Gives him lots of money, and actually he was one of the players that were really trailing, only sort of $1,700 in the bank from the one prior. So getting that knife kill gives him that 5k that he needs to go for that M4, the utility and the kit, and have a really healthy buy. He's obviously the only man with the kit on this AGF side. The economy isn't massively thriving. Limited utility, but this time the AWP on Christo, and that Molotov going down gives them a nice one way to work with. He can spot out the attackers, but can't seem to connect any shots just yet.
It's all this mid-control, and AGF in the first half couldn't really do much with this. Let's see if HAVU any different. Nice nade once again, saw down to 36, and taken down as in entirety. Christo's only able to trade 1 for 1, and that's not an advantage for this CT side here. It thins out the defense, and HAVU can pounce.
Frostlev has managed to retrieve that AWP, and in doing so, backtrack round to A to support his teammate. It's actually lucky playing up close. This is really dangerous, though. It's looking like HAVU are going to go for this split towards this A-bomb site, and as the connector's been dropped, in fact, the bomb's been dropped in connector, it brings things into a 4-on-2. Should be around for the taking for AGF.
Certainly should be. That would draw the scoreline closer to evens. 12-8 really isn't that far away. A couple of rifle rounds in a row, and you're right back to evens here.
Zori all alone. He's done some incredible work so far this game, but I don't think he's 1v4 material at this stage. The C4 down, he is able to find himself the first on an unsuspecting TMB that's looking the other way, but now still 3 to 5.
This would be the ace from Zori here in round number 20, and potentially putting HAVU right over the top. Nobody contending for that bomb control AGF, but how does he get this C4 down and away at the 20-second mark? He's got a crossfire to breach and break, and surely this angle, it's being contested by Frozlev right now as he moves on through. Shoulder spotted, frag found, 12 seconds left, and he needs to spot out Frozlev. It's not going to happen. Easy kill, perhaps, but at the 5-second mark, he now needs to tap these digits in. It's not going to happen. Netric won't peak. That is the 8th secured for AGF, but heavy damage dealt. That's economical turmoil for AGF.
That is a valiant attempt from Zori. A 4K found, an AWP retrieved, a couple of seconds more on that clock, and I really fancy his chances there. That economical damage, so impactful as well. Look at the money here on AGF.
And you said he wasn't 1v5 material, Josh.
He wasn't. If it was a 1v3 maybe, he would have won it, but
he's 1v3 material. Maybe perspex, not glass.
Absolutely. Very, very unfortunate, though, that he wasn't able to take that one. And right now, the CT side have suffered because of it. Christo down to that scout. Couple of FAMASs in play. And so far, nothing.
10 of that smoke inside the connector, and Frozlev is able to sweep away the first shot here. Remember the AGF money incredibly low. Forces out the FAMAS and the scout. This is not an ideal buy, and taking a convincing one right now and retrieving a couple of AK-47s would be perfect. Zori contending for mid-control and slowly finding a headshot as well. AGF need to really take advantage of these 5v3 situations. That's something they're not doing thus far. Might be deprived of a 9th as a response. Bomb drop towards the top of mid. HAVU have to re-engage. They've got all of this control, and AGF don't know what's going on. They haven't spotted that C4 after the minute mark. And with ramp control taken, HAVU, they'll be nowhere to be found right now. They'll have this flank on long, and the big question is, how quickly does Doto engage? He's got the AK at the ready. Bomb drop towards mid. And with the Molotov on the bomb site, it's, well, that's towards the top of mid, I guess. He just wants to clear these corners, but he's not contending for this CT spawn. This is perfect for AGF with Doto playing such a slow passive attack. They will be right through his back. Quick kill found, bomb still retained, and Slowy, how does he get back into this one now with 30 seconds on the clock?
It's such a bizarre round to watch play out over a bird's eye view where they wrap all the way around. Have you just assume that AGF have got that bomb control? And in wasting so much time to retrieve it, it gives AGF a lifeline into this one. Slowy has managed to grab it. As he heads up short, he has to win this fight onto Lucky to get it down. 9 seconds on this clock. Hasn't got the time for it. Lucky needs to just swing out and deny this plant. And he's able to do exactly that. 9 on the board for AGF. And that was quite a nice one. I like the way that one played out.
Yeah, super well played there from AGF. You saw in that 1 versus 2 scenario, they go back to just simple, playing that bomb control, saying, right, let's split between the bomb sites, catch him on the plant. He doesn't have enough time to do anything with this one. 12-9 as a result.
I do wonder when they wrapped around the T-spawn whether that was calculated or not. Because they did prioritize mid instead of wrapping around to B, which means maybe they did know that C4 was down and they just knew that HAVU would spend too much time collecting it and that would be their chance.
This time just pistols for HAVU. Could be a chance for double digits for the Danes.
Certainly should be. They'd have to make quite the mistake to let it slip. Of course, this is a full investment from HAVU, but as they head over towards B, Netric with this MP9, he's certainly got this automatic potential to just rip away these pistols. As that smoke starts to dissipate, he will start to spot out the opponent. And as a second one looking like it's going to be deployed, it will certainly confirm that there are men here. Flashes rain through. Here come the Tech 9.
Oh no, that smoke as well is actually perfect for HAVU to gain a prompt exit onto this bomb site. Exit from apps. The frags found, but Christo now challenged. Another 2 versus 2 scenario in the AWP. Maybe not the best tools for the job. Bomb away. Time pressure applied. There is 2 kits in play here. As AGF, they want to double dip through the marketplace. HAVU still have this one under lock and key, but with only an SMG retrieved here. No rifle at the ready. At the 20-second mark, AGF, they will creep and crawl their way in. It's all with the first and that Deagle to contest. HAVU steal away a 13th.
That's so unfortunate for AGF. That was a round they really needed to win. If they'd have taken it, would have gone 12-10. They could have had a very, very good opportunity to come back. But instead, it goes 13-9. They'll then have very, very little money left in the bank here. And it really adds complications to this whole situation. The entry kills coming up right now. Not something that we often touch upon. But Doto currently sitting on 6. So he's having a lot of impact here, especially on this T side, just opening up the round.
Yeah, and the 3 top entry fragging members all on HAVU, and that's considering they haven't finished this T side yet, which is where you're usually finding the majority of those entries. Realistically, it's AGF on the back foot, and they've gone for the force buy as a response. Map over if they can't win it. It'll be 14-9, money broken in the next, and, well, pretty much back to basics once again for the Danes.
Zori is actually the first to fall, and this is an opportunity for us to realise that he's currently sitting 32-9. Despite the fact that HAVU haven't had the strongest second half so far, since the first, he's still been putting up some pretty big numbers.
32-9, and we're not even nearly at the end of this map. That is something that I don't know how that slipped under the radar. He was 22-2 earlier, so I mean, statistically it's dropping off, but that is just so phenomenal.
I love that play from TMB there. As soon as the Molotov comes through, he has 2 options. Stand in it and try and hit the headshot, or run away and more than likely die. He goes for the former, and it works out perfectly. Man advantage still for AGF. That clock continues to tick, and HAVU want to try and get on B.
And only Netric to hold away the angle here. Scout in play, needs to nail a first and opening tag here. If it's the headshot, he's got a real opportunity right now. But with that first, has to backtrack. He needs to stay alive and wait for the rotates to wrap in. But AGF, they're not budging away from the A bomb site. That might be a real problem right now. Is HAVU close in? There's the kill in AGF. Where the hell are they? They're towards the other side of the map. They thought this was a fake, and surely that information should have been radioed through. Bomb down, HAVU now firm favorites. This should certainly be a 14th, but there's a frag. Boost comes over the top, and with the null and void buy, no kit in play, this is so challenging, so difficult, and the crossfire placed should be impenetrable. Doto tagged, not quite fragged as the pistols come through. It's Frozlev to find another. 7, he's stuck behind the van right now, and Frozlev knows exactly where he's playing from. Needs this frag, and he finds it. Last possible second. That is amazing.
Does just about have enough time on this defuse as well. Absolutely sensational stuff. And it will come through in the very last tick. That's 10 on the board for AGF. Such an important round for them to pick up, and it wasn't looking like they were going to be able to do so.
Still a lackluster buy from AGF, deprived of the AWP, but HAVU, of course, they want to double dip with the pistols. They think that this is their opportunity to get it over, said and done right here, right now, and Slowy, he's taken so much control onto short. There's the opening headshot as a result, and with the smokes placed, there's no opportunity to trade.
Does get dinked in the meantime, and the rifle dropped isn't massively retrievable. Netric making sure of that. But HAVU, they want to get onto this A bomb site instead, and that smoke's going to allow Sword to creep in an even more precarious angle. Man advantage, and AGF taking this ramp control as a response. X7 needs to go big, lands the first shot, connects the second, and that's pretty much all over for AGF here in the 24th.
X7 the star, remember, he's heading over to Hence for DreamHack, but making a statement here in LOOT.BET first. 14-10 AGF. This might be going to a third and final map here. We think that Nuke is certainly on the cards, and I expect a force buy to come through in the next. They're going to contend for OT. I'm really not sure as of this point. See what they go for? No, it's the pistols. They're going to be back to basics in both of these follow-up rounds. HAVU, this is a real opportunity to close as AGF needs 6 in a row.
A golden ticket to Nuke right now, and HAVU need to grab it. If they don't, then maybe AGF can pull this one back and take it in regulation, take it to overtime, at this point, anything's still on the cards. But that last going HAVU's favour certainly makes things trickier. Slowy just walking out of A dry, not making any sound cues. And this will mean AGF rather unsuspecting. Lucky's going to drop straight away, and that forces the rotations over.
The AK's in play, and AGF, they don't have a chance in this one. Frozlev next to fall, and these Deagles, they're falling apart at the seams. Christo next to drop, and HAVU surely get the bomb down, the round secured. And AGF, do they even just try and go for this one? They do have a kid in play, but a 2 versus 5 with only Desert Eagles. It seems practically impossible, not just improbable. And HAVU, this will be map point right now. Nuke certainly favored to come through. I'm sure we'll see those odds before it comes to a close, but I think this one might be over already. AGF, they need 5 in a row. They certainly had their chances here on this CT side, just letting it slip against the Rifles in the last.
TMB looking to just kind of try and do some damage here. He knows that there's not a whole lot of point in saving this Deagle, and if he can take away an AK from X7, that would be fantastic. He's a little bit late to the party, though, as this bomb's only got 5 seconds left. Everybody's disappeared.
I love that from X7, though. It's a little touch. Instead of bailing through Palace, which he really didn't need to do, he could have given away an AK-47 there. He goes through the CT spawn, minimizes that risk, knowing that there's only a Deagle in play. There's no point in really hunting for that one. The goal is to stop TMB getting an AK-47, and that's exactly what he achieves. Perfect play.
The players exiting 2 by 2, and TMB, a pretty impressive flip.
That's a barrel roll.
That was a front flip. He didn't land it, though. Landed on his head.
We actually call that a roly-poly.
Yeah, whatever. Mid-air roly-poly, front flip, barrel roll, whatever you want to call it. It's 15 for HAVU. 5 in a row needed for AGF to bring this one to overtime. With only the Deagles to work with, it becomes very, very tricky. Lucky does find himself 1, evens out these numbers into a 4-on-4, and a little whiff from Slowy gives them more opportunity.
Yeah, Nuke certainly seems to be on the cards right now as AGF contending for all of this control. The Deagle might end things. Zori with such a monstrous scoreline, and what a 1 Deag to finish. Absolutely sensational map, and I'm going to wait for this scoreboard to pop up because I want to see how heavy Zori's fragged here. I think it might be 36 in 9 if my score line is correct, and just an absolutely star-studded performance. We're going to nuke either way. It's the 3rd map in this series. That's a classic, and we'll see you after the break for that one.
Creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah. Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating want. Lingering touch, these soft words whispered in the dark. Set my heart on fire.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling, 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 falling,
Nice shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Damn! That was one of the best tickle fights I've been to.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The third map once again for LOOT.BET Season 8. HAVU AGF, they're going to nuke, and here's a knife round for you, Josh. You're going to cast it. Come on, let's go.
2 versus, well, it's done. It's over.
I missed it. I beat you to the punch.
I'd have casted it as well, despite the fact that that always goes horribly wrong. As we get on to nuke, though, we've talked about the fact that those knife rounds can be incredibly impactful, and with AGF winning it, they are kicking off on this CT side. That's really their best chance of taking this one. If they are going to take it, it now has to be in the 2-1 fashion. They were so fantastic on Train, but on Mirage, they just didn't bring that same kind of punch.
Surely, this is going to be the battle of the CT sides once again. We've seen 2 massive, really quite substantial counter-terrorist halves. Firstly, for AGF, that first map of the day, Train, you're expecting a big CT half. 12-3, you're not really expecting that though, are you? And then HAVU going on to Mirage, another big counter-terrorist affair. So successful stuff. Let's see the pistol. AGF starting CT.
Well, kicking things off in this pistol. It's going to be, of course, AGF on this defensive side. Looking to take probably 10 rounds here to have a good half and have a decent chance in the second to pull this one off. Right now, everyone's buying quite slowly. There we go. 5 sets of Kevlar. No kit, no utility on this AGF side. They're confident in their fragging power. The same can't be said here for HAVU. Slowly and Saw with the utility to work with as they head towards A and outside early.
This is a lot of pressure for AGF. They just got stonked on that second map there. And if they lose a couple of these early rounds on Nuke, then this could prove real problematic. It's Frostlev to frag and Slowy to trade. Frostlev again through that smoke. Does a little bit of damage, no kill. Zori 1 HP. Finally taken care of outside by Christau. As the speed bomb site becomes the target for Team HAVU. 80 seconds on the board. Pistols rotating in. Of course, first round. Frostlev, there's another frag. AGF, they're getting the job done here. And a 1 versus 4 now for Slowy to try and counter this one. The Glock at the ready, but he's being flanked, taken from all angles. And TMB there to take him down.
Pretty swift pistol round there from AGF, and in taking it, they get themselves off to a good start. It is the C4 plant for HAVU, so more than likely they will go for a pretty hefty investment in the next. Be sure to see some Galils and some Kevlar coming out, maybe a few MAC-10s here and there. I'd be surprised if they don't. And in doing so, maybe they can just bounce right back and take the second.
Yeah, that's certainly the case, and with HAVU only on pistols, I didn't expect the full force coming into this one. If AGF can now take a successful round, that can really bounce together a good CT side. Remember, HAVU, they didn't need to buy into this. They do have the Galils as a response. And look at those odds, Joshua. They're oh so close.
Absolutely deadlocked. Nothing really separating these two teams. HAVU ever so slightly favoured, but in those kind of numbers, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference. 5 versus 5 situation here, minute 30 on the clock. And, oh, that's a bit of a mistake. Doto trying to cross without any flash or smoke cover. And Frostlev's going to capitalise and fall right away. He'll be happy with that prize.
Yeah, remember, all Kevlar all around. And 1-0 on the board. Looking for a little bit more, and that's the perfect timing from TMB.
Absolutely. Getting that pincer in from the side just adds complications to HAVU. They're focused on A main, and as soon as the attention's drawn elsewhere, they're just left with too many angles to contend with. A 4 versus 2 right now, Slowy on a mere 2 points of health as well. And with TMB coming in with the reinforcements towards ramp, they should be able to dispose of him and isolate Zori outside. He is creeping down, not spotted out anything just yet. Might have an element of surprise as he's got a really nice angle posted. And if Lucky over peaks here, he could certainly come out on top. No one knows for now actually peeking over towards ramp any longer. They want to focus on where Zori's playing from and focus on denying that plant. Still a 4 versus 2, 30 seconds on this clock, and the time pressure really starting to mount here.
And this is an important portion of the round as well. Zori now needs to do some damage. Bomb on his back, can't do anything. It's Netric to close, and that's 2-0 for AGF. That's the scary factor we were talking about a little earlier. We take this second round incredibly convincing. Pistols in the next as well. Big opportunity to build the money up here. Obviously not much in the reserves going into round 3, but now against just Glocks, this is where if HAVU can't find those 2 or 3 frags required, AGF are going to build that bank and maybe even carrying it through to the rest of this CT side. No open play, of course, against the Pistols. See what HAVU can do about this. A flash and a smoke for Saw. What's he going to do with it?
With no bomb plant in the last, HAVU can't really justify investing all too much into this one. Just a couple of pistols here and there. If they get the C4 plant in this one, they could have an AWP in the next. But if not, it is just going to be the rifles. And right now, they're just looking to do some damage with these 3 Deagle men. As they head towards outside, the smoke goes down to isolate that A main player. Frostlev needs to fire through for some damage. And right now, not spotted out anything.
This is a powerful angle as well. Shouldn't be able to get overwhelmed by these pistols. And as HAVU close in, you can see that nobody can get anywhere close enough to actually do any substantial damage. Frostlev still 83 HP, 1 frag found as a response. But that should be all she wrote for the damage here for HAVU. That's that Deagle can really just find a headshot here onto Doto. Let's see if he can actually do any damage from the outside area. 1 minute left to tick. This Deagle is going to close there. 3-0.
Lucky doesn't even need to see to finish things off. That's 3 in the round for him. Very, very swift stuff. Of course, if X7 was able to take him out there, he certainly could have got the bomb plant. And a bomb plant and 2 kills in a round like that is an absolute success. But being unable to do so, as I said before, means that they can't go for that AWP. It's the 5 AKs, utility around it. And this round, Christo has pulled out that AWP for the AGF side. And he's going to be a real tricky one to get past.
Yeah, no opposing AWP on Zori either. HAVU's money, it was previously broken. They don't have too much going into this one. Deprived of a couple of nades and contending for this hut control to start.
A lot of nade damage done early on, but Lucky still comes out on top in the engagement. TMB there to support, but for now it's not even needed. As he gets himself back onto Hut, there's no Molotovs left. In fact, there is one Molotov on Source, so maybe they could throw that one back in if they do want to execute onto A. If they use it elsewhere, then that's a really tricky angle to deal with. So they have to kind of try and work out what they're going to do here and push in for it. And whatever they commit to, they have to go for. They haven't got the utility to go for a fake and then go elsewhere.
And AGF certainly do. They've got the utility on this A bomb site at least to hold HAVU down to at least the 30-second mark, but not really contend for these crosses outside. All of those smokes deployed for HAVU. They want to get closer to it to take secret control, maybe even dissipating and heading through garage as well. AGF, they don't know where the actual defense is poised, so slipping down to secret. They'll now have to contend with only one member downstairs. The AK-47 sprawling, smoke dissipating, AK's closing, 30 seconds as they approach inwards and onwards. It's TMB towards the stairs. What can he do here against the boost? A headshot damage found, no frag in response. And HAVU, they will close onto this B bomb site of 4 versus 4. TMB exposed. He's out in the open. Help from Christo found. And c0ntact sprays away 2 anyway. Froslev now needs to get the job done. Prevent c0ntact from taking the ace, and he absolutely does. 4-0 AGF. Not the most convincing of performances there in the initial gun round, but certainly something to rely on going forward.
HAVU, they just run down the clock a little too low there. Bursting into the B site with 15 seconds left means that all the frags have to come through instantly, and it just doesn't happen. AGF dealing with that one quite nicely, and that is going to be the 4th. We didn't get to talk about it in that round, but we see that wall of smokes going outside again, but in that diagonal formation. And I always love to see things like that, where one team does their homework and it becomes a complete meta change. Nobody seems to be going for that wall of smokes from the red box to secret anymore. It now always seems to be that diagonal smoke line, and it also appears to be far more consistent. It gives you more room, there's very few gaps, and I think there's probably less potential for a gap to come through. And I think we'll just continue to see that for the wall of smokes outside from here on out.
We said that this final map would be the battle of the CT sides, and already shaping up to be exactly that. 5-0 the likely scoreline here. Let's see what damage HAVU can do with the pistols. The money, no opportunity to really build and blossom out of control. That's the problem for this AGF side, because as HAVU, that loss bonus grows, they'll increase the frequency of these buys, and without any buffer behind you, any rifle round going HAVU's way could maybe not force an instant eco, but definitely force AGF into dangerous territory. Froslev now needs to close, and he does. This needs to be a convincing round, and only dropping one in the process. X7 gets taken, and Slowy, he is isolated towards the other side of the map. 2 kills found for HAVU. That is the stalemate. That's the break even when this becomes a semi-successful round. A third would be absolutely influential to keep the money down to evens, but 2 investments needed already. Remember, that's $5,000-$6,000 each player going the way of HAVU. And what does Slowy do here? Not too much more. It still will be an okay-ish round from HAVU. And AGF, they do hold up the line for 5.
Very nice stuff from AGF again. Of course, they do take a couple of casualties, but you got to remember, that was a half investment from HAVU. They still had the Kevlar, they had pistols, they had a MAC-10 in play, so they're kind of expecting to either do a lot of damage, win the round, or get a C4 plant there. So to only find 2, it's sufficient damage, but it's not anything to be super happy about. Going into the 6th, AGF, they've still got their AWP in play. They've got a lot of utility to work with, but it's an even Stevens buy. Zori's there to contend with it, and HAVU really need to pick up this one. Otherwise, the CT side is just going to start to spiral out of control.
Certainly, I feel like this might be the pivotal round as well. If we see HAVU back onto pistols and AGF take another successful affair, maybe get 7-0 on this CT side, that's when things get incredibly difficult there for HAVU. They have to win those back-to-back buy rounds, and then we're already approaching that territory. 3.3, 3.9k for Christo and Netric respectively. Everybody sat around this either $2,000 to $4,000 mark in that lower boundary. Still a little bit of a buffer to work with.
A minute left on this clock, no engagements taken just yet. Froslev certainly should have heard that sound cue above him, as steps have been made on top. So, just holding down for this angle, wants to make sure that actually he holds this line solid. And HAVU just running down this clock. They're not really too worried by the time.
Certainly not, and already a lot of control taken. Doto knows that he can execute this burst onto the B-bomb site at any moment, and wants a frag before. Burst the window, there's the smoke. Also never the burst on the side of the map, and as this closes, X7 can't find more than the one, and AGF are trading more than evenly. B-bomb site under contest, this should surely be a retake scenario, and AGF don't really seem to know what's going on right now. Frozlev finally ramp control as soon as that bomb goes away. Zori finds another one, and this B site, the curly letter, so hard to get back into, especially with only 30 seconds left. Diffuse kit's available, a little bit of utility. It's these flashes to potentially contend with Slowy at the start. That one dodges right over his shoulder. That one likewise. He's still got the angle fully placed and posted. But 15 seconds left, and AGF need to hurry the hell up right now. They're losing players left, right, and center. And Frozlev surely reserved to saving this sniper. He almost can't do it. The Deagle connects, but surely chased away by the AK-47. Bomb will explode. I think it'll take Doto with it. And it absolutely does. Frozlev survives. 3 frags for him, but no round for AGF. That's 5-1.
That's pretty fantastic there for HAVU. I really, really like that off angle from Slowy. Just adds complications to things and keeps AGF away for just long enough that that C4 becomes too far ticked. Nonetheless, AGF are going to fully invest into this one. They've got the money to do so. Lucky actually dropping down to an XM, which I'm excited to see. Probably going to play up close to heart, and I'm excited to see if he can find some big kills with it.
Often powerful on Nuke, Inferno, and then very few other maps. There are only limited engagements it can actually take with this shotgun. Well, that nade rolling in, it actually does make the XM a lot more powerful if you can contend against a lower HP player. It's so inconsistent at dealing heavy damage. You can never rely on a headshot with it doing 80, 90 points of health away from your opponent. HAVU on the back foot and seem to not really have a game plan in for this 7th round. They're playing a responsive setup.
I like this. They know that potentially AGF don't have a lot of money to work with, and therefore they're just waiting to see if there's any aggression that comes through. Zori, posted on this angle, might be granted a freebie as AGF are starting to get aggressive towards ramp. I'm not sure if they do push all the way through here. They absolutely do. Christo's there, but Netric there to follow up. 2-for-2 trade. That does slightly favour HAVU, but taking some damage onto X7 as well, and the flank coming through certainly makes things trickier, as Lucky finds another with the shotgun. Now a 2 versus 2, as HAVU want to head to the site, but Frostlev makes it harder.
Unfortunately, X7 was the lower HP player there, and in a 1 versus 2 scenario, Zori isolates the angle with an incendiary towards the left side, checking right. Lucky through the smoke, able to find him. That's nicely contended by AGF. 6-1, the bounce back.
Really nice response there from AGF. I didn't even realise that Lucky was so quick to that rotation, but clearly he was. As soon as he knew what was up, he darted down vent and was there ready to deal with it.
Back into the action, 6-1 on the board. Sorry, it's the AWP for one of the first times. Not as successful towards that T side, but remember 36 frags on Mirage, and the instant shutdown comes in that next buy round for AGF. It's Lucky the double kill.
Lucky right now. Throws in a Molotov as well. Spraying away, wants himself some more. He's already done his job. He can go to bed right now. He's got himself the 2. And AGF should just be able to win this one off the back of it. Of course, when you find that opening kill, it then increases your chances of winning the round to about 75%. You find 2 opening kills and it increases exponentially. AGF really need to make a massive mistake here to let this one slip. And that will mean 7 on the board for them, which is a really nice early start on Nuke.
Yeah, and they've also broken the buy of HAVU here. That loss bonus slightly lower to the point it was before. I mean, now $3,400 once again after AGF bounced back in the last. But this is another opportunity to double down and put HAVU back onto pistols once again after 1 successful round. HAVU need a lot more before this one comes to a close. And if AGF can survive with 4 or 5 alive, then perhaps this money can start to build up again. And HAVU is right back to basics in this first half.
Christo. He's just picking them apart. Seems to have an idea that the last is above him as well. And he's right going for this kill. He wants to use this AWP like a shotgun. He's aware that Doto could be lingering. And well, unfortunately walks right into the open. Doto, a little bit late to the shot. Wants to try and play the trigger discipline. I think his goal here is to try and take away this AWP and save it. So the longer he can wait, the longer he can then... the less time he has to hold on to it. So... you'll see him, when this round ends, he will fire through that shot and just try and grab the AWP right before the time expires. This is smart from Dota.
This is really awkward, though. He might actually just try and save this Galil and just fire through in the last possible second. Oh, Shin spotted. And he doesn't actually get away with the AWP. So that patience really pays to his detriment there. That's so unfortunate. Just the angles from Christo in moving into Garage instead of staying posted with that AWP. Obviously, he doesn't know. No sixth sense, but... he is leading those entry kills right now. 5-0 for Frozlev as he's leading with a 13 KD. That's really startling at the start of Nuke. And if he can continue that pace in the next 7 rounds, then this is going to be a massive half.
It's been a bit of a talent show so far through this series. We've just seen crazy individual standout performances from various members. And there we go. Frostlev, 13-0, yet to die. Of course, he was the man that saved in the one round they lost. He's just had such a fantastic start here on Nuke. Very reminiscent of what we saw from Zori on Mirage.
And I think our observer is catching on, watching Frozlev now the majority of the time, AK in hand. It's been retrieved for multiple rounds at this point. And HAVU not really doing a great job at taking either of these bomb sites. Deprived of plants, deprived of cash, forced onto the pistols in the next with only Dota and Galil to play with. And Saul's also slightly overinvested in this one. The money will be polarized going into the next round. They really need a bomb down here. It does go down, but dropped on the floor in the open. It's not going to happen here. 8-1 AGF as they maintain almost a flawless scoreline here.
The HAVU we're seeing here on Nuke is very similar to the style we saw on Train. It's quite disjointed. It's not very confident. A lot of the aim duels not going their way. And AGF are just capitalizing on the fact that they can just hold the line. They didn't even have to get super aggressive and contend control early on. They can just hold on to the bomb site, and HAVU will walk in one by one and feed it to them. 8-1 they currently sit. They look to extend it further. Here in the 10th, it is another full buy from HAVU, but it's not the best of buys once again. Limited utility, no AWP on Zori, and Doto down to that MAC 10.
Limited options as well. Only one smoke to play with on this T side. That's on Zori. And straight out towards the A-bomb site seems to be the response. Instantly shut away by AGF there. Zori only finds the first, and he is surely living on borrowed time. 28 points of health. And 1 HE could really just close him away here. There it whizzes through. It explodes in his face. Does find a bit of damage as a response, but AGF 9 rounds money building.
Really love to see that in that scenario where he punches in a bit of damage and you think, oh, there's a chance here. You just throw in that grenade and eliminate any threat of the clutch. 9-1 now as HAVU's bank broken once again. They're going to go for a half investment so that they can buy into the next. But that means that they're down to the pistols, and AGF more than likely can get themselves onto 10. We talked about the fact that they'd want to be going for a 10-5 half here. And at this point, they could certainly push for more.
And another disjointed buy. This is starting to get worrying now for HAVU. I mean, buying to this $1,500 to $2,000 mark, but plummeting right into this A-bomb site really hasn't been favoring them. Those Molotovs are brutal. The M4's already and waiting to receive, and it's again Zori. Another solo performance needed to do some economical damage.
With a buy like that, you're really looking to win the round. At the very least, a couple of kills and a bomb plant. So to walk right in, completely unsuccessful, dealing about 60 damage as a whole, it's just not very strong whatsoever. Zori needs to try and get some kills here just to make up for his teammates' lack of them. And he has found himself one, but tagged down to 10 HP, position now known. I can't imagine he can do a whole lot more.
Yeah, not much health to work with whatsoever. 16-0 as the observer keeps counting these kills for Frozlev. AGF not dropping the one round. The 16-0 team line scoreline would be in contention here. They've had massive performances thus far in LOOT.BET, and they almost looking to make a massive statement saying, right, we deserve this playoff spot. One best of 3 after this one would secure it.
Maybe more notably as well, Doto and Sora both sitting on a single kill, which in round number 11, about to be round number 12, really is not good enough. Doto's the man that we mentioned on Train that was certainly lacking, sitting on 2 frags at half time. And I think when you have 1 or 2 members that just aren't firing through nearly enough, it adds a massive contingency.
Yeah, spanner in the works, a 10th round for AGF, double digits already, and we're barely 20 minutes into this third and final map. HAVU back to absolute basics. It'll be the full force buy in the next, or the full buy, I should say. Zori has enough of the utility as well, so we will see all of the AKs come in. But is there an AWP available? That's the big question. Maybe Zori is deprived of the utility, drops away the AK-47 and spends that $5,000 bank on a sniper rifle of his own. He doesn't, in fact, drops away the AK, and it will be this 5 rifle setup for HAVU. It hasn't been working out for them. I'd love to see them slow the pace outside, hunt for these opening frags. A 10-5 scoreline, certainly viable, and now it's down to AGF to secure one of these monster halves again.
HAVU not darting in straight away just yet. We did see a little bit of success early on when they were going for that wall of smokes outside and trying to get down secret. It would often merit a bomb plant at the very least and maybe a few more kills than they're finding currently. In the last few, we've seen them just trying their luck towards this A site and they've been very, very unsuccessful. Here in the 12th, this needs to be a turning point for HAVU. They could really do with the next 4 in a row. Otherwise, they are certainly going to have problems as they switch over to the second half.
Yeah, it really does mean minimal mistakes needed. Even at that 10-5 scoreline, which is the best case scenario and a very distant dream at this point for the Finns, you still need to take that pistol, all of those early rifles, build your money up as well, and do exactly what AGF have done to you. It's possible on a map like Nuke as well. So I don't think HAVU will feel like this map is over as of this point, but a couple more rounds might slam those nails in the coffin, and Christo certainly wants to do that.
HAVU have gone exactly for what I mentioned. They're running down this clock, not getting too hasty, and with that wall of smokes getting down to secret. The issue is that Slowy, the lurk man, drops early on. Doto does catch out TMB with the smoke in his hand, so brings this back into a 4-on-4, but not for long as Frostlev finds another. HAVU are finally down onto this B site though. Should be able to get the bomb plant, followed up by another kill from Doto. He's tripled his frags this round, and now a 3 versus 3 retake for AGF to pull off.
Health advantage, but this B bomb site was the problem before. Lucky inside of control. Needs to take control of this retake right now, maybe with a headshot, and he does find it onto Doto. First frag found, flashes inwards, information onto the second. That's Zori stuck at the back of this bomb site with 22 HP. That molly's going to force him into the open. It doesn't actually land, but he's unfortunate to go for the peek in the swing. X7 now inside. He gets headshot. Frostlev, what the hell was that? The defuse comes in last possible seconds. An 11-1 scoreline here for AGF. Will it ever stop, Josh?
Frostlev still not letting up. He's 19-0, or maybe 19-1 at this point. I think he is still 19-0. Absolutely crazy, and coming through with that clutch, a lightning fast headshot. You know that he has to find that kill within the next second, otherwise he won't have time, and instantly snapping to it, getting on that bomb. This is sensational.
3 rounds remaining in this first half, and a 14-1 looking possible. HAVU will probably buy up for the rest of these. I wouldn't expect any pistols coming through in any of these scenarios. And they are dead to rights in this series. They need all of the remaining rounds on the board.
Stacked up outside once again. They want to try and change this one up. But Lucky, he's been an ironclad on this A-bomb site. He just can't seem to be broken. Finding another man advantage, tagging Slowy down, and obviously him making the sound cue going down the vents as well. It means that AGF will certainly be aware of it and probably rotate a man over to deal with it.
The question is here, Josh, is Frostlev actually going to have a flawless half without even dying once? That would be just something that I don't think we've ever seen in LOOT.BET before. This tournament often proving surprising. And this might be the biggest upset of the lot. Christo, another shot found. AWP at the ready, and he might be about to do everything right now. HAVU don't stand a single chance inside the ramp room. And even with the supportive factor of Slowy, Christo's able to snap back, find the shot. That's 12.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. 12 rounds, no one falling for AGF once again. This is so dominant. And Christo, he hasn't really had many opportunities this game to shine, but when they come his way, he absolutely dominates. And as you say, if Frostlev can stay alive without dying this whole half and put up massive numbers, it's certainly one for the history books.
Certainly is. Now only 2 rounds needed to take almost the flawless. It's one away from the best. It's AGF looking for that 13-2 or 14-1 scoreline. They have played some sensational CS today. They only need 2 more to close this one. Away on the CT side, and all of these kills once again. HAVU, I think they might be all out of ideas at this point. They've dug to the very back pages of this strategy book. And AGF, they've contended with everything. Christo, TMB, all filing through. The Observer doesn't even need to catch the frags because it's 13 already.
It's just going from bad to worse right now for HAVU. It really felt like those early rounds going AGF's way. You think, okay, all right, HAVU can recover this one, and it's just because they're on the T side of Nuke, and you start making excuses for them. But at this point, there's no excuses to make. This has just been really, really trash, to be honest, on Nuke. And if this goes to a 14-1 half, HAVU are going to be very disappointed. They were the favourites coming into this series.
I don't know how you say get wrecked in finish, but this is definitely along that storyline. Massive nades at the start for AGF as they look to close in, zone through on 14. 13 would certainly be good enough here. If they could take a pistol, that would be the map over in pretty much an identical carbon copy of Train. HAVU with the speed finding the first 3. That's something they haven't been able to merit this half. And lucky once again. He is going to go down this time. It's all down to Netric. Unfortunately, that's Froslev's only death of the whole half. 19-1 to finish this one off. I still don't think that's anything that we've seen before, but what a half there for AGF. Perfect.
The pressure got to him in the 15th, get the violins out. I mean, when we get to see this one, though, you realise Lucky's only died twice as well. So's Netric. TMB and Christo dying 3 times. This has just been such a fantastic game and such a fantastic half. And when you see those deaths come through, you actually realise how few kills there are on this HAVU side. They've just been unable to get in any damage. They've been unable to convert any of these rounds. And HAVU, off of the back of, well, no, sorry, AGF, off of the back of a pistol round, should be able to just close this one.
It's so awkward as well. Yeah, just the 8 deaths as well for actually all of these AGF members apart from Netric here, who played the more passive positions there on that CT side. But regardless, Froslev putting together a masterclass and now a pistol to try and close this whole series away. The flashbangs over the top. They're going to just try and contend for this one. And HAVU, they don't even have a defense posted. All of these USPSs, they're going to go for the 5-man retake. What?
On this A bomb site and Nuke, that's so difficult as well. And the Glocks are just punching through for so much damage. They get up close, they deal with these CTs, and there's nothing more HAVU can bring to the table. That's going to be 14 for AGF, and surely they just finish off the job here. That's absolutely sensational.
It's like Christmas morning, spotting no defenders upon that A bomb site. As soon as that C4 goes down, you're at a massive advantage on this T side. 14-2, not much more work to do to take that 2-1 Swiss system scoreline for AGF, one away from the playoffs.
You know, I really thought my maths didn't add up with my statement at halftime. But yeah, I was reading it wrong. I was reading the assists. I'm a noob. I'm new to this.
Castor's assists.
Yes, I am noob, but AGF certainly aren't. They're charging right into ramp this round, completely uncontested once again. HAVU are struggling, and AGF, they don't even need to commit to this B bomb site. They've taken so much control that they have so much legroom to work with within the first 15 seconds of this round. They can just feel around off of this.
Yeah, this will be forced buys until the finish once again. That's exactly what we saw on Train. Remember, that could have been 16-3 after the 12-3 first half pistol conversion as well. HAVU were able to take back a couple of these pistol rounds before it came to a close. And on Nuke, 14 in a row needed. This is definitely an unenviable position, but HAVU, if they want to secure one of the best comebacks of all time, it all starts right now. Deagle's at the ready, scouting a MP9 to try and do the trick. And AGF, we have seen them walk into the brick wall before. X7 with this powerful angle. We saw, who was it, Froslev tucked away inside this position in the first half. It's down to X7 for the second. Standing in for Jampy thus far today, remember. The permanent player for HAVU X7, but moving over to DreamHack, and let's see if he can snap back with a couple of shots of his own. Finally found HAVU now with the rotate in the back line. Slowy, oh, 2 quick headshots found. TMB trades.
2 versus 2 situation, 20 seconds on this clock. And TMB, of course, he's found himself that C4. So we can head over to this A site, gets the bomb down with plenty of time to do so. And HAVU, no, okay, it was just really far away. Both of these CTs holding mine.
Yeah, he actually found that frag onto Netric, and you saw that TMB was hyper aware that that scout was playing towards the CT spawn. It's something that we don't often see nowadays. And well, AGF, they've got the perfect after plans for the job. The full defuse here, the 10-second stick, and he's not even going to go for the shots there. 15-2, and I've got a feeling like this one might be over, Josh.
That defuse there was just Doto accepting his fate. He was like, I'm not going to clutch this. I'm just going to get on a 10-second defuse and hope they don't peek.
Yeah, there's really nothing that you can do as well. A scout in hand, of course. Netric was fairly low, but you know as soon as you fire one shot, you're absolutely dead to rights if AGF are playing it properly. You see those kills once again. 21 and 3 for Frozlev. Definitely the MVP here for Nuke. Posting such a sensational defense. And once again, it's a little bit of speed for HAVU to try and prolong this series. They might just want to head right out of this one at this point. 13 in a row required for OT, but I don't even think that's a talking point any longer. I don't think it has been for some time, to be perfectly honest with you. The Deagle's closing in from the back, and AGF 1 away from the finish. 13 chances to close.
Another headshot coming through from Frostlev, and this AGF side has just been massively impressive. It does lead the question of what went wrong on Mirage. It's crazy to see such a dominant performance on Train, then losing that second map and then come into Nuke just with full force once again. But right now, these Deagles just being taken care of. The man advantage for AGF. They've taken a lot of damage, but with TMB finding one more, this is more than likely the end.
Yeah, not even the beginning of the end. This is the end of the end. CZ75 strikes through for one shot. X7 in the back lines, but I don't think there's a rifle available on the ground. And even with that incendiary in hand, I don't think that there's anything he can do about this one. Saw is stuck in mini. Fires through some of the few bullets he has in his reserve. Has to go for the final reload. CZ, not much ammo. And TMB, this angle might just close away this series. That's a lovely nade as well. Surely it does tons of damage. Saw gets battered. The Mac 10 to clatter. And AGF, they'll go 2-1 in this Swiss system. What a performance in this best of 3. Wasn't able to take it on Mirage. Did make it closer, but dominant, decimating performances on Train and Nuke. Considering Inferno was out of the equation, that is incredibly impressive from the underdogs. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast is not over. We've got Izako Boars c0ntact, a more one-sided series coming out right after this break.
Nice shot. Lock and load.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
This is the future. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution. is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
Lock away your lust. I don't need it. Throw away your love. It's unrequited. You don't deceive me. I see through small screen. Throw away your love. You can try all you want, but you can't change me. I am stronger than you could ever hope to be. You don't deceive me. I see through some screens. Throw away your love.
It has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and seeking human victims.
Get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy I overdose, 'cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time, but baby then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you, with you. I am committed 'cause I know it's you I want. Hope I never see you go home. I'll come along.
I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night.
I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is the one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
jungle out there. Keep your head on tight. Unknown brain and mind me, baby. Let's do it. Y'all see me flying, never drop down. Drop down, smoking high, I am not round. I'm not round, no denying what I got now. I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down. Locked down, see me flying, never drop down. Drop down, smoking high, I am not round. I'm not round, no denying what I got now. I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down. Locked down, get too strong when I battle with the beast, bring a few on. The commander and the chief for my crew on. Bullets rattling and whistle at your toque. Never sleep, eyes open, hands clutching on my loot. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. Yo, this a motherfucking war zone. It's a war zone. Yeah, feel the impact. Yeah, break it open, leaving nothing fucking intact. Hey yo, you been hacked. You're safe, hard in, but I found it, homie, been cracked. Hey yo, we been back. Your band stacking, see you flexing with the thin stack. Hey bitch, you been whacked. I kill 'em all, feel a motherfucking impact. Yo, this a war zone, homie. Say you ready and prepared. Take a minute and make them aware. Well, I be sneaking in the back, but it's what the clap. Homie, life ain't fair. Caught me crawling through the mud with a vision, saw it clearly. Born a shepherd to these sheep, make them fear me. This a war zone, trashed out, trap house, nothing ever given. Yeah, every day's a blessing. Thank the Lord, oh how I'm living. See me riding with my top down. Oh, cops round, pedal pressing on the gas. I don't think I'll ever stop. Yo, this a war zone, homies.
together. I got to keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it together.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting star.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Best of 3, number 2 for today. This is an interesting one, of course. We're chomping our way through this group stage. Namiga Virtus.pro already through to the playoffs. AGF already taking a big win earlier in this broadcast. This time it's c0ntact. They are, of course, both 1-1 in the bracket. Of course, it's c0ntact Izako Boars. Got that one a little bit wrong. I always get my Polish teams mixed up, Josh. They're all red and white, aren't they?
There we go. They are. I was just about to say, they all do seem to follow the same colour scheme. But yeah, there's the Izako Boars on the second screen there. They are also 1-1. So similar kind of situation to what we saw earlier. We have seen a few teams fall already. Fate going 0-3. That's a really unfortunate one. A lot of their matches being incredibly close as we look at this table. But an exciting one to go into. The Izako Boars are a real dark horse in my mind. A team that have caused a lot of upsets previously. A really exciting one to watch. However, when they face up against c0ntact, they're certainly the underdogs. The only saving grace they've got right now is c0ntact have had a bit of a roster change recently. Of course, with c0ntact going, there's that firepower disparity. I think c0ntact brought a lot to that team.
He certainly did. He was that kind of like streaky star who just, I can't even call him streaky anymore. He seemed to just consistently perform every single map. Him and Otto, that dual AWP setup really did carry a lot of the CT sides for them. And I'd like to see them actually stabilize here today. And I wonder if those betting odds are actually slightly slanted based on maybe some of the less informed bettors perhaps thinking that c0ntact is in this roster currently and they're not playing with this more mixed match style. c0ntact not finding their final 5. Of course, they have had those roster changes as of late. I'm be interested to see if we see Ships back in the roster anytime soon. Maybe he's even playing today. I haven't actually seen thus far. But against the Izako Boars, they're a more consistent roster, right? They really know what they're doing. They will bring that sort of consistent level. They're not exactly at the level of a Wisla Krakow. I'd love to see those two Polish teams take place, by the way. I really hope to see if we get that matchup. But here on the maps, Josh.
Well, we're going to see Train first. That's Izako Boars' pick. Then jump over to Mirage. And then the decider will be Inferno. 3 staple maps that we've seen quite a lot of in LOOT.BET, but we haven't seen too much of it today. Of course, we did see Train and Mirage earlier, so actually that's a bit of a stupid statement. We've seen 2 of these 3 maps. This is going to be a little bit of a repeat of earlier, but maybe a 2-0. c0ntact, of course, they are the hot favourites coming into this one. But as you said before, the Izako Boars are quite a consistent team, and they're a team with a lot of experience as a roster. So if there's anything that's going to carry them to this victory, it will be that. If they can capitalise on the fact that c0ntact, they haven't got that same level of chemistry.
Exactly, and I think those odds and those statistics on your screen right now are very deceptive. That 71% on Mirage just shows that they've played it a couple of times in the past. That is with a different roster. That 33% on Train, maybe showing that that map isn't as much of a staple. c0ntact have been picking it a lot in these series, especially against favourite sides. But here, I do think that Izako Boars have a chance. And c0ntact, unfortunately, have gone towards some of the polls' better maps. I feel like Train, that T side, especially for the Izako Boars boys, is really quite strong. You'll see a lot of fast A executes, and it's how can Otto really deal with that with the AWP? Can it contain that main aggression? I think that's the big question.
c0ntact's a really sad one for me when you think about it. Because when you think about the players on that roster, the talent and the experience that they have, think about someone like Otto, Snappy, when they had c0ntact on that roster, they've got all the tools there to actually have a major winning team, yeah? They have got so much experience, literally like major tier experience. But because c0ntact seems to be a team where many of those free agents kind of dip in for a couple of months and then leave, and it's a real mix match, and they're playing with a different roster quite a lot. It becomes very difficult to prepare and actually practice as a side and climb up the rankings. So c0ntact are a really strong side against teams like this, but when they face up higher in the rankings, they just seem to struggle.
Yeah, that is when they've got problems with that chemistry, right? It's that sort of all-star roster where who's going to be playing this week, and this week is obviously not c0ntact. You have those trial members there, only short 3-month contracts as well. It's quite hard to gain that sort of level of consistency when you are tailoring with short-term contracts. Maybe with the c0ntact, that makes sense. Maybe that's what they could have agreed to. They could have signed him, locked him into the whole 12 months. Remember, c0ntact, he's had contractual problems in the beginning of his career, being stuck stuck in a contract, stuck on the bench, not getting paid his full salary. So it's probably something that he's like slightly afraid of here. I know that c0ntact a great organization who seem to have made a great deal out of him as well. So definitely benefiting out of those free agents in the scene. And there's a lot of talent out there right now. I know every month or so on Reddit, somebody posts the classic thread. Here are all the free agents. Think about the major winning teams that you could make out of them. And unfortunately, I don't think there are a lot of organizations out there who are putting these pieces to rest. c0ntact are one of those orgs, though.
Absolutely. And if they can take players like this, keep them together for long enough, and craft them into a really strong roster, then there's a lot of talent potential there.
Yeah, there certainly is, and that's really what they need to unlock here. It is just trying to expose that talent, really show it on a big stage, and LOOT.BET is a great opportunity to do that. It's best of threes from start to finish. You've got at least 3 chances to play. c0ntact will play at least 4 best of threes in this tournament in total, maybe getting through to those playoffs as well, where you've got the chance to play against those invite teams. But let's get into this action. It's a knife round to start. We play them on all 3 maps here on LOOT.BET Season 8. And on train, that's all too important.
It really is. If you can start off on that CT side, it gives you a massive advantage. And that's something that we saw this morning, of course, when we saw the massive underdogs pull through and take down the giants of HAVU. They absolutely decimated on train, and it was off of the back of a fantastic start. This time, the Izako Boars make easy work of the knife round, not actually dropping a single man. That's not something you see all too often. And undoubtedly, they will start on this CT side. So this is where they need to start racking up some rounds. This is, of course, their map pick. So if they can take 8, 9, maybe 10, this would be a good start for them. Maybe not 8, probably 9 or 10 would be what they're looking for here.
I think so as well. I think against c0ntact, that's really quite tough to do on your CT side. They are going to be coming out with a lot of firepower and a lot of flair. Of course, train, a map that this core is very established on. Today, we see, of course, Snappy in that roster. Esperanto as well. He's back into the mix. And then we've got just the consistent stars that we always talk about. I think it's all eyes on Riggin and Otto for this particular series. They are some of the hottest, highest fragging players in the whole of this tournament. And here on train, you really need them to show up, especially on that T side where it's all about your firepower, getting out onto that A bomb site, a bit of speed. c0ntact do have those fast stratagems straight through. We'll see how Izako Boars can contain it on the pistol.
Quite an important one for them to try and take to get off to a good foot here. If they lose it, they could allow c0ntact an early string of rounds that they don't want to give up. Going into this one, they've got the 3 pieces of Kevlar, a kit on Avis with a smoke, and a lot of utility on Teo. So they've certainly got the tools to keep the defense, or keep the attack away, I should say. And c0ntact, they're grouped up early and they're heading over towards the B stalls.
Yeah, and just claiming this area of the map with all 5 players at the ready. Bomb thrown back, Glock's about to close in. It's the P250 for Spinks to give him that longer range advantage. Flash and smoke for Snappy. Gives them at least that highway control to start things off if he wants to take it. Of course, c0ntact shortly about to go for the burst. They don't spot out any information here. And this defense is very lackluster. It's only Teo holding the back lines. He's got a double flash smoke, but he shouldn't be able to prevent this bomb from going down here. This is going to be a very tough round for the Izako Boars if he can't do too much damage. The rotate firmly on the way. All 5 players claiming through, but c0ntact already the bomb down in a 5 versus 5. And what can these USPSs get done?
The flashbangs help out the situation, but a 5v5 retake as Teo wasn't able to punch in any early damage, and Shui has to do the work. Comes in, nice headshot, Exus follows through as well. They're coming out on top with these engagements as it's now a 4-on-1 in a matter of seconds. Snappy all on his lonesome in the back lines, can't get any more, and that's going to be a very, very swift retake for the Izako Boars. We doubted them once they gave up that B site, but it seems to be the game plan all along.
Yeah, Snappy with that consistent flank as well. We'll see that many a time on the B site take this map. And if your teammates don't actually find that frag potential on the B site, it's really unfortunate. It's really hard to take it. Look at those odds, Josh. Looking for a close one in the first map.
That's somewhat surprising. Of course, this is the Izako Boars' first. This is their map pick. They're on the CT side as well, so it somewhat makes sense. But going into this second c0ntact, they did get that bomb plant, and therefore they have got the money to work with. The Galil's coming out on 4 of the men, Riggin with that AK. Not a lot of utility, so they're very much relying on hitting these headshots.
Yeah, they need to come through early. Remember, with the bomb down, that's extra cash. That's really just the goal achieved in the first. Extra Shuey, both stepping up. Damage onto Riggin as well before he finds the opening headshot. Just 9 HP to work with. Esperanto falls through, and Riggin's going to find another one. That's a big mistake from Shane, and gives Riggin another opportunity here. He's unable to take it with both hands, and that's Izako Boars up to 2. And now they can try and contend these pistols once again.
This should just be a freebie for them. Try and keep as many alive as you can as they're just against the pistols. No Kevlar to back it up. c0ntact can't justify it. They need to stay above that 2k mark if they can buy in the next. Something I'm interested in, Squid, is as c0ntact go over to that CT side, they have to play that double up setup. You see that as a real staple on that CT side, especially later in the game. You have to pull out those 2 snipers. But with Smooya gone, who's going to take up that secondary AWPing duty alongside Otto?
Maybe nobody. On the CT side of a map like Train, you can afford to just go for the single sniper. Remember, there is a lot of talent on this c0ntact side. It's definitely one that we don't need to dig into right now. This is the T side of Train, and with the pistols, should be a fairly fiery round for the Izako Boars. If they can drop absolutely nobody here, of course, Shane, has he just not invested anything? He's got $0 in the bank account, but maybe he's dropped an M4 over to Teo Shui. I'm really not sure about that one, but you can see strapped for cash. He wants a bit of extra money going forward. I'm just unaware why that would have come through. Of course, they don't need 5 rifles here if they can contend with these pistols powerfully.
It is certainly a bizarre one. As Sphinx punches through, gets himself a nice headshot. With Shane on such low HP and no weapon, this starts to become a little bit dangerous. The Izako Boars need to contain this one right now. And with another kill coming through from Teo, it somewhat does that. But c0ntact still doing damage, brings things into a 2-on-2. An M4 retrieved. No Kevlar to back it up, of course. But the C4 going down on this B site adds complication.
Hyper successful round here for c0ntact. They've done the damage. This was a full eco. Izako Boars making mistakes even if they do close this one out. Esperanto has been spotted, so here comes the defuse. Will be a 3rd round wrapped up. But can Esperanto actually get towards an M4? Is there a rifle up for grabs here on the A bomb site? I'm really not sure. And unable to retrieve that M4 as well. Obviously, they needed to get that defuse done incredibly snappily. And Esperanto did actually steal away an AK-47 there. So a little more to work with c0ntact going into this one.
As you say, that is a really, really successful eco. They've found 3 kills. They've made it really expensive for the Izako Boars, especially considering they invested into the rifles rather than just opting for those SMGs. Getting that bomb plant too gives them a little bit of extra cash, allows them to put that AWP on Otto early on, but he has to contest against 2. It's Exus and Avis this round to pull out the snipers, and Teo, he wants to get aggressive towards B early, but doesn't get lucky this time.
Yeah, as the solo member on B, you really need to shake up that defense. Make it look like there are more than one player towards that side of the map and force c0ntact elsewhere into the stack. And yeah, it's really a bit of a bait and switch. Lots of mind games on that curly letter.
Exus right now in the open. This is a dangerous angle to hold. Little does he know he's actually safe from A main. So no threat there. He's got Shane to support that as well. And if this peek comes through, he should be able to hit this shot onto Ivy. He's holding a pretty tight angle, but we know he's got the reactions for it. It's Otto to contend with. A minute on the clock, a battle of the Titans. Which AWPer comes out on top and gets this one going. And Snappy's walked right through. Should be good for 2 here as Exus unsuspecting. And Teo all on his lonesome oh so quickly. A 5v1 and he has to fall away.
The defense absolutely crushed there. Izako Boars, there's not a lot of cohesion on that A bomb site. As soon as you lose Shane right off the bat, he's not found a frag thus far this map. And that's a real big sticking point as the rifles get ruined. There's nothing saved for the Izako Boars. And look at that money, Josh. It's completely crippled going into round 5.
The Izako Boars have played this one really bizarrely. We have to give them credit because they're 3-1 up and they've been playing quite well. But when you look at the buys, it's been very, very odd. They went for like a full investment in the second with the rifles and such. In the third against the Eco, they reinvested into rifles as well, which ended up costing them when they lost 3 casualties. And then off the back of the buy from c0ntact, they've got no money left. It's a full investment. They don't want to let this one slip until 2 in a row go c0ntact's way. But only the Deagles and Kevlar to work with, a few flashbangs and a couple of smokes here and there, and they have to get aggressive.
This could be c0ntact's opportunity to get up to 3, and with Riggin trading away that frag, rotate fairly late. Exus caught in translation in rotation, and Riggin showing us why he is one of the stars of the show for this c0ntact site. The whole of the B bomb site taken. The rotate's incredibly delayed, and Riggins going to apply the pressure for even more right here, Josh. Incredible B take. Pretty much did that one solo with the triple kill.
Seems that as soon as Contact have got these rifles in hand, or I should say the upgraded rifles, they didn't do too much with the Galils, they have been confident. And right now, Shuey, all on his lonesome, just wants to try and hold on to this Deagle. I think he hopes that someone goes hunting and he can grab an AK for his troubles. But right now, he knows there's more chance of him doing damage with that Deagle in the next than there is here. So this is going to be 2 for Contact, more than likely a third as well, as in the next, the Izako Boars are going to have no money to work with.
Exactly, and this should certainly be the 3-3. Only the Deagle to carry through and Contact up to 2. Riggin, again, the star of the show towards the B bomb site. That's a trend we'll probably see continue throughout, not just train, but the whole of this series. Izako Boars, can they actually slip any kills through here? That's the big question. It'll be a null and void buy. The MAC-10 even coming through for Snappy. He's got plenty of cash in his back pockets, but wants to line them purple further.
Nothing invested around Shuey's Deagle beside a single flashbang on Teo. So the aim here for Contact, of course, is to just not lose any men. Right now, they've actually got a lot of money in the bank. Esperanto's already on 10k, and a few players almost following suit. So if they can take no casualties here, it just allows them to build up that bank further, get some feel-good frags with the MAC-10, and that's exactly what they're doing. No one dropping thus far, and as Shuey's all on his own once again, he can't really afford to save this Deagle. He just wants to try and get a couple of kills here as he wraps around towards CT, but this is another very successful round for Contact.
Certainly is. Post-pistol trilogy going Izako Boars' way, and Contact bounced back with another 3 of their own, another confident round, and I expect Snappy to actually keep that MAC-10 in hand. It gives you a bit of run and gun potential. You can be the fast man onto these rounds and onto these bomb sites, being a little bit of a jack in the box, hard to contend with if you're on that CT side. Expect him to dive out to Olaf, really contend for that AWP that Exus will be pulling out nice and early. This will be an even Steven scoreline, though, as Contact don't need to go hunting. They don't need to even find this pistol here. Instead, keeping these rifles alive become the prerogative and the priority.
Going into the 7th, then, the Izako Boars are going to invest. There's no AWP available, so Exus has to make do with the M4. A few smoke grenades here and there, only that single incendiary and 2 HEs. In fact, now 3 HEs to work with. It's quite difficult to hold back the attack when you're on a map like Train. Contact, they're feeling confident right now. Snappy not even upgraded despite being on 9k. This is the confidence levels on these guys right now as they all sit above that 10k mark. They're feeling good about this one.
Well, for Otto, nobody to compete. It's Izako Boars trying to bring the scoreline back with barely any money in their pockets. Otto shot through the smoke, isn't going to connect. At the 90-second mark, it definitely doesn't have to. V-rotate coming through, and Snappy on the MAC-10 is the first to fall, contended quite nicely by Esperanto's AK-47. Snappy headshot comes in. It Spinks and Esperanto really just to finish and rip apart this rotate. And the Izako Boars looking down on players, down on luck, now down on rounds. It'll be Contact with 4.
Pretty snappy headshot there from Esperanto. A nice couple of entries to get himself 2. And Avis and Shane have to fall away. Another really successful round from Contact. They're looking a lot more comfortable on this T side of Train. And this is so impactful. They've taken 4, probably soon to take 5. And if you can take that early, it gives you a massive booster going into the second half and even later on in the first. We haven't even got started.
Yeah, on my mind right now is we always characterize Contact as this kind of ragtag, who's going to fill in today kind of roster, but not making any key mistakes early. You see that they send Snappy's MAC-10 in through. That shows that they're playing a proper game of Counter-Strike here. They're not trying to throw away those rifles early.
Get into the 8th, Otto opening things up once again. It's only the pistols invested around a couple of rifles, so it's not like Izako Boars have got a lot to lose, but you'd expect them to do some damage, and so far they've been unable to.
just falling away with this advantage as well, Josh. 2 frags found. Don't need to re-engage into the pistols. Of course, these deagles can be deadly, but at the 80-second mark with Shuey also falling, no real damage dealt. Is this another flawless round for Contact? It certainly seems to be the case. Low HP on 3, but Teo doesn't want to re-aggress. A deagle in hand, no body armor, $1,000 investment, but doesn't want to give it away perhaps.
Makes sense for him to try and hold, well, maybe not try and hold on to this one, but he knows there's a fallen M4, and if he can try and make a run for it at the end of this round, it makes sense. Riggin knows what's up, though, and as he peeks around the corner, he does get his head ripped clean off. That allows Teo to grab himself an AK and fall away here. But with so much money in the Contact bank, I'm really surprised that they're not hunting here.
This can just go wrong incredibly quickly. 20, 34, and 11 HP. Literally only 65 HP between the lot of them. That's just nothing to work with. Teo could rip 3 rifles out of the server and crush this economy, or at least belittle it ever so slightly already. In Contact, they've got such a big lead. Having $10,000 in the bank is such a massive advantage, and they'd rather keep that in play than risk just taking away one M4.
That AK might not prove to be all too impactful at this stage, as the Izako Boars have got the cash to buy anyway. So it's going to be the M4s all round. Exus will have an AWP, I'm sure. They could go for a double AWP setup, but I'm not sure if that will be the play here. Going into the 9th Contact, they've established a firm lead. They only need a couple more to make this a really good half. And I think at this point, with their current momentum built up and how they're playing, they're on track for more.
Certainly, and a pause taken as a response. Izako Boars here. I would be half expecting Avis to strike in with that second sniper. The feeling is, Izako Boars have to change something up, and with Exus not even going for that AWP himself, I wonder what Avis decides to whip into this one. There was the preference from me that Exus would actually drop away the AWP or pick it up for himself, and it's Teo instead to be holstering this primary sniper. Finally one in play for the Izako Boars. They've got so many players on their roster who can actually pick up this AWP. And, well, this time it's Teo. I expect him to head to Ivy with it.
This is one of the more fair comparisons that I've seen today. Both 7 kills apiece. One of them needs to break away soon.
Those comparisons are usually this guy 25 frags, other guy 6 kills.
That's exactly what we saw this morning, of course, in that first best of 3 of the day. Now as we get into this 9th round, the Izako Boars, this will be a really big one for them to pick up. If they can't, they're back to no money, and Contact will be on 6. They'll have a good chance to get on to 7. So this needs to be a turning point for the Izako Boars, where they take control once again of this CT side, and this is a fantastic start. Teo and Avis finding 2 quick frags, soon to be a 3rd, not quite converted. So 4 versus 3, minute 15 on the clock.
That smoke grenade actually has a hole in it, and Avis are going to peek right through. Doesn't get much info. And with Esperanto finding one towards the B bomb site, levels up the numbers, Contact still a chance. They have to contend with this flank, but that's going the other way. It's Rigger not needing to apply the pressure here, and Espanto, he's taken so much map control here, and Izako Boars seemingly don't know how to respond. They've got Shane still on the A site. Izako going towards this pointing letter and staying put. This might be the right answer. I'm really not sure. Surely Esperanto needs to call in for these reinforcements, get that bomb down and apply the pressure once again, but Riggin 7 HP surely gets taken down here, and only 1 bullet required to end him.
Well, statistically speaking, having a 2-man untraded advantage, you should never lose it. But the Izako Boars almost let it slip. Esperanto now all on his lonesome in a 1 versus 3, and there's nothing he can do as Shane takes him out from the back. The Izako Boars recover that one nicely, but it certainly started to get dangerous as it jumped back into a 3-on-3 situation.
Yeah, and that's just off the mistakes of Contact as well. Esperanto has the whole of that B bomb site. He's checked all of the angles. Nevertheless, the bomb never rotates around. Were they scared of brown holes? I really don't know. But Contact deprived of that 6th round, and that might be a bit of an important momentum switch for the Izako Boars. They can now get those rifles in hand with full utility. This is the first full wholesome buy that we've seen where they've got everything to work with. Double AK in play.
They've certainly not even come close to breaking the bank of Contacts just yet. They're going to go for another healthy investment, the AWP and the AKs to supplement it. 10k still on many of these players, so we're going to see a few more buys to come. Right now, the Izako Boars, a 4-man stack over towards this A bomb site as Exus feeling for information, does a lot of damage, gets the nade in. That's almost certainly going to take down Otto, and that's a really nice start to the 10th for them.
Dead to right, Exus in sight, and 4 versus 5 for c0ntact to try and pull back once again. Otto's one of those real streaky players here where on that CT side can often just be that pivotal member of this c0ntact side, able to find all of those frags required. This time, he's lagging a little bit behind. Only 3 frags for him. Minute mark now for c0ntact as they set the talent, I think, on the A bomb site.
That's certainly looking like the end game. There's 50 seconds on this clock, and they're all setting up for the smoke. So as they start to rain over, the Izako Boars will almost certainly call over the rotate and try and deal with this one. They've already got 4 men on the site, and they just need to connect these shots. But with no counter utility left to deploy, they need to rely on the frag.
There it is, right through the smoke for Rig, and it gets traded evenly. Still a 2 versus 3, as Snappy cannot connect right there. Esperanto has to do everything, and an even Steven score for Izako Boars. Certainly so. It's that second win needed, isn't it? 10 rounds on the board. That's a possibility, but I can't imagine that c0ntact is going to be deprived of any more in this half. You see, 5 rounds required. That's what's left in this one. In the Molotov place, Esperanto actually spots out Teo there. So absolutely knows what he's done. Bit of preliminary damage.
Doesn't want to commit to the swing there. Doesn't want to be that first man to fall. He knows how risky that can be. If you swing a little bit too wide, Teo is going to rip you to shreds with that 50 cal. So 5 versus 5. Shui just holding down the bottom of Pop Dog. And Teo posted on this angle. Should be good for 1 unless he's eliminated by the flashbang. But the time just ticking away, and c0ntact. There goes the smokes. Here come the flashes. They're going to push through.
And Teo rendered completely blind as this cross comes in from c0ntact. Surely they get the bomb down here. It's only Exus holding up a defense, and Teo bursts right up for 1, can't find the second. It's Esperanto, that consistent star once again, nailing the shots, taking control on this B bomb site, approaching and encroaching on these smokes. And Exus really wants to deny this one. He's up close, he's personal, but now needs to rummage through and find the headshot. Rigger knows exactly where he's playing from, and that gets incredibly awkward there for Exus as he drops everybody with him in c0ntact. How did they do it? It's a flawless 4 frag in a couple of moments.
That is rough. Through our X-ray goggles, we could see just how much of an advantage Exus had in that situation. But Riggin, looking the wrong way, realizes that the bomb's just been tapped and like, what the hell? There's someone behind me. Spins around and finds the frag. Exus could have easily taken 2 there and tipped the scales in his team's favor, but instead is unable to do so. Going into the 12th, they've eaten into the reserve cache, and if they can't convert this, c0ntact will more than likely be good for 8 rounds here early on in the T-half.
Yeah, it's all about keeping that economy up on your CT side, and Exus falling first is certainly not going to help matters here for the Poles. Already A control, Spinks at the ready. And one of these Israeli players that you've seen taking center stage recently. Obviously, Flames being a massive member, making Reddit, making Twitter, making a lot of headlines in that, I'd like to say Epsilon roster, but I know it's not.
This is Flames? Is it Endpoint?
It's Endpoint, it's Endpoint. There we go.
Yeah, Israel have actually put out quite a lot of talent recently. Of course, Anakez is from Israel as well, a real staple of that team's secret side. They've not a region that you'd expect to be outputting talented Counter-Strike players, but they have in recent months.
And back in the action, of course, 7 rounds here. Izako Boars, it's, of course, just the complete wipe away of the rifles.
Really nice stuff there from c0ntact. They have been playing incredibly well in this one so far, and as long as they keep it up, they should be able to take train, and in doing so, they put themselves in a fantastic position to take this series. This is a funky camera angle. He's like doing the walk.
I think I saw the producers at the London Marathon use that angle.
Oh yeah. This is, I don't know, I don't think you can compare this to a marathon. This is just a game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this is more of a sprint for Contact. They're already approaching the double-digit mark on their T side, and this is exactly what we were scared of for the Izako Boars. Going to such a confident map for Contact, you saw that 33%. I don't really think that means all too much. And with Smooth out of the roster as well, now they've got like a more consistent 5. I think that Contact might stick with this roster for a little bit longer. I'm really not sure. We don't have any sort of inside knowledge over this one, but you'd hope that they would find their final form, and maybe 8 rounds here. They're looking pretty good against the Boars.
They certainly are. This is going to be 8 as Avis. Oh, he's been tagged up through the smoke. They know exactly where he is. They're going to be hunting for him. Even if they don't, he's only going to save us easy into the next round. But the pincer's there. Otto takes care of him with the Tech 9. And that is going to be 8 for Contact. 2 chances to extend this to 9, maybe even 10. And worst case scenario, an 8-7 half in their favor on their T side. This is pretty exceptional.
It certainly is. 8 and 9 and 10 might be coming down the train tracks fairly soon. Contact double digits, that's the goal. Izako Boars, not much money. I guess they go for the full buy in this one. But they might be strapped for cash in the 15th and final round of the half. Of course, max loss bonus. Also win bonus if they're able to take it. But taking casualties here really does put you at odds and evens going into the last of the half.
They certainly won't have that AWP available if they can't convert this one with saving a man, I suppose. We'll have to wait and see. This pause comes through. It's almost certainly from the Izako Boars, just to talk about what they can do, what they can change up in these final 2 rounds to swing them their favor, because they know that they absolutely need to take them. As we go into this one, it's going to be access with that AWP, a flash and a smoke to complement it too, and M4s on the rest. They've bought down right down to the breadline, so no money left on any of these players remaining. They have to make this one work, otherwise they're all going to be at the $3,500 mark in the 15th.
You remember that 8-7 certainly a possibility here in the first half if the Izako Boars can get their deck in order right here and right now. Otto all the way down, Pop Dog in Exodus. He'll take this angle once again. A frag found, only minimal damage taken.
At the same time, Otto instantly trades one at the other side of the map. So a 4 versus 4. Otto is down to 8 HP, of course. But with that AWP in hand, that's not too much of a contingency. Teo getting super aggressive towards the B halls is getting quite a lot of information. He can hear the steps. He knows it's foolish to push through this smoke, so instead just holds it. And maybe Contact will feed him this one. A Snappy creeping through, somewhat undetected so far, and Teo, he's anticipated. He falls instantly. The push comes through, and the rotation's too slow from the Boars. The bomb's going to go down. The Molotov placed, and Contact are in a prime position to take this one, especially with Otto firing through for another shot.
Oh, such a sensational second as well. That's a triple kill from Otto as he finishes off the lot. What a quad kill. 9 rounds Contact, and it's all down to the Finnish superstar.
It's just target practice for Otto. You can see him flicking left, right, and center, hitting every single shot. Absolutely sensational work. As I said before, the Izako Boars, they didn't get a whole lot done in the last, and it means that they're all around this $3,500 mark in the 15th. Teo down to that Deagle, couple of FAMASs, an MP9, a real lackluster buy for this CT side, and this is a prime opportunity for Contact to get on to 10, which would be sensational.
Certainly is. That money doesn't matter at this point. You can't take it with you. 15th round, we get the reset just after, and 10 rounds looking incredibly likely. Izako Boars, remember, they went up 3-0 earlier on in the map, and very little limited success since that point. Riggin seems hyper aware what the configuration looks like right now. Crosshair Place needs to check the corner, and does. There's the swing around. 3 frags found in unison, and what a firing range here for Contact.
Just shows how coordinated they really are. They come in from all angles. They wait. They say 3, 2, 1, engage. And then they all peek in. They all win their aim duels. And every single frag going their way. Teo does punch in 1-1 right at the end. But it is going to be the 10th for Contact. A very, very convincing performance on their T side of train here. And if they can continue it on the CT side, then this is going to be a pretty quick map. And more than likely a quick series.
Remember, we've seen 2 quick maps today, a whole best of 3, or 3 maps, in fact, played in that first series. This one could be different, though. Contact, this isn't their map pick, and we're really firing through here. 10 rounds T-side, really hard to contend with, and we know that that Contact counter-terrorist half actually is pretty stable as well. So a pistol round might put them over the top here, a rifle round on top of that, and it will be certainly 16.
as we get into this second half pistol. Kit on Snappy, couple of flashbangs to work with. And we're seeing pretty much the same on the Izako Boars side. It's Teo with the utility. Everybody else with that Kevlar. He's actually dropped a P250 over to Exodus as well. He's going to be the man to try and hit the long-range frags. You often see the AWPers are the crispiest on the pistols. And as they charge right into A without wasting any time, here's where the frags come through.
Blocks at the ready, P250 picked, and Spinks makes the first mistake out towards Ivy. Second capitalization could come through as Shui, Shane, they find two, trying to tap away onto this fourth and final man. Riggin and Snappy now need to pull through a masterclass on the A-bomb site, a kit in hand, but might not even be able to put this one to avail any longer. There comes the capitalization. Both frags found a flawless pistol there for the Izako Boars.
That was a real bizarre one. Two players from that T side heading towards Ivy. c0ntact did the same. They wanted to get that aggression through. If Spinks hits a couple of headshots there, then it certainly goes their way. But instead, he gets eliminated and it all falls apart because of it. Looking at these LOOT.BET odds, they have swayed right the other way. c0ntact's the hot favourite going into this one. And of course, they're on this CT side. They've got a 4-round lead. They can afford to go for this force-up in the second.
And this is where things start to get scary. The force buy from the Scouts. Obviously a lot of firepower here for both squads. Mac-10's trying to contend, and the Shui and Shane opens up the fragging once again. This A-bomb site looks heavily contested and contended. Another frag found, bomb should go down, and c0ntact, no chance to get to 11 early.
Snappy's still alive with this scout. Oh, he's gone. Riggan's gone. The round's over. The round's over. There's nothing left to say, Squid. That was a real swift one from the Izako Boars. They only take one casualty, and that's from the scout of Snappy. Now going into this 18th, there is going to be an eco for c0ntact. They've got a little bit of money to maybe pull out a couple of pistols, but that will be it. And this should quite comfortably be an 8th for the Izako Boars. So that gap really starting to close. And if they can win the follow-up buy round as well, then we've got a hell of a game on our hands.
Yeah, certainly so. 10-8 seems to be an absolute guarantee. Lock and key. And the nades probably won't connect onto automatic damage here. Absolutely nothing done. It'll be another 8-8 for the Izako Boars. Looking to lead the charge with the Mac-10s. And Shane, he is more than comfortable to do the damage here. There's another kill surely found. Just dropping down the ladder. Took him a little while, but gets there nonetheless. 3 frags from the Mac-10s. Lots of damage done. Lots of money for the Izako Boars' pockets.
It absolutely is. The economy has really flipped on its head. In the first half, we saw c0ntact controlling all of the money. This time, the Izako Boars have got a lot behind them. All the tools to work with and spare cash to spare. An AWP comes out, the AKs to complement it. But they face up against a similar buy here from c0ntact. That's single AWP on Otto. Rifles on the rest, kits on Sphinx, and utility to work with as they go for this 4-man setup early on A. Something that isn't too uncharacteristic, but the Izako Boars coming in from Ivy might cause problems.
Especially with Exus at the front. Otto walks right into that one. And at the 90-second mark, damage already being done. Flawless flash, Snappy drops. And now the A-bomb site execute is going to come through. Esperanto next to fall. And Shui will find another one. A 1 versus 3 now for Riggan. And he might even just decide to backtrack away from this A-bomb site. He isn't even allowed to. Izako Boars, they might have built the scoreline all the way back as of this point. 10-10 looks to be another possibility right now. Another probability, I should say. Lovely openings.
After being 10-5 down at half-time, the real concern is the fact that you're massively relying on the pistol round. If you don't take it, your opponents pretty much secure themselves 13, and then they only need to win one buy round to close it out. But if you can take that pistol, you can quite comfortably close that gap, and then we'll soon be level pegging again. c0ntact really want to just try and do some damage here. Maybe they can convert this one with the Deagles and Kevlar in hand. It's very unlikely.
Yeah, and just with the pistols, as you mentioned, shouldn't be able to deal too much damage here. c0ntact CT side hasn't looked too good, or admittedly, so far. They have only had the single buy-up. That's with the rifles. The next round will match that. But bomb down, no round for c0ntact. The scoreline level pegging.
c0ntact looking like they are just actually going to save what they have here. Maybe try and do a little bit of damage towards the end. Snatch away a couple of rifles as they're sitting back connector. A couple of guys in CT spawn. Avis might get caught out by this. Maybe he has a field day. It's the former. They are pushing in. They do want to get rid of what c0ntact have to work with right now. Snappy might get caught off guard, but Shui doesn't want to aggress any further. He knows that they can afford to expend that Mach 10, but don't want to be losing any AKs. Does get himself a single frag, but c0ntact, they will be able to carry across the majority of this investment into the next.
And this is where things start to get a little more scary for c0ntact. I'd love to see a tactical pause right now, but knowing how they play, I would actually be fairly surprised to see one within the next 2 or 3 rounds. But we get it, Josh! Look at that prediction. I'm so happy.
Yeah, whatever. All right. That was good. That was a good prediction. And actually, it's a perfect time for c0ntact to call one. It shows that they are taking this seriously. They are disciplined. They do want to take that time to say, right, what are we going to go for here? The response is the double AWP setup. And the question I led before was who's going to take up the secondary AWPing duties. Snappy was in my mind as someone that could pick it up. We've seen him go for it in the past. And yeah, suspicions confirmed. He's the man to wield that secondary sniper. And c0ntact, we'll probably see a change of pace in this round. The whole dynamic will play out differently, and I'm excited to see how it pans out.
I feel like we need some like celebration music or something.
Yeah, woo! c0ntact have called a timeout. Woo! We don't even get celebration music for when they win. I don't even think we get celebration music at the end of the finals.
No, I think we get 20 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah. Last season's being a little bit anticlimactic.
Yeah, let's not mention that one. We do get a more lengthy pause there, so I hope it's tactical, maybe technical. I don't know. We don't get any sort of confirmation of that one, but even Stevens, and now we see the double AWP setup. All your prayers are answered, Josh. You asked me about the double up setup for c0ntact in that previous half, and it turns out that Snappy's going to be that second sniper.
Yeah, you went for that cop-out answer. You didn't know. So you were just like, oh, we won't talk about that. Yeah, we'll wait until they do it. Well, yeah, there we go. Snappy's on it.
You threw me right under the double-decker, mate.
I don't know. I thought you'd know. I thought you knew more about this roster than I did.
No, definitely. You threw me with the £1 million question. I couldn't get the answer. Of course, this roster has had changes over the last couple of months and, well, over the last couple of days even, so we haven't got to see them play as of this point with this configuration. Obviously, Smooya would have been that secondary sniper before. Now it's different. It's down to Snappy, that IGL.
If you were on my game show, Who Wants to Win a Dragon Lore, you'd lose. That would be question number 1, and you'd be out. Start off...
One's pretty fucking difficult.
Well, yeah. It starts off with a PT50 Sand Dune, though, and then you work your way up to better skins. It goes to, like, a Deagle, like, I don't know, Hypnotic or something, and you work all the way up to the Dragon Lore.
Yeah, well, that's our Counter-Strike game show. I revolutionized the scene. 50 seconds here. Double AWP setup left in contention, and with Teo railing away the first, c0ntact really struggling to put over the CT side right now. The double AWPs, how do they retake? Bomb easily goes down, and now they have to scramble back, and I think saving's the better option, Josh.
I think that's certainly the right call. With this double AWP, you really don't want to be going for the retake. It's a really difficult one, especially on that B site. You can punch him from the range and you can capitalize, but as soon as you get close and you have to kind of contest those final fights, you don't want an AWP in hand. You're forced to use it like a shotgun, and it can be very, very temperamental. So this 11th is going to go in the favor of the Izako Boars. They will take the lead for what I believe is the first time since probably round number 6 or so. So this is a pretty big achievement for them. They'll be happy with this one.
They certainly will, and this is basically the best case scenario right now. Of course, this is 6 on the trot.
Yeah, you got to remember that this was a 10-5 half in the favor of c0ntact, so the Izako Boars have done very well to recover this, considering they are on this T side of train. You do expect them to have a stronger T side, as this is their map pick, and it's something that you really have to practice if you are going to pick into train. You can't just rely on a solid CT defense to win you the match every single time. So going into this 22nd, it is going to be the double AWP setup again. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, full set of utility as well for the c0ntact boys. They need to hold up this setup right here and right now. That massive lead that they had so hard fought to build up in the first half. It's totally dissipated. How are Izako Boars ahead right now? That's the big question. Esperanto needs the answers. And he finds the first headshot. Smokes place. Chewy nailing one in the meantime. And Esperanto's got so many angles to watch for. c0ntact, this A defense just looks so porous right now. It's sucking up liquid. The ship is sinking. And Ribbon, he needs to bail water fast with the M3A1S. He's able to do the trick, and there's the shutdown. First round c0ntact.
Riggin taking matters into his own hands and cleaning that one up for his team. I'm not sure if it's lack of communication. I'm not sure if it's messy comms. I don't get it. But in that scenario, it really did feel like Esperanto was just frantically spinning around. He wasn't getting any info on where the opponents were coming from, and it felt like he was exposed from all angles. Nonetheless, they pick it up 11-11. This is really the difference maker. One team needs to pull ahead, and I'm not sure who it's going to be.
I've got to say that tactical timeout might have actually changed something. It gives Neil M, the coach, a bit of time to actually get engaged. He's super experienced, been with this c0ntact roster for almost a year now, really doing a lot of damage in the scene, and somebody who really brings a great mental game to the server. Yeah, somebody definitely to look up to if you want to know how to be a coach, get your players pumped up, bring that tactical and analytical aspect into the roster, and that can be something that that a lot of teams go without, especially when they've lost that 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row. Of course, c0ntact losing 6 in a row at the start of this half. You do need that outside influence, that secondary perspective, that bird's eye view to really bring you back on track, and c0ntact seem to have that right now. Let's see if that continues.
And he's Irish, and he's a lovely guy.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, not only does he have a lot of experience as a coach, but he's been with this roster for a very long time, so he knows them inside out. Since the crazy days he's been with this core, so as we get into this 23rd, let's see what these rifles can do. The clock running down quite low, and the Izako Boars need to go for the execute soon.
It's the crazy Josh days. 35 seconds left on the board, and c0ntact haven't been challenged to the punch at all. Pop dog control still taken. Surely Shui's going to walk into this one. If he finds the headshot, that should open this one through. And what a spray away. That is so intelligent. Spinks doesn't know what hit him. And now Otto and Riggin, all of their teammates have fallen around them. There's 15 seconds. The bomb goes down. And what can they do about this one apart from save this AWP Riggin M4 combination? What a disgusting setup for the Izako Boars there. Those kills came through simultaneously, and there was no attempt to get back into that one.
I started to worry for them when the clock wound down to the 15-second mark, and the B fake wasn't convincing enough to draw a rotation. I thought, there's no way they've got time to get onto this site, find all the kills, and actually get that C4 down in time. But they did it with ease. They found all those kills in a matter of 3 seconds, and then the round's just theirs for the taking. Riggin and Otto are going to hold on to the rifles that they have, and the Izako Boars, I'm pretty sure they go hunting here. They've not expended all too much. They do have the money to do so if they wanted to, but instead they're going to hold on to it.
Pause once again, 12-11, and this one is coming down to the wire. I mean, this is where you get Neil M once again, isn't it? We've talked about him once before, but this is really where he has to get engaged, whether it's a tactical or a technical. There's nobody really moderating that at this point, but the Izako Boars economy that's built up, $10,000 in the bank account for Shui, and nobody really lagging behind anymore.
You've got plenty of timers. I believe you have about 4 in LOOT.BET, so it's worth utilizing them, and many teams don't even get close to using all 4. But in times like this, when it's a really, really close scoreline, you might as well give that bit of time, even if it's not for the coach to give you some analysis, actually just to cool down and think about what you're going to do next. It's an extra 30 seconds to do so, and getting into this 24th, an important one for c0ntact to take. They need to make sure that this defense is tighter and more coordinated.
12-11. And the double AWPs yet to be challenged away on this A bomb site. It's quite the aggressive approach. This is the change of pace for Contact. They want to get closer to these choke points and deny Izako Boars at the door. Just playing a slow stance for the poles. As Shuey goes for that jump across again. Stuck on the ladder. How does he find that shot? Spinks a massive mistake. And that isolates the double player on this A-bomb site. Riggin coming from the rear. I don't know if he'll be spotted right now. Shuey does drop. And I think he does have to bail back to B with only 12 HP.
I don't know how Shuey gets away with so much there. Shouldn't have been able to get that kill onto Spinks. And then even when he comes up the ladder, he still manages to dink Riggin before he dies. He's done so much damage there when realistically he should have fallen without doing anything. Now a 4 versus 4 situation, 35 seconds on this watch, and the Izako Boars need to push onto this A side.
Not much time, and Avis, the first man through, drops the smoke to connector, and Contact, they've been outmaneuvered once again. They've got 3 players with the 4th rotating over towards B. They've got no coverage on the pointy letter, and the bomb goes down completely uncontested, and Contact need to make the way back in. Enough 4 versus 4. This is so tough and tricky. They've got only the the one player from the rear. That is Riggin once again, but can't hold the line, and Contact gonna bail with the 4 rifles.
I like the discipline. I would have loved to see them actually push in and go for this retake. They've got the kits, they've got the weaponry, they still had some util as well. Even just pop over a couple of flashes and see what you can find and then fall away. But to hold on to these rifles, it's going to be very, very impactful in the next. If they would have dropped them all, they'd have no money to work with. It would be a guaranteed 14th for the Izako Boars before another buy could come through. So this is smart. I do quite like this.
Yeah, and I mean, if Izako Boars take some of the next 3 rounds, if they take 3 of the next 5 or 6 to my numbers, that's my maths. That to get my fingers out to count that one. 13-11, 3 out of 6 needed. We might even be going to a 3 mapper, I guess. Contact, they're very confident on Mirage, and I don't know. Would you like to see a 3 mapper today?
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna regret saying that, but yeah, come on then.
All right, I've got a 3 mapper for you, Josh. Here we go. 13-11, and Contact. Again, the double AWP setup. This time getting thrown over to Esperanto. See, this is the real reason I didn't know, because there are so many AWPs on this side, so much potential, and it's Otto, that primary sniper, to fire through first.
Remember right now, this was a 10-5 half, so Contact have only found a single round on this CT side. Often the favoured side on train quite heavily. This time they have got this man advantage. And the nade's still coming through, just keeping the Izako Boars at an arm's length. Contact are running down this clock quite nicely. And with a 2-man setup towards this B site, they're well equipped to deal with this push.
And Riggin to be the first man on the aggression. He on that CT side, sitting just above the bomb train. Of course, Esperanto's AWP to hold down the line again, but where are the smokes? They don't fall, and the AWP doesn't collapse. 2 kills for the Izako Boars. That evens up the number and gives away the entirety of this B bomb site. They're watching for flanks right now as Avis wants to get aggressive over the smokes. He's right through towards the CT spawn, and Otto doesn't even spot him. That's crazy. That's amazing. And now the AK-47 needs to swivel for even more. He's up close and personal. Snappy basts one back. But with Teo dropped, a 2 versus 2 scenario, Avis still alive. He's sat within these smokes and needs to find even more. He absolutely does. There's the headshot. Surely Spinks, he has no chance. He's held in an arm's length, and Avis finishes off all of them. What a quad kill.
That is absolutely fantastic. I think he even gave Otto a little headbutt there before spinning around. Realised, oh wait, I'm trying to walk back and there's something blocking me. And just spins around, punches in that headshot, and then finds himself another 3 on 24 points of health as well. Every single one of these kills is incredibly snappy.
Yeah, all of the headshots, 14-11, and Izako Boars the home straight before the finish line. 2 now needed.
Still the weapons to work with, but they've run out of chances. If they lose this one, the Izako Boars put themselves onto match point, and they've got enough money to continue to invest till the end if needs be. Snappy getting really aggressive right now with this orb. The flash comes through, lands the shot. That's a massive advantage. And seconds, the 4 kills have come through.
That's the first time we've seen this from Contact all map. This CT side has been so damn bad. 10-5 in their favor first half, and just putting nothing on the board here. And if they deny Izako Boars at the gate, I really don't know what to say about this one. Remember, c0ntact, just off the back of that really powerful first half, are still only 4 away from the finish line. And on the CT side of a map like Train, this is very possible.
Rounds like that really show they're absolutely capable of just dominating this Izako Boars side, but it just takes a little bit of initiative, and it feels like that's not come through. In that round, they said, right, okay, we need to try and take some control. Let's flash out A main, let's flash out Ivy, and let's try and poke in for some initial aggression. They did it, they won all the aim duels, and it worked out perfectly. I want to see more of that from c0ntact for them to close this gap and take this win.
Spinks has been a liability. 11 kills this map, and playing towards the pop dog, that's such a key position to hold. We see some of the best players in the world, and down here, I would say Boomich being one of the world's best, to be perfectly honest. You have to be able to hit those flashy headshots, contend with your utility. You need to have all of those fundamentals of CS totally under wraps. It's the equivalent to a connector on Mirage, where you are that floating voter, you're that key anchor of the A-bomb site. Spinks, M4A1S equipped, isn't going to find anything as of the minute mark.
He's managed to tag down Avis low, who was just doing that little ladder bait. It's really cheeky. You can just climb up and down the ladder really fast. I think in real life you'd struggle to climb up and down a ladder that quickly.
I don't. I'm a very agile man.
On ladders, yeah, well, Shui tries to make the same mistake and actually falls. Avis doing his famous headshot through the floor once again. Brings things back into a 4 versus 4 situation. But with 35 seconds on this clock, not a lot of equity in this round. And a huge mistake from Teo to go down the ladder with the C4. This could be all said and done for c0ntact right now. Esperanto's having a field day.
Avis was on such low HP right there. It only took 1 bullet, and teasing him on that ladder, it's so difficult to get away with your life. It's just not going to happen. Esperanto's done the damage, but realistically, Izako Boars come out with the frags, and now Otto has to contend on the cross. There's 10 seconds left. I don't see XS having any chance in this one. And there's the finisher for Riggin. 13 now for c0ntact. Look at this convincing play, though, from Esperanto. He holds Izako Boars at an arm's length. Not just dropping that bomb, but Avis falling as well.
Other than it being a little bit close towards the end, I think that was a pretty horrendous round for the Izako Boars, where they established that there was a man in Pop Dog. They weren't able to eliminate him initially. You kind of hope that when you go for that bait, you bait them into peeking the top of the ladder, and then you can eliminate them and take control. But instead, it took them so long that they had to just dive down, and they lost 3 men in an unfair fight. It just doesn't make any sense, and it means that c0ntact are now within 1 of leveling out this scoreline. A lot of confidence, a lot of momentum built up, and this double AWP setup once again in the hands of Otto and Snappy. Otto beats the angle. That's the first.
Time to contend that sniper once again. Somehow c0ntact, last possible hurdle. They're pulling it through. They're raising the bar for Izako Boars to climb. And this finish line, the hardest of the lot to take. I wonder if this is a choke. Maybe you could characterize it as that for the Poles. But these rounds since taking 14 have been horrendous. 1 by 1 takes onto the B bomb site. Riggin and Otto way too good to deal with that.
That's really the issue. I think there's a fundamental problem with Izako Boars closing right now. Before they got to 14, all of their rounds were superb. And since that, they've just been pretty lame. As you say, just 1 by 1 takes into the B-bomb site. The round prior, just a very questionable play in Pop Dog. Avis right now, he's playing a game of cat and mouse. Might be able to get rid of Otto here. He's just lurking around. In fact, it's not actually Otto, it's Spinks. He'll be able to do so, but the round not in contention whatsoever.
No, that bomb pretty much seals the deal. It being down on the B bomb site means Avis no chance to get on top. I mean, if you could have found an AWP then that would have been a little more to work with. The Izako Boars economy still looking pretty sturdy going into round number 29. This will be 14-14. We'll see the full 30 here for Train.
Maybe even more. We haven't seen an overtime today. I wouldn't be surprised if one comes through. I feel like we haven't seen an overtime in a little while, actually, so yeah, maybe that happens.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Alright, well, whatever. I'm fingers crossed for the longest game in history. I'm strapping my seatbelt in.
Yes. Otto, 7 kills on the entries. You see, it's pretty even, Stevens. I mean, at the top of the table, 7-5-4. What's the difference?
I mean, between 7 and 5, there's a difference of 2. And between 5 and 4, there's a difference of 1. So there is a difference. Yeah, that's what I thought. was like, you do it to me, so you can get out of here.
Spinks, that is a first frag. I mean, words exchanged, but bullets exchanged here for c0ntact instead. I'm in disbelief. I've got to be honest. I'm a little bit tongue-tied right now because realistically, c0ntact, they were dead in this server. It was, let me just count them up right now. 6, 9 out of 10 in a row for the Izako Boars. And then it all falls apart. c0ntact, they only needed 4 to finish. And they might be able to take them all simultaneously. Teo, oh, so close to nailing that no-scope. But Riggin is able to close a chaotic event on the A bomb site, but the full rotate for c0ntact, and they're one away to finish.
What a time for this Izako Boars bank to break as well. They've had so much money throughout this entire half, and as they go into the 30th, they finally don't have enough. They have the AKs to work with, but Exus instead of the AWP, only with that Deagle in hand. This is going to be difficult to work with, especially with a fired up c0ntact side with a double AWP setup.
Double AWPs, as you mentioned, and this was the configuration that worked for the Izako Boars in the first half, and it's certainly working for Snappy right now. Teo drops Izako Boars. What a heartbreaking way to finish this one. They come so far, but they don't make it across the finish line by the looks of things. Esperanto final nails in the coffin now, as it's a 2 versus 5 c0ntact. I don't know how they pulled this one back, but Exus and Shui now have to get the job done for OT. Half HP for Shui. Otherwise, this one's said and done. It's Otto to finish. 16-14 for c0ntact, as the 2-mapper for the favourites is still on the cards.
Absolutely fantastic stuff there for c0ntact. Taking it 16-14. That was, of course, the Izako Boars map pick. Absolutely sensational. And that will fire them up for the next. We're going to jump to a short break, but we'll be right back with you in about 10 minutes' time with the second map of this series. We're heading to Mirage. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Nice shot. Lock and load.
You could be the muse to my passion. We can make love like an act of God. I just match my words to my actions. Magic in my life's everlasting. I say I could have the world, but we would let it go. But something about your style makes me wanna man up. We should fill our cups, catch a flick and do some stuff. I'm used to one night stands, but with you that's not enough. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see ya. Please give me a sign, yeah. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. Please give me a sign, yeah. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see you. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. Why you presenting games I don't wanna play? I've been on my grind, I just wanna lay down with you. Spark a doobie, hit the town with you. Life is complicated, but I found in you something simple, I can wrap my head around it. Be my lady, cause you keep it around it. You see all the women in my DMs, it's astounding. You ain't gotta worry about a thing, you got me grounded. Yeah, I say any truth that I wanna say. Let's appreciate our youth like it's our final days. I'm the rarest in the deck, call me ace of spades. Life is anything you choose, and I would choose you, babe. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see ya. Please give me a sign, yeah. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. Please give me a sign, yeah. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see you. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see you. Please give me a sign if you wanna come through, through. Oh yeah. In the beginning, there was time. No room for darkness to take place.
Welcome back, everybody. Map number 2 here between c0ntact and Izako Boars. And we start off proceedings with this Mexican standoff. Ba-da-ba-doo, boop, 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 boop. Ba-da-ba-doo, boop, 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 boop. Ba-da-ba-doo. These are top quality sound effects from LOOT.BET Season 8, ladies and gentlemen. Utmost professionalism. As the knife does come through, it's c0ntact to take the CT side.
They always scare me. You know, those moments like that, it's like, no, I don't want to be in that.
Close your eyes. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what happens.
Not quite that. I was watching. I was attached to that one. But yeah, c0ntact starting off on the CT side. Of course, this is their map pick of Mirage. We talked in the 10 minutes that we had before this one about the fact that the Izako Boars are very confident on Mirage. This is one of their stronger maps. So it's interesting for c0ntact to take them to it. Shows that they have been doing a lot of practice on this map. And I think that with the real momentum built up as well from snatching away Train, they might be able to get this one done. We could see a 2-0 here, but the Izako Boars have put up a really good fight so far, so maybe they do get like a second wave and we do go to a third. I'm not sure yet.
I was going to say, when you said we talked about during the break, I started racking my brains about what we did talk about during the break and thought, well, we can't talk about any of that stuff on stream.
Yeah, it's quite like we don't stick to the topics. It goes all over the place. Some funky conversations are had in those 10 minutes that you don't get to hear, but we did touch upon it. We did mention it for like 2 minutes.
I mean, two minutes is a little bit generous, I think, but I mean, maybe we should do that. Just wear lapels as we go outside and take our little 5-10 minute break between the maps and give viewers that behind the scenes scope of what us casters talk about.
Yeah, bringing a camera and the microphones and just, yeah, this is the outside. This is, yeah.
I think I might have like a 25-meter cable somewhere so we could go all the way out to the smoking bay. We could have the handheld in hand, get the cameras out as well.
Yeah, this could work. This could be a good content segment. But for now, it's too late. So going into this one, it is going to be the pistols for the Izako Boars and some utility as well to work with as they head over to B very, very fast. This could be a quick one.
The Glock's looking to collapse. It's both sides of the maps for the Boars. Is the bomb not really committed towards this B bomb site, but Riggin certainly is. He might actually cause a complete ruse and catastrophe for the Izako Boars. If he spots out this bomb, then he might be dead to rights, though. This timing really unfortunate, and surely a leg spotted there. Shui doesn't capitalize and finally does find that shot. That should speed things up towards the A bomb site, and the pair of players inside of Palace, that is Shane and Exus, needs to move on through and, of course, find some of these kills. Avis is well tucked inside that side of the map is Spinks, the solo player towards ticket booth. Esperanto holds the crossfire. And Izako Boars pushed the brakes before this final execute.
That's really unfortunate. Riggin had a prime position, but with no info, he couldn't capitalize on it.
Pistols, 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 and Spinks needs to connect the headshot. Shane instantly eliminated, and Shui able to trade it up. The USPS retrieved from Riggin's dead body being used to avail, and I think Shui might double dip into the CT spawn here. It's one of the more dangerous, challenging angles to take, and are they going for this double boost right now? They absolutely are. They do have this little Noah towel in effect, and Exus should be able to finish this one off. A frag found, it gets traded up by the pole, and there's Avis to finish.
Pretty swift pistol around there for the Izako Boars. I thought they were just going to go for a straight-up B rush when they took that bomb over to the apartments early. They probably would have taken it if they could have, because it was a pretty open site. Looking at these odds from LOOT.BET, they actually fancy c0ntact as your firm favourites. Of course, this is their map pick, and all of the bettors seem to fancy their chances. But not winning that pistol puts them on the back foot a little bit going into this one. Of course, it is the force up in the second, but only the Deagles are scout on auto.
Statistically, that CT-sided pistol is incredibly important here. It's really hard to carry through that second round unless your opponents walk into a stack, and that's something that the Izako Boars won't do this time. Straight towards mid, quick headshots from Exus. Should be a clean one.
It's actually lightning fast reactions there from Exus, holding a very tight angle and just bam, headshot. Easy pickings against these Deagles. And yeah, with this two-man advantage and no commitment yet, they're certainly not going to walk into a stack. They're playing this one step at a time. And they've got plenty of time to work with as well. So Sphinx has got aggressive over towards ramp. He could cause complications later in the round if the Izako Boars do opt for A. But it's looking like that's not going to be the play they go for here.
No, there is a minute on the board, and Esperanto might be the one floating voter to really cause a commotion here beside B. Izako Boars not quite committed, but this should certainly be straight towards short. Let's see if the connector man can pull the rotate over. Knowing if c0ntact might find a really fast frag here, there is a chance. But I think they might bail into the A site here with the bomb already on its way. Only the one man stuck towards ramp. That is, of course, Sphinx just holding down the line. And c0ntact shouldn't be able to find all too much out of this one.
Well, that Molotov just confirming as well that Sphinx can't even deny that plant. That's so smart from the Boars, knowing that going onto that A site, they've cleared all of those those difficult angles. That's what we're going to call it. Those difficult angles, the firebox and such. But yeah, getting that Molotov into ramp that they don't have control of, just make sure that Sphinx can't get anything done.
Certainly so. No damage dealt thus far for c0ntact. That'll be 2-0.
Lost my words for a second there, Squid. I can't even remember what I was about to say. Precarious, maybe? Maybe something else. I don't know. No word came out.
I think complicatorous.
Complicatorous. Yeah, that famous word that everybody uses all the time. Nonetheless, it is going to be the second quite comfortably for the Izako Boars. They're going to hold on to every single weapon as well. So going into this eco, keeping that Mach 10 floating means that he can do some damage and the Gallows can do some as well. c0ntact, only Sphinx surviving with that Deagle and the Kevlar and utility to back it up. But I can't imagine anyone around him forces up because they don't have the money to do so.
No, and I think c0ntact do need a fairly decent CT side here. They'll be going for those 6-7 rounds. I think they'll have a lot more equity on that terrorist side, though, to be perfectly honest. Izako Boars, I think that their T side is actually exceptional. I do get a bit scared for c0ntact in this one that they have picked Mirage. I know that this is a map that Izako Boars really do know how to play, and already showing us some success in the opening 3 rounds. Should be a simple one to close out the 3-0 scoreline. Shane just pressuring into the B bomb site with very little contest here from c0ntact. He's pushing in with the one pistol, very easily dispatched as the Glills take the pistols to task.
This is an absolute clean-up crew. c0ntact just can't get anything done in this one. And oh my, even Shuey just getting that headshot straight through the smoke onto Otto. Perfect read on the situation, and Sphinx is left alive on his lonesome once again. 1 versus 4, and he might just go for the save here. I'm not really too sure. Maybe he goes for some damage instead. That would make sense. You talk about the fact that c0ntact will have a stronger T side, and I think that that's definitely correct. We saw them take a formidable T half on Train, where it's actually heavily CT sided. So for them to take 10 rounds shows that that fragging power really lies when they've got all of this. They have the potential to control the pace, and they can just run around with the AKs, show off these aim star plays. But right now, they're just getting dominated in the early rounds here on Mirage.
Yeah, as soon as you take that T-sided pistol on Mirage, you're expected certainly to take the next 2 as well. Remember, this is c0ntact's pick, so now with the rifles, want to come back with a vengeance. It's snappy with the AUG, a weapon that we saw him utilizing on Train. I'd say it's more powerful on the aforementioned map. Here on Mirage, you don't have those same long-distance engagements. I wonder where he will be playing with it, though. Seemingly out towards... I actually can't see those numbers at all. Where is he playing from? The B bomb site, which is more closely contested. If he's holding that far away apartments angle, well, we'll see if he can get anything done with it.
I like this positioning from Sphinx. It might get punished, but he's got Esperanto there to support him. So if the Izako Boars do get a little bit greedy, peek into this one, c0ntact could certainly capitalize. This is one of those rounds that all comes down to these initial engagements. And if it goes the Boars' way, it's certainly their round for the taking. The smoke deployed is the information gained, but now the frags have to come through. Sphinx is good for 1, poking the head down. This is where Esperanto comes in to support. He's good for 2 more, and as Riggin chimes in, this is an absolute shutdown. Finishes things off with a 2-piece. And that's going to be the first for c0ntact, a bloodbath on the A side.
Locked away at the door there. Nothing that Izako Boars could do, and it's that trio on the A bomb site to get the job done. A lot of the time you're playing inside of the palace, below dark. You're not all in contention and in cohesion, but c0ntact really nicely holding that one down and only dropping 2 rifles for their trouble. Here, 3-1, and Izako Boars looking for a little more here with the AWP of Exus for the first time. It is a full buy round as they head towards mid, sprawling for control. A 2-1-2 setup.
This AWP now in the hands of Otto. He has to contest with Exus, who's got one of his own. And the Izako Boars actually heading over towards the B apartments. They want to take control of Underpass as well. It will be granted for them for free. c0ntact don't want to be getting that aggressive at this stage in the game. However, they are punching in quite a lot of aggression over towards Palace. Now, taking this control gives them a lot of leg room. They can go unsuspected if the Izako Boars do push up ramp. And it just means they have this element of surprise. Right now, the Boars haven't made any commitments. They're still in mid, but doing a lot of early damage.
With Otto sweeping away that opening shot, Shane first to drop. The Izako Boars held it at an arm's length despite this preliminary damage being dealt. 20 HP for Otto and Spinks between them. And c0ntact full HP on the other three. Mid-control, Shui soon to plummet into the B-bomb site via short, but that's the snappy swing from Snappy, fortunately. Able to find one Avis and Exis trades.
Man advantage. Spinks only on 1 point of health, though, so it's a lot closer than the numbers may show, and that's going to be a swift kill for Avis to find. Bring things back into a 2-on-2. That C4 is going to go down, and they've got some utility to keep the defenders away. The retake starting to come in hot and heavy, and the damage dealt. Exus misses that all-important shot, but Snappy falling leaves it all down to Esperanto. 2 versus 1 situation. He looks the wrong way, and Exus can dispose of him. That's the buy round going in the favour of the Boars, puts them 4-1.
That is such a disgusting round there. 5 versus 2 scenario. 4 frags for the AWP of Avis. And a really sensational performance there from the Izako Boars. The entirety of that A-bomb site taken and just held at bay by the double AWPs, forcing c0ntact back onto pistols for round number 6. The Deagles come through onto all 5 members. And what can they do? These are such hard rounds to capitalize on if you're the c0ntact side. 4-2 definitely wanted and needed, but against the double AWPs, where does the hole lie in this attack? I don't think it's Palace. Is Exus able to scope away number 1?
These Deagle rounds for c0ntact don't seem to be working out as well as I really thought. You think that with all of these aimers, they could buy into a round like this and really turn the tides. You see certain rosters that are really capable of doing that, where they can just buy into these pistols and make something miraculous happen. c0ntact haven't been able to do that so far this series. The Izako Boars have responded to these Deagle buys very nicely with a really passive default, and c0ntact just haven't been able to deal with it. An early man advantage taken by the T side once again, and Shane just not getting aggressive at all. He's waiting for c0ntact to bring the fight to him.
Should be a simple sweep away round here to take number 5 for the Poles. Deagle at the ready. Inside for Spinks. Really needs a couple of headshots here to do that damage. Remember, the Izako Boars economy hasn't really built up as of this point, so every single kill he finds, reinvestments, keeps each player down to practically 0. Finding that opening pair of shots, incredibly important to try and keep this one as clean as possible for the T's. 30 seconds on the board. Bomb should go down here. And only a single man to contest. Very convincing stuff there from Izako Boars in the secondary round, as Esperanto does find a headshot of his own. Knowing that the AWP is towards the middle of the map, Teo does end the round in its tracks.
A double up setup currently lying on this T side. Not something that you see all too often on Mirage, but I suppose it's viable.
Yeah, it certainly is. And also, Izako Boars actually picked up that second AWP off the ground as well. So it's not something that they've purchased into anyway. It's not something that has taken a hit off of their economy.
Shane's going to be the man to take the secondary sniper. And as he wants to go for this pick towards mid, he's got the spawn to do so. And he might be able to find it. Aggression towards middle from c0ntact means that they should be able to contest this one. For now, all the smokes, meaning that none of these fights come through.
4 snipers in play on the server, and Otto putting his first to avail. Snappy falling. It's Esperanto on that secondary sniper on this CT side. 4 snipers still in action, but only 7, now 6 players in total, as most of these members right now are holstering the sniper rifles. This is going to be a funky, frisky 3 versus 3. As what is Izako Boars going to do about this one? Head into B, perhaps? That is so awkward. And considering Esperanto has the angle under lock and key, plenty of utility to hold away this one, but no double scoping. Just playing that far further distance angle. We'll see what the Estonian star can do. Firing through for the first. Can't connect either of those shots. Esperanto now needs to nail one. Awkward jump. Finds the first flick and now needs even more. Down on the B bomb site. Still has to contend with Esperanto. As he might actually miss another one before firing in. Shane now with the angle under post. And Esperanto just locked into this angle right now. All of the AWPs in play. And Shane instantly eviscerates it.
That's really unfortunate for c0ntact. You never really see 4 AWPs in play on a server. Going into this 8th c0ntact, haven't got a whole lot to work with. It's just going to be these pistols, 2 smoke grenades, and we've seen they haven't been able to get a whole lot done in the past. This is a really, really good start from the Izako Boars. Of course, this isn't even their map pick, so to go 6-1 up is sensational. This needs to be a turning point for c0ntact. Well, maybe not this round, but certainly the next, where they try and close up this scoreline. Otherwise, they're going to have problems.
Exactly, and that was the danger zone for me in this pickup because Izako Boars, they have such a good T side here on Mirage. This is something that they replicate seemingly all of the time, and they're doing it once again. Should be 7-1 right now, and c0ntact really just haven't found their footing as of round 8 or 9. They've got a couple of deagles in hand, a nade blasting Riggin off the server, and Teo also picking one off the face of the earth. Esperanto fires back with 2. There's an AK-47 in play and another one retrievable as well. So back into the B bomb site for Izako Boars. I don't think there's any delay tactic to try and stop this bomb from going down. And Shui always takes an angle. I swear Snappy is standing in the same place getting pre-fired every single round.
Shui's certainly been a bit of a master fragger on this server so far. And Esperanto's the man for my money that seems to be doing all the work on these deagle rounds, but it never seems to be enough. It's always 1 or 2 nice headshots and that's it. In this one, 3 versus 2 situation, they haven't got a kit to work with and only a single flashbang, so they're certainly not going to go for this retake. They're going to fall right away and carry these AKs into the next. The Izako Boars not hunting either. They'll just allow them to take those rifles. They know that it's going to be a buy up anyway. And right now, they've got all the confidence. They've got all the momentum. They don't need to make a risk. They can just go into this one with their heads held high. Continue to rack up these rounds. 7-1 they now sit. If they can convert this next buy up, it will go 8, more than likely 9. As I said before, this needs to be a swing round, a turning point for c0ntact, where they get back into this one. This is, of course, their map pick. And if they can't seize this opportunity, then they've got problems. Round number 9, we do get underway. A double up setup once again. It's Esperanto and Otto to have them. And as you mentioned before, Squid, these AWPs just seem to bounce around. Sometimes you see it on Snappy, sometimes you see it on Esperanto. This time it's the latter. Only a single AWP in the hands of the Izako Boars. It's on Exus this time as they go over towards B early on. All 5 men stacked up in the B halls, not taking any control elsewhere. And this could be dangerous because as Riggin starts to get aggressive towards ramp, they've started to suss out what's going on. Nonetheless, Snappy's still the only defender towards this B site. With the nades raining over, the reinforcements called in. Snappy flashed, gets behind the bench, lives to tell the tale for a few more seconds, but needs to find the frag. Chimes in for 1. Can't even get the kill, just does the damage. 4 versus 4 situation. But the site's already firmly taken by the Izako Boars. And as the smoke goes up, they've got this man advantage. Still enough utility to hold on to it, but Otto chimes right through the smoke, gets a kill. Riggin's able to find one more, and with this man advantage, still 30 seconds on this bomb, 1 kit in hand in hands of Sphinx. They have to suss out these final 2 players, find the kills. That's a mistake from Teo to go for the peak. Far too wide to swing when you know Otto's posted on the angle. Now they just need to work out where Avis is hiding, and he's not really hiding. It's in plain sight, and Riggin's able to take care of him. The defuse will quite comfortably come through. That's 3 staying alive for c0ntact. Their second round on the board, and that secondary AWP retrieved as well. Sphinx is the man to pick it up. Pretty sure he'll drop that back over to Esperanto, unless Snappy wants it. No, it will be Esperanto to wield it. I think that's just due to their positioning right now. Otto playing over towards that A site. Esperanto kind of... Well, actually, Esperanto's been playing over towards A as well. So Otto's been taking up those duties towards middle. Maybe we'll see him go towards short in a few of these rounds. We haven't really seen enough rounds where he's actually had the AWP in hand. So we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out. But as we go into the 10th, a good opportunity for c0ntact to take a third, and the Izako Boars, they've been playing very together. It's a real compact setup they're going for. They don't want to go for these slow defaults where there's potential that they get isolated in 1v1 duels. They want to play the trading game. And once again, minute 30 on the clock, they want to head towards A. Sphinx is in a pretty precarious angle, and he's got support from Otto and Riggin here on this A site too. So as the nades start to rain over, a nice triangle formation, it needs to be broken, and Shui gets rid of the first piece. Damage onto the second, converts it. But what on earth is that from Riggin? He's found himself 3 before dying in the flames. That is a ballsy hero play, and it's exactly what c0ntact need. Run straight through the smoke, sets himself on fire, and takes 3 to the grave with him before he falls. A fantastic flash, but Snappy's not able to capitalize, and it leaves Esperanto all on his lonesome. That nade brings it into a one-on-one. He knows where that remaining player is, but he's forced out into the open. Needs to take this Angel, and with the AWP in hand, and actually Shane able to cross, he's going to be sitting in sandwich. So Esperanto's forced into a close range fight. Might need to land the no-scope here. That smoke grenade's going to give him a little bit more leg room, but a huge gap in it means that he has to take this fight once again. Tries to go for the cross, gets across, spots out the information, lands the flick. That's sensational from Esperanto. And the kit in hand means he can get that diffused through, and that's going to be the 3rd for c0ntact. Going into this 11th, c0ntact really need another 4 or 5 here to have a decent half. And right now, they've got all the tools to work with to do so. Not bringing this double AWP setup across. In fact, they weren't able to. Only one man staying alive. It was Esperanto. So that's going to be dropped over to Otto. They will just have this single setup. So let's see how this works out for them. This will be, I think, one of the only rounds they've taken without that double AWP setup, if they can do so. Snappy taking a nice angle, and as the T starts to push through, sprays away for 1. Still staying alive, gets himself the 2nd, knows where the 3rd is, and Esperanto's able to take care of him. And Exus and Shui very, very quickly left in a difficult situation. Exus does level out these numbers a little bit further, brings him back into a 4-on-2, but his position's known, the bomb's out in the open, and this should be quite a comfortable round for c0ntact to close. The only real risk is Shui coming in from behind. But c0ntact surely anticipate this. Otto's just watching the back line, posted on this angle with the AWP, and as soon as Shui peeks into it, oh my goodness! The wide swing, Otto can't connect, and now this adds complications. 50 seconds still on this clock. The flank now known from Shui, but as the pincer comes through, there's certainly an opportunity for the Izako Boars to bounce this one back. c0ntact just seem to be struggling to close these kind of situations, and the clock's ticking away. The Izako Boars need to speed this one up, and as Shui falls, this should be the end, and it absolutely is. 4 on the board for c0ntact.
As Shui lets it slip right there, that's pretty much the beginning of the end for the B site take, of course. Just that full rotate and everything. It really just feels incredibly awkward. Here's that replay once again. Just a crazy moment there on the A bomb site. And Esperanto able to finish it off there. 4-7 c0ntact, seemingly back in the game. If they can take 7-8 this half, I think they might really be back in this one.
Well, the Izako Boars, of course, now just down to this eco. Certainly gives c0ntact the prime opportunity to get on to 5, to build up this money a little bit as well. Something they've been struggling to do. We saw in the round prior that they only kept 1 man alive. In the last, not too many either. So right here, they need to make sure that they thin out these numbers and don't take any casualties. That's exactly what they're doing. As Shane's all alone, he's going to get dealt with. Very, very little damage taken. In fact, only 12 points of it. So c0ntact get themselves onto 5. Now the buy round to contest the 6th.
Yeah, with 3 rounds in hand before the end of this half, c0ntact looking for that 8-7 finish, and that's when they've got a real opportunity and a possibility to get back into this one, starting with that T-pistol. That's all in the future. Let's focus on the present. 5 AKs for Izako Boars, deprived of that AWP to challenge Otto.
No warps on this Izako Boars side, and Snappy, he's gone for the short jump. This is a really fast way to get onto short to support your teammate, and as Riggin charges right up, it's him and Snappy to do all the work. Snappy actually landing that headshot straight through the smoke, gives them a 2-man advantage instantly in this round. Barely 15 seconds has passed, and Riggin's hungry for more. As this smoke starts to dissipate, surely he spots out Shuey, and this should be his engagement for the taking. Does some damage, Flash supports him. Ooh, it's a very messy fight, but he comes out on top. And with a 4v2, this should be their round for the taking, unless Avis adds complication.
Yeah, he's certainly got something.
Surprised Shane actually went for that peek in that scenario. Nonetheless, it isn't going to work out for him. c0ntact get themselves onto 6. There's not going to be a whole lot of money. In fact, there will be enough money in the Izako Boars side to buy into this next one. They've got a bit of a loss bonus built up. That C4 plant and a little bit of cash on Avis and Exus as well will mean that they will have a healthy buy going into this one. We'll probably see an AWP on Exus with not a lot of utility, and the AKs all round for the rest. So, still a fair fight going into the 14th round of this one. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
Well, it is going to be all of the rifles, at least. Double AWP setup c0ntact. A deficit of just the 1 round now. That is very stark compared to the 7-1 start Izako Boars were able to take. A big momentum swing, and that's what makes c0ntact so good. It's this firepower that shows up at any second. Shuey should have this frag locking key. The AWP towards mid. A knee found and a hip replacement needed, but Esperanto somehow survives.
Esperanto has been absolutely sensational on this AWP. He's not even the main sniper, and he has been hitting some incredible frags. Izako Boars now pushing into this B site, but Esperanto's there once again to deal with it. 2 kills for him in this round, and as Riggin chimes through, the numbers of this attack are thinning quite rapidly. c0ntact to 4 versus 2 retake for them to grab hold of, and Shane just on 7 points of health. This is going to be so difficult to hold up. A single prong retake. They're all coming in from kitchen. The kill comes through for Shane, and I'm not sure if he's going to expect another 3 to be here, but so far holding up quite well. Another kill for Avis. A third comes through. What on earth has gone wrong here as Otto falls? The Izako Boars snatch away a round that wasn't theirs for the taking whatsoever.
That's definitely one to watch back in the demos. A horrendous retake attempt there for c0ntact. Just stuck in their tracks inside the marketplace and nothing to be done about it. They walked right into the crossfires. 6-8 being the result. That was really a freebie for the Izako Boars right there. Esperanto got away with literally murder towards the middle of the map. Somehow able to survive and even find a second kill for his troubles. The serial killer here on Mirage.
Serial killer.
Yeah, he destroys Kellogg's.
That's what I was thinking as well. Stabbing a box of cereal. Right now it's the Izako Boars. We just jump right into this B-bomb site. That's not the start you want. Esperanto once again finding these opening picks. He's been so consistent with that. He's just been shutting down these rounds. A whiff spray from Snappy gives them a lifeline. And can they seize it?
Should be able to. Man advantage. This time it's not that single-pronged defense, and Riggin's there to close. He's such a consistent star most of the time. And, well, once again for that CT side, really putting up some good numbers. 2 frags to finish, and that's a half as close as it gets. And considering, Josh, this started 7-1, I think the Izako Boars are going to be very worried coming into the second half. If they lose the pistol, go down on rounds, that could... the same could happen in this second half that happened in the first map.
Absolutely. The saving grace for them right now is the fact that on this c0ntact side, there's only 2 players showing up. If you look at the Izako Boars, those kills are very even besides Teo. On c0ntact, it's Riggin and Esperanto doing all the work. If we look at the last 4 rounds that they took, so much of it has come down to these last-minute plays where Esperanto, I think Esperanto's actually made 2 clutches in this game so far. Riggin's made some massive plays as well. We saw a round where it was a 5 versus 2 and Riggin dasted through the flames, got a 3k, and then Esperanto closed it. So it's those 2 players doing all of the work right now, and Sphinx and Snappy and Otto need to step up to the plate on this T side if they want to have a good chance at bringing this one back and closing.
You're absolutely right. It's that 1-2 sucker punch. 34 frags between the 2 of them. Riggin, Esperanto, if they can continue this pace throughout their T side, how can Izako Boars hold this one away? I really do think they need this CT pistol going forward. Both pistols, always a massive advantage going into this second half. It builds that bank and really can cut you down to even. And then that first rifle round doesn't become as much of a problem, of course, because the T side usually has the slightly advantageous buy. We'll see what happens. Contact 7.
This pistol round holds quite a lot of weight. Shane is going to go for that kit, taking with the utility, and it's Snappy who's the man with the nades on the T side. They're going for an A hit fast right now. This smoke will probably be deployed, and they'll charge right through, looking for the kills. Just a matter of seconds before they go for it.
All the way through, the Glock to come in, and there is quite a sturdy defense on this A-bomb. So right now for the Izako Boars, this has to be firmly contended with. The team damage comes through, but it's 3 for Contact, only 2 for the Boars. They need to close back through. That kit is totally isolated towards the ticket booth, so this retake will be way too delayed. They're actually coming in before the bomb goes down here, so Contact, they need to now contend with it, but they've got a brutal crossfire to try and close this one. It's Esperanto to find that final pickup in Contact. They've somehow brought this back 7-1 to this 8-8 scoreline.
They'll certainly be happy right now. If anything, they'll be disappointed that they couldn't pull these rounds through earlier. In that replay, you actually see it. That's a pretty sensational shot from Shuey to do the full 180 and get the headshot. But, of course, a 1 versus 3 situation. Your opponents are from all angles. There's not a whole lot more he can do. Taking a look at those LOOT.BET odds for the second time this game, it's certainly shifted. Contact now, the hot favourites once again. And I don't blame them. I think that's probably correct.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think that Contact are the favourites going into this second half. If Izako Boars can't hold up the defence previously, what chance they have right now with just a Scout Deagles in hand? It's so hard to pull one of these rounds through on Mirage. I think a map like Train, a map like even Vertigo perhaps, where you can just sandwich these bomb sites, it actually makes a lot of sense on the CT side. In fact, on this, you could probably just save one, go for the Famases in the next. I really don't know mathematically what the better side of the equation would be.
Well, right now, somehow the Izako Boars coming out on top, but Riggin is here to sweep it up, and there we go. Both the frags found, the man advantage swinging back in their favour, and the Deagle needs to do some work here, and it's not going to happen. Sphinx takes care of him. Teo, a nice headshot, but still a 2-on-1 for him to try and clutch.
More work to be done. Needs that secondary headshot, and walks right into Riggan's crosshair right now. 9 secured.
Pretty solid round from Contact there. Take a few more casualties than I think they would have bargained for. But of course, that was a full investment from the Boars. So Contact taking that second secures them another, as they'll just be against the eco. They should quite comfortably be able to get onto 10. And that is, as we talk about, and we've said it several times now, scary considering the Izako Boars were 7-1 up. They need a second win. Otherwise, this is going to be a 2-0. And that scoreline just won't do this game justice.
Exactly. It's been a tale of two cities since the very start. Contact 9 out of the last 10. Izako Boars 7 out of the first 8. Really important stuff there to just capture the momentum of this specific series. As Contact are currently on an absolute tear against the Pistols. Shouldn't be too competitive here, as I expect Contact to reach double digits right after this round against the USPSs. There's a single Zeus on Shuey. I wish that we were watching him right now, but I think he's towards the underpass and probably shouldn't be able to find all too much here. Mirage, it's really hard to get that taser into an advantageous angle. Perhaps into the B apartments, but that is not where Contact are heading in with their rods right now. That fishing expedition towards this A bomb site. Bomb down, easy round. Izako Boars, minimal damage.
They have found a single kill, and with 4 players still alive, maybe an opportunity for them to find more. But Contact is simply sweeping this one away comfortably. Esperanto doing some damage. Shane does actually get another. So considering this is a full eco, finding 2, actually 3 kills now is a pretty successful round. Certainly not in contention as the range comes through and Esperanto finishes things off. But 3 kills really hurts that Contact economy. That's a pretty good eco for the Izako Boars.
Certainly is. Now 6 required to try and finish this one off. In Contact, they're on an absolute tear. This home straight coming close. 6 to finish, and Izako Boars, they need a complete change of momentum right now. They are really stuck in the mud and just obviously in a bit of a negative headspace as well. They can't afford that AWP for Exis, Teo, any of the rest. So it's the 5 M4A4s instead. There's Contact. Oh, they're going to go speedy into this A site.
They've had a lot of success with it so far, and as they charge right through, that's the first kill going for the favour of Sphinx. Does get traded out by Exus, gets himself another, but Snappy and Otto bounce right back. Man advantage now as they get onto this A bomb site. The retake's hot and heavy though. Avis already here, spraying through that box, does a lot of damage, but can't deny the plant. And that's the real limiting factor right now. As that Molotov adds complications, it's not going to quite spread to Avis. He's got that smoke in hand in case it does. But this man disadvantage and the flank coming through from Snappy. I'm not sure what the Boars can do here.
Not too much, half damage done, have to go for Otto, but he's able to hit the shot, and there's the combination. Both kills found. c0ntact, they continue this pace. It'll be Izako back to pistols for round number 20. c0ntact surely 12 on the board. As how do you even slow these guys down when they're really feeling it in a server? It just doesn't make sense. They just seem unstoppable. They're immovable objects. And on this T side, doesn't feel like there's any way to let up on this pace.
A very momentum and confidence-based side. And, well, we did talk before about the fact that the Izako Boars had to take a convincing CT half because c0ntact would be strong on their T side. And it looked like they were going to do that, but it led up right at the end. The 8-7 half proving not to be good enough. And right now, they're just disposing of these pistols. This is an investment from the Izako Boars. They've gone for the deagles and armor, and they've not been able to do any damage thus far.
And that's the real big problem here. c0ntact, despite being up against a $5,000-$6,000 buy across the whole team, admittedly, not per player, they don't incur any damage whatsoever. Money builds once again, those AKs retained. Does Snappy just keep this MAC-10 in hand? I don't see any reason why not to. But it will be that sniper out for the first time on Exus. No challenge rope on that c0ntact side for the T side. And instead, it's a double AUG for Teo and Shane. We don't often see this scoped CT's rifle, but we will see a pair of them this time.
This has been such a fantastic first third of the second half for c0ntact. They've got loads of money built up. They've got all the tools to work with. Snappy's still sticking with that MAC-10, and they come in with the pace once again, charging right into this A site. Shui's in a prime position to do some work here. Should be able to get himself the first. Surely traded. No, the information's not relayed. Shui's still able to wreak havoc, and that smoke grenade is bailout.
That's a stalemate. c0ntact need to dig him out of place before they can push through to this A bomb site. And at the 90-second mark, they might just decide to bail. Shui triple dips, and that's all the frags going Izako Boars' way. The rotate perfect, and c0ntact, they get locked out at the gates.
That's so unfortunate. That's such a common angle that Shui is playing in. c0ntact should every single time be clearing that or throwing a Molotov there. A huge mistake to neglect it, and it costs them a very important round.
The pearly gates are closed on the A-bomb site. Ramp area absolutely secured. And those smoke grenades flawless. There you go, c0ntact. You need 4 in a row. Izako Boars, they blundered the victory on the first map. They had such a big advantage in those last 5-6 rounds. Just pressuring upon map point. Almost there. They were stuck on 14 for so long. In c0ntact CT side, able to just sweep 4 in a row to the victory. Seems like a similar affair here on the T side of Mirage. This could be the momentum breaker, though. This could be the circuit switcher for c0ntact to get onto not just 13, but 14 to try and close this series out.
This AWP on Otto just being the overlook to his teammates. If anyone peeks window, he's going to make sure that his friends are safe. And as these smokes start to dissipate, this is where c0ntact start to make their moves. 3 players over towards this A site with Sphinx coming in from behind. He's the distraction. He wants to try and wriggle in as the opponents are occupied. Right now, a minute left on this clock. And c0ntact, they're still locked into...
They are stuck in this connector angle. And what can Riggin do with it? Incurs a little bit of Molotov damage there from Teo on the cross, and of course Izako Boars just holding up the line. X is first to fall. It's Otto's AWP once again. He's been such a key member, usually on the CT side, but this time getting the job done on T. Esperanto, that looked like a running headshot to me. And how can you really stop this man right now? Teo upon the ramp might be the one saving grace of this defense, and they are going to peek him. Otto and Spinks very low on HP, not even 50 between the two of them in the 2 versus 2, as Avis finds another one. Otto now needs to get the job done. No rotate potential at the 13-second mark, and how the hell does he get this bomb down right now? Teo, Avis, they've got both of these angles lock and key, and it's Avis surely to finish there. Double digits for the Poles.
Fantastic round from them. 2 kills apiece for Teo and Avis. And they pretty much single-handedly swing that one back in their team's favour. Double digits, as you say, but they need 1 more to break the bank of c0ntact. They're going to go for another full investment here. But if the Izako Boars win this one, they should actually be able to take the lead. So this is a really important swing round for them.
Certainly is. AWP in the hand of Exus. No secondary AWP available for the Izako Boars, where it's Otto on that T side to challenge. JK's all around and contending this 2-1-2 setup once again. Not actually sending anybody towards mid. That was a bit of a bait. Spinks, he's going towards the A bomb site instead, but bomb's still in the T spawn, not committed.
Snappy sacrificing himself, dropping down to that Tech 9 so that Otto can have that big green scoped rifle. Exus this round getting a little bit aggressive towards the apartments, wants to take a deep angle. This is often quite a hard one to hit and sometimes can be a one and done position, especially when you haven't got a support man there to throw a flash to bail you out. Right now as c0ntact are heading over towards these B halls, this might go horribly wrong for Exus.
Yeah, there's nothing that he can do here. The reinforcements are so far away, and finally Avis is pressuring in for the flank, and well, he is coming in for the rotate, but he's so damn late here. If c0ntact just take him out with one couple of bullets, and Riggins able to do it. That's the whole B bomb site exposed. In Izako Boars, if they lose even one more member here, they have to ponder saving. Already the save call comes through, and c0ntact guaranteed a 13th.
That's an absolute freebie. We pretty much predicted it before it even happened. Exus, you can't be that solo B anchor playing aggressive with the AWP with no reinforcements anywhere to be seen. As soon as you drop, that's it. That's round over. Shuey, he is in the apartments right now. He does want to try and find himself an exit frag. And Snappy, just with his Tech 9's hunting, he's really got nothing to lose. And if he can make this one expensive for the Boars, make sure they don't carry anything across and grab himself a rifle, he'll be very, very happy. c0ntact disposing of these saved weapons from the Izako Boars. And Snappy, can't quite get it done.
Certainly can't. It's 2 rifles saved here. No hunt potential there for the final few members. As c0ntact, that'll be their 13th wrapped up.
Going into this 24th now, it's an even Stevens buy from both sides. The Izako Boars investing around the rifles that were saved, but no AWP available. Teo down to that MP9. They have to get aggressive and rely on the frags. 3-man setup towards this A site and aggression towards ramp. c0ntact just not accommodating it though. They're actually just snatched away mid and they want to feel around for this info early.
Snatched is the key verb as well, because really c0ntact haven't been challenged at all. Izako Boars aren't playing anybody inside of window. There's no AWP available. And how are you supposed to contend with this control when the money is so broken? Teo just that MP9. He's stacked towards the ramp area. Obviously needs to play up close and personal to this one, but c0ntact already burrowed inside connector. And Shuey, that was a fully blind shot.
That's pretty sensational. Did spot out Esperanto before he went back into that smoke, but a nice read on where to pop the shots through. c0ntact now reconvene. They go over towards this A bomb site. They have got Sphinx playing in the back of Palace. He's going to go completely uncontested. The danger man right now is Teo. Up close and personal with this MP9. It may go overlooked, but considering they haven't had control all round, surely they check this one. As they peek around the corner, they spot him out. Teo's still able to get the first and the second as Otto can't land the no-scope. This has gone flipped right on its head. Izako Boars, 5 versus 2. The AWP retrieved. Surely nothing c0ntact can do here.
The rifle's ripped and an AWP picked. Let's see what Teo can do with it. It's a great headshot to finish. That's a triple kill from him. He cannot finish off the round right now, so still a 1 versus 2 for Snappy to try and carry through. Connector being contested. There's the smoke to go away. And another Molotov in players. I think he spotted out the knee right there. 10 seconds left on the clock and cannot connect the shots.
That's rather unfortunate. Snappy read that situation perfectly as well, throwing that smoke and the Molotov in the right places. But Teo, he's the playmaker. A valiant attempt from Sphinx here. Exus is completely oblivious to the Palace angle, not realising it's not being held. And actually a really nice shot onto the ticket booth too, but it's just not enough in that situation.
There's even a chance that he can take down Teo's AWP as well and isolate that into an even Steven scenario. Actually a 2 versus 2. But him going down is unfortunate. It really does put Sphinx in a really tough position there, but 13-11 anyway.
25th round, c0ntact have gone for an investment, but it's not as healthy as the last. No AWP, instead Snappy's down to this Deagle, limited utility on all of these guys as well. So they're playing the numbers. They want to go for the trading game here, as they're all in the apartments. Sooner rather than later, I reckon they'll go for an execute and try and isolate Exus once again. This time he has got support from Shane. Let's see if they can hold up this line.
Quick through. This might be the firefight, and Avis gets that preliminary information. Shane, the prelim shot. It's the headshot onto Riggin. Exus there to trade. And Izako Boars, they've got all of the building blocks on this B-bomb site for an absolute shutdown. No success for c0ntact, as they don't even make contact with the ground on this B-bomb site. Instead, it's the graves.
That's rather unfortunate. c0ntact actually walk into a 3-man stack on that B-bomb site, and quite quickly a 4th, as obviously Avis jump spots, gets that information, and he's able to call in the reinforcements. Now in the 26th, this is where Izako Boars should be able to even out this scoreline. c0ntact are pretty much on a full eco, just a Tech 9 and a P250 to contest this one and try and do a little bit of damage. But yeah, this is going to be 13-13. The Izako Boars, they're keeping this one close in contention. They're giving us an exciting map on Mirage.
And it might not even be our last map of the day. We might have another one coming up after this if we get the 3-mapper here. The Izako Boars, brutal defense once again, not incurring any damage here. Only Shui the first man to drop, and that's all she wrote for the 26th. 13-13. As c0ntact, they will take the timeout. As we mentioned in the first map, these timeouts actually worked really well for c0ntact before. You get Neil engaged. He's a coach with a lot of experience, can really burrow you out of a really tough, awkward scenario. And this is certainly one of them. 13-13, a couple of rounds left to play. You need that golden strategy to finish this one off.
I'm not sure what was said on train. I'd love to hear it. But they took a timeout in a similar situation, and it really changed the pace. They came out swinging, and they ended up closing out the map 16-14. So maybe this is that turning point once again. They've got the rifles to work with. Again, it's not the best of buys. There's no AWP available to go onto Otto. There's a real lack of Molotovs and no HEs here at all as well. So not the best to work with, but it could be sufficient, especially with what we've seen so far from some of these guys. They just need to make sure that they're firing through and actually winning these aim duels. Right now, that seems to be the problem.
Certainly is. Rifles both sides, and this might be the key round for this second map. c0ntact looking for the 2-0 right now. Haven't had a massive convincing series thus far before. Remember, this is that 1-1 bracket. Losers need 2 in a row to take it. The winners 1 away from the playoffs.
Riggin's got himself a very nice angle early on. I don't think they're going to expect this. Avis walks straight into it, and that's going to be his for the taking. Another kill comes through. A lot of damage dealt by the nades, but a 2-man advantage as they blitz onto this B-bomb site. The smoke goes on the Molotov. Don't want to waste any time here. They want to get in as quick as possible, but it doesn't matter. Riggin's doing all the work. Teo fires through for 2, but he has to backtrack, and as the flank comes through, it's going to finish him off. Otto finds the final kill, the final piece to the puzzle, and c0ntact onto 14.
What a convincing round as well. That was an absolute blitzkrieg onto the B-bomb site. 4 frags found in the first 20 seconds in c0ntact, not slowing down the pace for a moment. 14-13, and now the buy will come up. Perhaps one final time for the Izako Boars. They'll spend that bank. The double AWPs come out, and c0ntact, I think that's another pause as well. Breaking this pace between every round, letting the Izako Boars stew in this one, realizing maybe this is something that worked earlier on train as it got up close and personal. That was a 16-14 as well. We'll see a similar scoreline here. Overtime still on the cards, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe, Squid, have you considered that this is an Izako pause?
This could be an Izako pause.
This would be a good time for an Izako pause.
Yeah, this would be a good time for an Izako pause. I mean, that is one from my vocabulary.
Yeah,
that's one that you learnt off me. It's the Izako pause.
Yeah. You can take credit. I'm not saying I came up with it.
I know, but when you say it first on the broadcast, and the beautiful viewers out there don't know that it was my big brain that come up with that.
All right, fine. I'll Harvard reference it next time. I'll be like source from Squid CS and link your Twitter.
Here is the Izako pause, Squid 2020.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. I'll do that next time.
Back into the action now. Izako Boars, the pause resumed, and we're back into the game here, and it's this speed once again from Riggin, straight onto short, and he can't contend for this boost right now. He's straight into the ladder room, and I wonder if the Izako Boars squad actually know that this is coming through. They absolutely do. It's Shane with the first.
As soon as that Molotov comes in, Riggin just swings it. It was a nice bit of initiative to go for the boost, but as soon as they realize that he might be getting aggressive, it goes wrong. Exus lands a fantastic flick, and the Izako Boars are back in this one. They could level this out 14-14. The two-man advantage. 3 men from Contact stacked up out towards A, but they need to find all the kills to get on this site.
If Contact can't pull this through as well, the money is broken going into the next. This is such a key situation for the triple AK-47. Flashes over the top, buys a little bit of room. But the utility looks absolute. It's a horror show right now. No smokes to play with. Only the single Molotov in Esperanto. That is a startling shot. Teo gets dropped. And that Molotov actually forces away the final 2 players. I really do wonder if this bomb can now get onto the bomb site, go down, and especially with Snappy holding it away, that does drop the C4 in the open. And Esperanto deciding to do even more. Spinks chips through, and it's all down to Esperanto right now. Needs the triple kill. Bomb in the open, and Shane, oh, he's just going to contest this angle. It's 14-14 as Izako Boars pull it again.
Could not be closer. Comes down to a 1 versus 1 scenario that Shane's able to top off. That's a 3K for him in the 28th. Now level pegging once again. 14-14. Contact have a difficult decision on their hands, and they really have to think about what they're going to go for here. Esperanto actually has a sensational round. A couple of really nice headshots, but unfortunately just on 11 points of health, can't finish off the job. No surprise that a pause comes through here, and the loot bet odds still favouring Contacts to take this one, despite the fact that their money's broken, and more than likely, the Izako Boars should be able to get onto 15 here.
Yeah, just showing that they're the favorite team since the start. That's the closest we've seen those odds here on Mirage. Earlier on the first map of the day, Izako Boars, they had the big lead. It was even Stevens is turning those betting odds. We've seen a tactical pause before every single one of these rounds. This is a nail-biting moment for both squads in Contact. They'll come out with a buy once again. The pistols through, the AK-47s too. They don't want to play for overtime here. They want the win right now.
This is pretty painful. If they can't convert this, they'll have no money in the next either. They have to make this work. 3 rifles and a couple of pistols to do so.
It's surely something faster here, perhaps towards the A-bomb site. Maybe I was thinking onto short, but seems to be the former. All 5 players for Contact will have no isolated players here and the push about to occur.
That deep smoke into ramp slows things down, but still only 2 defenders towards this A site. Teo's on top of the wood, so potential that Esperanto, in fact, it's actually Sphinx in Palace, could suss him out. And if he finds that kill, it gives them a nice foothold to get onto this site.
1 minute 20, smokes pouring on in, and there go the Molotovs as well. That one's certainly going to contend with Teo. He's forced back. Exus does find the first, but he's being challenged from all angles. Spammed to oblivion, and it's Spinks and Snappy to step up to try and sprawl together 15. The smoke's placed. Izako Boars locked out from the CT spawn, and as Sin Sens of their own come through, it's going to force nobody from Contact into awkward scenarios. And there's another shot from Snappy. He's doing all of the damage right now into the CT spawn as he finds another one. 15 on the board for Contact as the Izako Boars economy is in ruins.
Somebody call the Contact's lawyer because Snappy's just committed murder. Walking on to that A site, he's found himself 3 kills in a round that they have very little equity in. That's going to be match point, series point here for Contact. And as they just face up against the pistols, they should be able to close this one out. This has been such a back and forth game.
Some will call the police. It's 15-14, and Izako Boars, they've got nothing to work with in this final round. It's just the force buy. Deagles all around, and a couple of smokes. 3 flashbangs to hold up the field.
The aggression is the answer here for the Izako Boars. A huge stack towards this A site. You look at all those blue dots playing super aggressive. This is the only way they get this done. If Contact walk into this stack and the pistols fire through, this could go horribly wrong.
This is incredibly fortunate. The stack towards the right side and Contact are going to have no idea. They need these kills right now. And the M4s do check the angles. Riggin spots the second as well as he's able to find both of them. There's the Deagle up inside the palace to find at least the first. But it's Riggin doing everything right now. 4 fast frags and Exus. Last to drop. Contact, they do it again. Back-to-back 16-14s on Train and now Mirage.
Absolutely sensational. Riggin finishing off that map with 31 frags. It's a 2-0, but it doesn't do it justice. It's 2 full 30 rounders. That's going to be our final game for the day. Thank you for everyone that's been watching. We've got more loot bet action tomorrow, so make sure you tune in then. For now, Good night, everybody.
Jack it up. Jack it up.
We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on.
These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ack, now I gotta roll with ice. These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ack, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ack, now I gotta ride or die. Never gonna roll with